Chapter 101. Comrade Du Peng, I have already contacted Mr. Yukins for you, but he said he has no time now. He said that if you want to talk to him, you can go to his villa. He can give you 10 minutes. On the phone, Zhang Hui said to Du Peng. Hearing this, Du Peng immediately slapped his legs and cursed. Does this guy Eugens really think he is the president of North Russia? We are just going. Talk to him. He puts on such a big airs. He just pushes his nose to his face. Although Du Peng used his mobile phone and did not turn on the speakerphone, Ziming could guess what response was given from Du Peng's attitude. After they had just discussed with Li Chengtong yesterday, they asked Zhang Hui to contact again with Eugens. Of course, given the reasons of each other's identities, it would be most appropriate for Chairman Da's grandson to come and talk to Zhang Hui on the phone. What's wrong with Du Peng? Did Eugens ask for anything? Ziming asked. Du Peng nodded and repeated Eugens' words to Ziming. Ziming understood Du Peng's anger, because this Eugens really put himself in the position of the uncle, and asked himself to come to the door so lowly. Like him, most people couldn't swallow this breath. Du Peng himself had a bad temper. He was born in such a family, and he couldn't bear it anymore, so he just opened his mouth and cursed. In contrast, Ziming appeared to be calmer. After all, his mental age was different, and his experience from childhood to adulthood was also different. Ziming thought for a while and said, Du Peng, ask the location of Mr. Eugens' villa. What should we do if we go now? Even though Du Peng had a bad temper, he could still see the situation clearly. He knew that he was begging for help, and he had to endure some anger that should be endured, so he conveyed Ziming's meaning. And Zhang Hui asked them to take a moment. After waiting for a while, after calling Eugens again, he called back to tell them what Eugens meant, and told them that they could pass now, and also told them the address of the villa. After writing down the address of Eugens' villa, they thanked Zhang Hui and hung up the phone and drove over. Eugens' villa was not in the center of Crisco, but in the outer ring. They drove about 1. They arrived when they were young, and when they were here, they found that the door of the villa was tightly locked, but fortunately, there were servants staying behind in such a mansion villa. Only by asking Ziming did they know that Eugens had just left. This is too much for Eugens to do this. Is this playing us like monkeys? Ziming, I think we don't want to go to him anymore. It's easy to do it directly, Du Peng said very hotly. Ziming patted him on the shoulder, and then said to Karolina, help us ask where Eugens has gone. Can we go to him now? Or he can give us Eugens' contact information if it is convenient for him. Karolina nodded to help Ziming question the servant in the villa. The servant answered that Mr. Eugens had confessed that if someone called Ziming came to find him, give him his page number. After receiving the note handed out by the servant of the villa, Ziming and Du Peng Karolina returned to the car. The driver started the car, but Suhan found that Ziming looked at the note in a daze and couldn't help but curiously asked what happened to him. Ziming smiled and replied, I wonder if we should go to this Eugens. He is obviously trying to make things difficult for us by doing so. Now we have been in the past 9 times, he will still humiliate us. I don't think I should go anymore, Du Peng replied. As always, I have the same idea as Ziming. Since you have gone, it's better to go straight to the job to come. Don't make a fool of yourself, Suhan said to Du Peng dissatisfied, and then persuaded Ziming. Ziming, you have to have your own ideas. I think that since Ziming you have decided to find him, then don't care about it. Didn't you always say that this is unnecessary self-esteem? Karolina, who was sitting in the front, also said at this time, I agree with Suhan, Mr. Ziming. Since some things have started, it would be better to stick to them. What if there is a miracle? Suhan glanced at Karolina and said, she is right, but Ziming is your own decision. I will support you no matter what. Okay, then, let's go to him first and see what he wants to play. Ziming nodded and made the final decision. The car galloped all the way and quickly reached the destination. This is a private estate. Since Ziming had already called Eugens in the car last year, when they arrived, Eugens sent someone to pick them up at the door. But instead of letting them in, they told them to wait here for a while and wait for Eugens to finish his business inside before coming out to see them. Du Peng became angry again, and pointed at the assistant sent by Eugens, but he became angry. Since he had already made a decision, he didn't mention leaving. So they waited at the gate of the manor. After waiting for 2 hours, the gate of the manor finally opened. Eugens walked out of the manor. Ziming and the others greeted him. Eugens looked surprised when he saw Ziming. Why does Mr. Ziming have been waiting here? Oh, this makes me so embarrassed. Didn't I ask my assistant to tell you not to wait here? Really, this makes me feel too embarrassed. The exaggerated performance of Eugens is disgusting, but even Du Peng, who has exploded temper, can hold back his anger, and Ziming can even smile. Mr. Eugens, it's okay, after all, we didn't ask for it. Come. Facing Ziming's politeness, Eugens nodded shamelessly and said, that's right. Then Mr. Ziming is so eager to find me, I don't know what's the matter. Did he agree to my proposal for a train of 10 million yuan? Ziming smiled and said, Mr. Eugens, you also know that we are in the daily necessities business. They are all very profitable. Even if it is a train of several hundred tons, it will not make much money. We really can't accept a price tag of tens of millions, because a loss-making business cannot be done. Since you will lose money, then don't do a good job in your business. Anyway, you say you can't make much money, Eugens said. Mr. Eugens' words are wrong. No matter how small profits are made, people will do business, Ziming said, changing the conversation sharply. Moreover, when the train is passing through your site, Mr. Eugens, you are more or less too. Can it be profitable? Is it true that Mr. Eugens is so indifferent? Hearing Ziming's words, Eugens looked at Ziming for a while and suddenly smiled. Mr. Ziming's words are really tempting. So good. I'll talk about my thoughts frankly and openly. Ziming replied with a heartfelt respect. Eugens said to Ziming, I have no other hobbies. I like money and beautiful women. I have made enough money now, and the rest are women. I want to admire Mr. Ziming. I admire the 2 ladies next to you very much. I don't know if Mr. Ziming is willing to bear the pain and let them come to my place to chat with me. Facing the rogue smile on Eugens' face, Ziming's face that has been smiling since he was in the hotel instantly cooled down. Mr. Eugens, I'm talking about cooperation with you. I hope you don't mention these contemptuous requests. A contemptuous request? It's really contemptuous, but what happened to me when I made such a request? Eugens said disdainfully, cooperating? Could you really think that I called you Mr. Ziming? Is it possible to be on the same baseline with me? You don't look at your own color. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? I tell you, if I didn't look at the face of the 2 ladies next to you, I wouldn't be too lazy to agree. You bullshit. Eugens paused deliberately at this point, and then continued, by the way, there is one thing you may not know. Mr. Matar and I are very good friends. Only such people can talk to me about cooperation, and you just no qualifications at all. Hearing what Eugens said, Ziming laughed again. It seems that Mr. Eugens did this because of Mr. Matar's instruction. I'm letting you fart. Eugens cursed. Do I think your brain is full of feces? I have already said that. Mr. Matar and I are good friends. Very good friends. What I want to do to you is because I know that you have been driven to a dead end by Mr. Matar, and there is no other choice. So no matter what I ask for, you have only one way to go. It turned out to be like this, Ziming said calmly. Then Mr. Matar's good friend, I have something to say here. Eugens was a little surprised. Oh, are you still in the situation? Then tell me, I want to see what ivory you can vomit out of your dog's mouth. The brilliance in Ziming's eyes was fleeting, and his tone was still flat. There is a situation that Mr. Matar's current situation is not very good either. In short, he was also forced by me to be miserable. So that's why, asking Mr. Eugens for you to cut my back, that is to say you are being used as a gun by him. Eugens pointed at Ziming angrily, but in the end he smiled and shook his head. Mr. Ziming, you really surprised me. You can still be so stiff at this time. I'm not hard-mouthed, I just have a piece of advice to tell you. Ziming said, being someone else's gunman is not a good thing, not to mention whether he will throw it away immediately after he runs out. Just say another thing. 1 point, since he is looking for a gun, doesn't it mean that he has not dared to confront me head-on? Is he going to throw you out for death? It will not be good for you if it provokes me. Eugens laughed loudly, still pointing at Ziming, and said, Mr. Ziming, you are really a master of humor. This joke is simply so interesting. Ziming shook his head regretfully and said, it seems that you don't believe Mr. Yukins anymore. Why is the friendly advice that no one believes? No, Mr. Ziming, I want to tell you that I totally believe it. Eugens said, then I am going to provoke you now, so let me see if I will do no good. Ziming grinned and said something good. Chapter 102, Don't be arrogant in front of Ziming. Ziming, where are we going now? After coming out of Eugens, Ziming and the others got back in the car. Suhan recalled the conversation with Eugens just now. The nature of the woman made her worry, so she subconsciously asked Ziming. Ziming's answer to this is very simple. This guy Eugens is so arrogant, of course we are looking for someone to kill him. Suhan was a little surprised at this, because Zhang Hui still had a consistent attitude. She understood that this Eugens was a tiger entrenched in Siberia. Although this person was very arrogant and talkative, he was the Siberian masters are also true. They have no foundation in North Russia. How can it be said that if you kill him, you will really kill him? To say that it is okay to send special forces like to assassinate, but if a person like Eugens is assassinated by soldiers from other countries, it is easy to cause disputes, so you can only use means to pull him from his current position. But is this possible? If someone else said this to Suhan, she would definitely sneer, but it was Ziming who said it now, and Suhan had always depended on and believed in Ziming, and she would choose to believe it. The car galloped all the way back to hotel number 1, and at the door they saw someone waiting here. That person Ziming and Karolina, as well as the driver and bodyguard, knew each other. He was Erbidov's assistant. He saw Ziming and the others got out of the car and immediately came over to greet them. They brought Ziming and the others into the lobby, because Erbidov was waiting for them here. This surprised Du Peng and Suhan, because they both knew that this Erbidov was the richest man in North Russia, so he could wait for Ziming in the lobby instead of going to the coffee shop first. Or just like you, it was quite a shame for kings to ask Ziming to visit him. This made them completely relieved and believed that it was really possible to deal with Eugens. Seeing Ziming coming in, Ilbidov immediately got up to say hello to Ziming, then introduced him to the people around him and said, hello, Mr. Ziming, this is my good friend Sergeevsky. Mr. Ziming, you should have met him. He has made great achievements in petrochemical industry. So this time I heard that Mr. Ziming has a corresponding big business, so I brought him here. I do still have an impression. Ziming said hello to Sergeevsky, and introduced them to Du Peng and Suhan. After they had greeted each other, he said, I'm sorry I was late. Let the two of you wait for a long time. Please forgive me. Erbidov and Sergeevsky unanimously shook their hands and said it was okay. Then Ziming took them upstairs to the coffee shop box, sat down and waited for the waiter to bring the coffee. Erbidov couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Ziming, did you say that you have a news about Siberian Petroleum Company? Ziming nodded and said, yes, I believe there is a guy named Eugens over there, right? He is the chairman of the Bank of Siberia and the Petroleum Company. Sergeevsky replied. From his puzzled eyes Ziming could tell what he wanted to say, but in the end he resisted it. Ziming didn't sell him, and he told them directly, this guy provokes me, so I decided to kill him. I wonder if you have any ideas? Ilbidov and Sergeevsky were stunned when they heard this. Maybe they had thought of it when they came, but because Ziming is so far away from Siberia, he doesn't make sense. There will be any conflicts over there, so they don't pay too much attention to it. Who knows that this is really what makes them very surprised. They looked at each other, and both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. Finally, Sergeevsky said, Mr. Ziming, What you said is true. I don't think I have any idle time to make this joke with you, Ziming said. But excuse me for taking the liberty of Mr. Ziming. I don't understand why you want to do this at all, Erbidoff said. Ziming smiled and said to him, Mr. Erbidoff, if I were you, I would definitely not ask this question. Because firstly, this question is not important. And secondly, you and I are longtime partners. It will not harm you. The last and most important point is that you really want to take Siberian Petroleum in your own hands, and my participation will make this very easy. Facing the answer given by Ziming, Ilbidov and Sergeyevsky were stunned there at the time, and they stared at each other in a fierce ideological struggle. However, Ziming was much more comfortable in comparison. He just sat leisurely and took a sip of coffee. He didn't seem to worry about their thoughts at all, or he had already gotten their thoughts. In the end, as expected, Sergeyevsky said after a long period of eyebrows, "It is true. Mr. Ziming is very wise. No matter what, if you can get the help of Mr. Ziming, you can get twice the result with half the effort. I just don't know what Mr. Ziming you intend to do. How to deal with it." Ziming put down the cup and said, "Mr. Sergeyevsky, we are in a cooperative relationship. I am not so interested in oil companies, but if you insist on doing this, I don't think I will refuse." Sergeyevsky's face was froze when he heard these words. Obviously he understood the meaning behind Ziming's words. It was nothing more than that if he intervened too much, he would have to control the oil company's share. Not what Sergeyevsky wanted to see. So he had to say, "I am very grateful that Mr. Ziming can come to help me. I actually figured out a solution for Siberia." Ziming asked, "Is that so? Then I don't know if Mr. Sergeyevsky can disclose it. See where I can help." Sergeyevsky hesitated for a while and finally said, "In fact, there is nothing special. I just secretly contacted other members of the Vladimir family. In fact, many people are very dissatisfied with Yuzhin's being the chairman. I think I can take advantage of this a little bit. Banks and oil companies are two interdependent industries under Yuzhin's hands. The way that Mr. Ilbidov and I discussed is to start with the Bank of Siberia. Mr. Ilbidov will use a bank run, suppressing the creditworthiness of the Bank of Siberia. In order to keep the bank, Yuzhin's will definitely sell shares in the oil company. Then I can, together with the Vladimir family, acquire the oil company as a whole." Sergeyevsky told Ziming that he was very cautious when he was speaking at first, looking at Ziming's expression while speaking, but in the end he was bold. After hearing this, Ziming nodded and said, "This is a very good way, but I heard that the Bank of Siberia is already listed in London. Maybe we can also use this bank stock to find a way to make him collapse faster. And at this point, I think I can still help." Ziming's understatement suddenly exploded in Sergeyevsky's ears, making him happily clap his legs and shout, "Then this is great. Mr. Ziming, you are indeed a very intelligent person!" Ziming smiled and waved his hand modestly and said, "But I only have one request, that is, I hope that Mr. Sergeyevsky, you can settle things in Siberia as soon as possible, because I still have a train waiting to depart from China. Come to Crisco." When Erbidoff and Sergeyevsky heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Erbidoff asked cautiously, "Mr. Ziming, you want to deal with Yuzhin's? It won't be because he won't let you. The train crosses the border." "That's not true," Ziming said. This answer made Ilbidov and Sergeyevsky just about to breathe a sigh of relief. They heard Ziming continue to say, "It's just because the transit procedures on the North Russian side are now more troublesome. Especially when I was in Siberia, I asked Huygens to help him and refused. I don't have so much time to play with him now, so I have to ask him to leave and someone else is willing to help." Ilbidov and Sergeyevsky took a breath at the same time. They thought that Huygens was not letting Ziming's train cross the border and only annoyed Ziming. But now they didn't think he was only in Ziming. Ming felt embarrassed when he asked him for help, and Ziming was about to kill him. This is too overbearing, right? They thought of such a sentence in unison in their hearts, but no one could say it. After thinking about it again and again, in addition, They finally thought of it. What if they didn't help today to be replaced by someone else? They would definitely not believe that in North Russia, what a foreigner can do with them. But it's hard to say that this person is Ziming. If you want to come to Eugene's, you will feel Ziming. What can't be done with him? I was stunned in front of Ziming. Now Ziming decided to kill him. Therefore, it is still not too arrogant to be a person, especially not to be arrogant in front of Ziming. Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky silently remembered this sentence in their hearts. At this time, Ziming said again, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, please too. I'll go back and make preparations first. Time on my side will be tight, so please come to me." Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky stood up hurriedly and said, "Mr. Ziming is polite. This is also a favor for ourselves. We will do it as soon as possible when we go back to what Mr. Ziming explained." After speaking, Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky left the coffee shop. After they left, Dupeng happily said to Ziming, "Ziming, you guys are still like this in North Russia, hanging to the heavens? These two North Russians are afraid that you are scared to the bones." Suhan also looked at Ziming very admiringly, because this was a man. Karolina looked proud. However, in a friendly atmosphere, there will always be so indifferent to make trouble. At this time, Ziming's phone rang suddenly. Ziming connected, and Eugene's voice came, "Mr. Ziming, in view of because of this relationship, I decided to tell you the unfortunate news. Your chief market, today's business is really prosperous. It's just that your prosperous business, but I don't know how long it will last." Chapter 103. Mr. Matar finally started. "Mr. Ziming, I advise you to think more about my suggestion. After all, there is no basic conflict of interest between us. There is no need to make trouble too much. Are you right? The most important thing is that we as a businessman, you must put your interests first. As long as you can earn more for yourself, what else can't you give up?" Mr. Ziming is a wise man. He certainly wouldn't make stupid decisions, right? Yukin's voice was talking on the phone, and Ziming sneered and said, "If Mr. Yukins is sincere to talk about cooperation, then I would welcome it very much, but it's a pity, Mr. Yukins, you waste it. My last chance, because I am not the same as you." Eugenes laughed loudly. "Mr. Ziming is still so humorous, but there is a saying that you are right. I am indeed different from you, because you are an idiot. When your shelf market closes, find a place to cry again." After talking about Eugenes, they hung up the phone. Here, Dupeng and Suhan hurried up to ask about the situation when Ziming put away the phone. Ziming simply repeated what Eugenes said earlier, and Dupeng was surprised. "Say, what does this guy mean by calling this phone?" Ziming thought for a while and replied, "It seems that Mr. Matar has finally dealt with Chef Market." Listening to Ziming's answer, Dupeng and Suhan were a little bit understandable, but Ziming didn't explain much, and directly took them back to the Chef Market. Since this is the only place in North Russia where the old ruble can be used, it is still hot. In order to maintain order in the market, the number of people allowed is restricted every day. When Ziming and Suhan Dupeng came here at that time, you can see that there is already a long line outside. If other people saw their market so hot, they would be so happy to jump to the sky. But Ziming frowned. Even Dupeng, who has always been optimistic, asked Ziming, "This is what Ziming is afraid of. Is your business booming? Because your warehousing can no longer keep up. If you suddenly run out of stock, it will have a great impact on your reputation." Dupeng is worthy of being the super hidden rich in the later generations. Although he is still young, he should have a very strong vision. He saw the key to the problem at a glance. As far as Ziming is concerned, what he wants is not to make money in the Chef Market at all. In fact, no matter how high the profit of selling daily necessities, Ziming still ignores it. What he wants is to use Chef. The credibility of the husband's market comes to grasp the new ruble. But now if Chef's market is out of stock, then the credibility he established before may be destroyed, and it may even cause other problems. You must know that North Russia is a fighting nation that later generations call it. The thinking is very extreme. Now I don't know how many people bought the stocks in the market just to spend the old rubles in their hands. If they lose this advantage, these people will blindly. The problems caused by the selling of stocks are also very headache. If it's just this way, it can last a while, but you can't expect other people to be so honest. Ziming sighed and said, and then brought Suhan and Du Peng to the market management office. Originally, they came to find the chief money officer, but they didn't expect that Li Cheng and Tong Gang were also here. Ziming went over and asked, Chairman Tong Dong Li, why are you here? Did something happen? Li Cheng replied to Ziming, something happened. Just this morning, someone bought our shares for 50,000 new rubles in one go. Ziming raised his eyebrows. In order to prevent the scalping problem, the chief market initially stipulated that holding stock shares would cost the old rubles. That is to say, the more stocks you can buy with the new rubles, the more old rubles you can spend. There are indeed a lot of old rubles left in northern Russia, but most of them are in the hands of ordinary people. After all, powerful people have long replaced the old rubles with their power, and they will let it go bad. Drop it. So for ordinary people, how could it be possible to spend so many new rubles to buy stocks at once? This is so strange. The only explanation is that someone did it deliberately. Then this person who bought so many new rubles stocks from us, how many goods has he bought now? Ziming asked. Li Cheng replied to Ziming that it is still counting. After a few minutes, the chief Qian of the management office ran over with a document. He saw Ziming was here to say hello, but Ziming waved his hand to let him talk business. Only then did Chief Qian react. He said to Ziming, the statistics have come out. It is an American named Jim who bought shares of 50,000 new rubles. Just now he bought goods of 13 million old rubles. I have to say that there was one last fluke before, and it disappeared after Chief Qian gave the answer. Because the two conditions of an American and 13 million combined, the essence of the matter is undoubtedly, that is, Metu is here. Knife stabbed secretly in order to keep the turf market out of stock. This damn American, it's so beautiful to play with this game. Ziming cursed. At the same time, in Villa number 8 where Mr. Mater was located, a large truck full of cargo followed a Lincoln sedan at the door of the villa, and Mater and David greeted him at the door of the villa. The Lincoln car stopped firmly in front of the two of them. William got out of the car and said happily, Mr. Matar, I'm back. I went to Cherf Market today and bought something worth more than 10 million old rubles. I didn't meet him during the period. Any questions? I've loaded this full car, but I don't know what we should do next. Good job. Matar glanced at the truck and said, it's a pity that we are not selling groceries. Then we will distribute these things to the poor in North Russia, and we will do some charity here. Korea. William nodded and said okay. Turning around and going back to the car, Mater stopped him and asked, how is the situation on the Chelf market now? Our people are still buying there, but there are a lot of people on the Chelf market. I'm afraid it will take some time to complete. William replied. Mater nodded with satisfaction. Very well, then I will leave it to William here to do it. As long as the purchase is over there, I will ship the things to you. They are all distributed to the poor in North Russia and bought. Send as much as you want, don't worry about the money, and don't stop, do you understand? Mr. Mater, don't worry, I know what to do. After William said these words to Mater, he sat back in the car, and then left with the truck. Looking at the back of William leaving, David said to Mater, Mr. Mater, that's all right. According to Eugene's statement, he and Ziming have already talked about it. Ziming's train is still in the country. Even if he can forcibly cross the border through diplomatic means, it will be delayed in Siberia for a long time. David thought about this for a while, and then went on to say, but Mr. Matar, I heard that the Chinese Ziming was contacting people like Elbedov and Sergeyevsky recently. You said they were, isn't it, thinking of some way to deal with Eugenes? Killing Eugenes and replacing them with someone who can help them is a very bold idea, Matter said with a smile. and then he turned to the front and said, "It's just that they don't have time to do this, isn't it?" Davy smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Matar, as far as the current warehouse storage in Chief Market is concerned, William will pull the goods every day, and they will be out of stock for no more than 3 days. As long as they are out of stock, then this Chief Market will be discredited." Meta said. The news also reached the Malin Palace in the first time. It was Eugens who brought the news to Mr. President Nikolaevich, the middle-aged man with a breath of nouveau riche, and he was sitting in Nikolaevich. On the other side, he threw a grape into his mouth and said to Nikolaevich, "That's it, Mr. President, once this Chief Market is out of stock, there will definitely be a wave of stock selling. I am very grateful to Mr. Eugens for bringing me this news. This is very important." Nikolaevich said, "Once this selling trend starts, it is likely to cause turbulence. This is absolutely not allowed." Nikolaevich said this, but in the end he still doubted. "But Mr. Eugens, as far as I know, Ziming is very smart. Do you think there may be other development directions in this situation? Eugens laughed and said, "Mr. President, you can't help but value Ziming too much by saying that. He is just a speculator. What else can he do? He can't make things out of thin air." "I can be very negative. It is your responsibility to tell you, Mr. President, that as long as I am the owner of Siberia, he will not be able to replenish his goods in a short time." "Great, I'm relieved." Nikolaevich said that he was relieved, but he was always a little worried in his heart. He always felt that things could not go so smoothly, but now he does not know that his worry is actually praying for Ziming. Back at Crisco's airport, a domestic flight landed on the runway. When the plane stopped, a passenger elevator came to transport passengers off the plane. Two similar-looking Chinese walked off the plane. The slight cool breeze made them shiver unconsciously. One person immediately complained, "This damn North Russia. Has it started to cool in August? The Northeast is also north to the north." "But brother, are we really looking for Mr. Ziming here? I know this is a country bigger than ours." The other said, "Of course, we are all here. Should we go back to China without doing anything? I can't do this." "Brother, I just said that, so let's start now. I remember you said that Mr. Ziming is in the Chief Market, right?" "Yes." The two brothers walked out of the airport with the flow of people while talking, and these two brothers were not others. It was Xialang who had helped Ziming, who was the boss of Ziming's previous life, and his younger brother Xiakan. Chapter 104. Do you think there is a miracle? An extended Lincoln courtesy car on Geller Street is slowly moving forward. At this time, the only people in charge of Dota Project are the people in charge of Dota Project. Both Mattu and David William are in this car. Because the courtesy car is specially made to be shockproof and the driver is specially trained, it is particularly stable when sitting in the car. The three of them even tasted red wine in the car, and they didn't feel swaying at all. "Mr. Mater, are we really going to discuss with that Chinese Ziming? I think that since we have such a big advantage now, we can just swallow them. Why should we give them a chance to struggle?" William asked Mater Road. Mater took a sip of the red wine in the glass, then put the glass in front of him, shaking it and saying, "It is true that in this situation, we can't directly swallow them, but I don't think this is the best the choice. William, you should have read the modern history of the world, right?" William looked at Mr. Mater in confusion. He didn't understand what Mr. Mater meant. However, Mater did not deliberately sell the door. He directly said to him, "There used to be an empire that never sets in the sun. He is the most powerful in the world. The country relied on its own military power to dominate and conquer wherever it went, planting its own national flag. Later, the country was opposed by the whole world and slowly began to decline. Later, a new world power emerged. This powerful country also has the world's most powerful military power. But this time, he did not plant flags all over the world like the previous country. What he did was unceasingly use your own military power to oppress all other countries in the world. Let them work for themselves, become their own trading partners or raw material sources. It doesn't matter who rules, as long as the result is to guarantee their own interests. Meta's words are not straightforward, but the meaning is very obvious. William understood it immediately, because what Meta said is nothing more than what the two colonial powers did in the history, but their methods are different. One island to directly occupy the land, the other is to control the economy. So, Mr. Meta, you mean to let Zuming continue to do this chef market? William asked tentatively. When you push a dog to a corner, he will rush to bite you no matter what. This is a disadvantage. Then why don't we change the way, throw him a bone, and put a rope on him? Mata continued, we do have an absolute advantage now. The Chinese have been forced to the corner. It seems that they have lost. But the Chinese Zuming is very ghost. Maybe he will come up and bite us. In contrast, we should give him a bone and tell him that we are friendly and will not kill them all, but there is a premise that he must cooperate with us. At this time, Davy continued with Meta's words, if he can agree to our injection of capital in this chef market, hold more than half of the shares, and give us the ownership of the market, it's not a big deal to leave him here. Yes, after all, these Chinese people are still very smart and capable of doing things. Let us operate this chef market, and it may not be much better than them. Mata nodded, pointed to his head and said to William, it's always better to use your brain to think about things more often than you do. William happily clapped his hands and said, Mr. Mata, you are so amazing. Yes, we just want to keep the Chinese Zuming here and let him do things for us. The car quickly arrived at Hotel Number 1. Meitu and William Davy got out of the car. Zuming took Du Peng and Suhan at the door to greet them. Welcome to Mr. Meta. Chairman Tong Gang and Chairman Li Cheng are already waiting for three of them. Zuming said to Meta. William glanced at him and said, it seems that you Chinese are really a group of people who really care about your face. Mr. Meta came here in person, and you were the only one who came down to greet you, Zuming. Facing William's ridicule, Zuming said without changing his face, if you come here alone, Mr. William, I think I will open a very big show. Not only will I find a group of beautiful women to sprinkle flowers for you, but also give you a huge banner, a fiery red carpet on the ground, and a huge balloon at the door. But Mr. Matar doesn't need it, because Mr. Matar comes over to talk about things, and he doesn't need these flashy things. William's face was wrong at the time. Chinese, do you say I am flashy? Zuming laughed at this, but Meta stood up and said, well, since Mr. Tong Gang and Mr. Li Cheng are already waiting on it, let's go up first. Zuming nodded and said okay, and then took Mei Ta and the others upstairs, and went to the coffee shop. Tong Gang and Li Cheng also greeted Mei Ta, and they sat down together. This time Zuming did not have too much. Mr. Meta's identity is not the same as ours. I'm curious if you take the initiative to make an appointment with us this time. Is there anything important? Meta replied, of course, in the words of you Chinese, it means to go to the Palace of the Three Treasures. I really have something to say this time. It is about the chef market. Meta surprised everyone with this sentence. Whether it was a business tycoon like Li Chengtong, Du Peng and Suhan, they were all puzzled. They didn't understand what Mr. Meta meant. Only Zuming frowned. Something seemed to come to mind. Mr. Mata, do you want to invest in the chef market? Meta happily gave Zuming a thumbs up. Mr. Zuming is worthy of being Mr. Zuming. I can see my thoughts at a glance. Matu is happy, but Li Cheng and Tong Gang's faces are ugly. Everyone is a business person who doesn't understand whose routines. Obviously Mata was going to take advantage of the fire. My idea is very simple. The current situation in the chef market is not very good, and it is even facing a big credibility crisis. It is difficult for you to pass this level alone, because your warehouse is already empty. Meta then turned to him and said, this is difficult for you to do, but it is not difficult for me. I have more friends. If you need it, I can always tune in from the west. Goods come to fill your warehouse. At least it will help you through this period of time. What about the conditions? Zuming asked coldly. I need to hold at least 51% of the shares. Of course, I won't take this share in vain. I can pay for it. whether it's new rubles or US dollars. Mata replied. Sure enough, this is Li Chengtong's first reaction after hearing Meta's answer. Obviously, when Meta looked at the turf market with such a resounding reputation, they can now sell shares in this market to control the new ruble. This is also a very good help for the Dota project. So Mata started the idea of Chief Market. But if this is due to poor management or the need to use him to inject capital to grow, the problem is that the Chief Market is functioning well on its own, and it is the destruction that Meta has come over to make the situation so severe. Come to buy more than half of the shares. Isn't this an obvious bully? First, mess up the situation of the target company or even drive the other party to a dead end. After the other party has nowhere to go, then attack and negotiate the acquisition, so that you can be in an absolutely active position. This method of setting fire by themselves and then taking advantage of the fire, Li Cheng and Tong Gang have not used less in Hong Kong City for decades, and they have tried repeatedly. But today when they were put on the robbed side, they felt strange, aggrieved, even if the other party is Mr. Mata. Having been in the Hong Kong business community for decades, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were unwilling to accept it from the bottom of their hearts, so they gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. But then they let go again, because as people at the top of their careers, they can also understand the current situation. If they don't accept his proposal, they will have only one way to fail. So whether to survive or perish is a very difficult multiple choice question. In fact, there are not so many brilliant plans in the world. The so-called best way is to let the opponent go on according to your script, even if the front is a deep abyss, even if the opponent knows that it is a path of no return, he can only bite the bullet, jump down. It is precisely because of this that Matu is not in a hurry to sit there, just leisurely drinking coffee, smiling and waiting for their answers. Mr. Mata was very calm and could maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, but William was not necessarily the case, especially since he was ridiculed by Ziming just now downstairs. So when he saw Ziming deflated, he immediately said, Mr. Ziming, I think it would be better for you to accept Mr. Mata's suggestion. After all, everyone knows the situation in the Chief Market, and we are not elementary school students anymore, so we should strengthen our boring dignity. It makes no sense, does it? William's mocking words ignited anger. For example, people like Li Cheng and Tong Gang were angry, but in the end they didn't show it, because William's words were ridiculous, but they all came to the point. There is really no other choice now, unless there is a miracle. Seeing the angry and unwilling expressions of everyone over there, Ziming still looked the same. This made Maita suddenly have an ominous premonition in his heart, so Maita decided to give him another fire. Maita put down the cup and said, Mr. Ziming, now your warehouse is empty. Neither Mr. Tong Gang's ship nor your domestic train can help you fill up the goods in a short time. Even if you have to deal with you, Mr. Kings, I'm afraid it will be difficult to tell in a short time. I don't understand what you are waiting for. Do you think there will be any miracles? Listening to Maita's words, everyone suddenly focused on Ziming, and Ziming suddenly burdened him with tremendous pressure. If you don't accept Maita's proposal, all your previous efforts will be in vain. And seeing the winks of Li Cheng and Tong Gang, their psychology is shaken. Even if they don't accept it, they also hold shares of Chief Market. Maybe he would contact Mata privately, right? But what if you accept it? The hurdle in my heart still can't go through. This is stubbornness, but as a man, shouldn't I be a bit stubborn? Ziming was struggling in his heart, but at this moment, two people suddenly came in at the door of the coffee shop. They waved to Ziming and said, Mr. Ziming, I have found you. Chapter 105. We can talk about purchasing. A shout from the door alarmed several people in the coffee shop. Everyone looked towards the door subconsciously and saw two people were stopped at the door. They desperately wanted to come in, but they were stopped. I can only wave inward. These two people are both Chinese. Neither Li Chengtong nor Matadafai knew this person at all. Only Ziming and Du Pengju were familiar with each other. They reacted for a while and immediately remembered that it was not what they used to be. The two brothers Xialang and Xiakan who helped in Nanjian. It was the bodyguards brought by Du Peng that stopped the two brothers. After all, with the fall of the Dan family and the success of the Nanjian Special Economic Zone, the Du family's right to speak in the central government has grown stronger. Although it is impossible to surpass Lao Yang, it can become a veritable one person below 10,000 people. With such an old man in the family, Du Peng naturally can't be the same as before. He can still indulge a little bit at home, because the domestic situation is relatively stable, but now Du Peng wants to go abroad, or go to a turbulent country like North Russia. It must be protected. In addition, the Jinping Company, a partnership between Du Peng and Ziming, is also quite large. In terms of the situation in the stock market alone, it is already on par with the Nanjian Development Bank, and Du Peng is now a director of the company. Such a character needs to be taken care of when he goes abroad. Of course, generally speaking, it's good to send bodyguards to general guards. Those who dote a little will send their own guards at home. Due to the selfishness of the old man of the Du family, he is now sitting in the position of number 2 chief, so he will send all the guards to Du Peng. It was the Zhongnan High Bodyguard, so that there was the scene at the Siberian airport. No matter how much money the nouveau Rishiujans paid for the bodyguard, it would not be the opponent of these central guards. Now it was Du Peng's bodyguard standing by the door, stopping the two brothers Xialang and Xiakan. In fact, this cafe is public, but Ziming and Li Chengtong are just here, and they still have to talk to people like Mr. Matar. And what if they pay for the entire cafe? This will happen when the bodyguard cooperates with the cafe waiter to stop people at the door. Ziming beckoned to let them in. Sharon happily ran in front of Ziming with his younger brother, and said excitedly, "Hello, Mr. Ziming, I am so happy that I finally found you." "Hello, if you have anything to do with me, please tell me quickly. I still have guests here," Ziming said to him. Only then did Sharon see Mater and William David, who were sitting across from Ziming. Of course he didn't know who these people were, but he could see that they were talking about important things. So Sharon secretly praised Mr. Ziming for his greatness and actually did business with foreigners, and said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, this is the case. I have shipped hundreds of tons of daily necessities. I hope can be sold in your chief market, Mr. Ziming." This answer was beyond Ziming's expectation and surprised Ziming. "Xialang, you said you have shipped hundreds of tons of daily necessities? What are these things? Where are they now?" Faced with Ziming's question, Sharon was a little embarrassed and said, "I brought only clothes, shoes and socks, the most common daily necessities." Now the consigned train has arrived at Crisco station and is waiting to be unloaded at any time. I will be looking for you in such a hurry, Mr. Ziming, hoping to get your permission from Mr. Ziming as soon as possible to enter your chief market. "Great." Sharon's voice just fell, and Tong Gang said happily, "Here, Mr. Sharon, right? Are you true? You really have hundreds of tons of daily necessities. Have you arrived at Crisco?" Tong Gang's sudden words startled Xialang. Xialang didn't know Tong Gang, but from the scene it could be seen that he was Mr. Ziming's friend, so he nodded and replied, "It's absolutely true, boss. If you don't believe it, you can call the train station and ask." Actually, without Sharon, Ziming had already asked Alina to call the station to inquire, and soon the result was obtained. There is indeed a train from China full of clothes, footwear and other daily necessities, is stopping at the Crisco freight station. Forrest Gump says that life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what the next one is. Now Ziming feels that he has confirmed the true meaning of this sentence. In fact, at first, Ziming would call Sharon over, but it was just a subconscious move, because going abroad in this era is not as easy as later generations. Sharon must have gone so far to come to Crisco to find himself. There must be something important. So Ziming wanted to hear that if it wasn't something particularly urgent, let him go first. but he didn't expect that he would bring himself such unexpected good news. After confirming with the train station through Carolina, Ziming took a deep breath. Although the incident was very sudden, as long as it was confirmed that the goods came. He also understood that Sharon wanted to charge the goods to the chief market. Yes, that's enough. With this thought, Ziming Xian and Du Peng took Xialang and Xiakun's two brothers to the other side to rest, and then turned his head and said to Mater, "I'm sorry, Mr. Mater. I was my friend in China just now, and I didn't expect them will come here to find me, so I have delayed a little time and hope that Mr. Matar will not be offended." Mater waved his hand and said that it was okay. This shows that Mr. Ziming has a wide range of friends. But let's continue to talk about the chief market. This is indeed to be discussed, but I think that the chief market is still in a very healthy state. I don't need to sell any shares in the market, Ziming said suddenly, and said again. But I know that Mr. Matar is also buying things in my chief market recently. Matar frowned, seeming to be resisted by this question, but he still answered Ziming and said, "I did ask someone to do this. That's because I saw that the people in northern Russia are living too hard, so I only then decided to do a little charity within our capacity." It turns out that this is the case. Mr. Mater is really a very kind person, Ziming laughed. Then since Mr. Mater is so caring, I can talk to Mr. Mater about purchasing daily necessities in bulk. No, what do you think you know, Mr. Matar? Mater's eyes widened at the time, thinking that he had misheard. Purchasing daily necessities? Mr. Ziming, are you sure you are joking with me? Of course it's not a joke, because today is not April Fool's Day, Ziming said with humor in the West. But I have to emphasize one point. Although Mr. Mato also invested in the purchase of shares in the market, according to the regulations, like this for large volume purchases, Mr. Mater still has to pay in US dollars. I hope Mr. Mater will understand you. Mater stared at Ziming with a pair of eyes. He was completely speechless. He couldn't understand why Ziming said that. Is his dignity really so important and he is unwilling to accept that way? You have to know that your warehouse is already empty, and you have to talk to people about this kind of large-scale purchase. Are you not doing this to speed up your own death? However, Mr. Mater also knew that even though Ziming looked very young, he would never do that kind of hot-headed thing, which means there must be another reason. With this thought, his eyes looked far away, and Xialang and Xiakun, who were sitting there led by Dupeng, because they had just communicated with Ziming in Chinese and no one translated them, so Meitar did not know who they were before and what they were doing here today, but now, Mr. Meitar suspects that Ziming's change in attitude is related to those two people. Could it be that they have already shipped goods for Ziming? But isn't Eugen still holding the Siberian Railway? If he doesn't pass this level, the train can't reach Crisco at all. Or is it that Ziming was ready a long time ago, he was just acting just now? Then this is terrible. Mater took a deep breath, and his evaluation of Ziming suddenly rose one level higher. He sighed and said, "It seems that Mr. Ziming has taught us another lesson. Even if you buy in large quantities, let me go. Although doing charity, it is not so expensive. Since Mr. Ziming is unwilling to sell his shares in Chief Market, then I will not force it." Speaking of Meitar, he stood up, and then said goodbye to Ziming. Ziming did not intend to leave Meitar to eat here, because the two brothers Xialang and Xiakun were still in the cafe. On the other side, Mater and David left the coffee shop. On the way downstairs, William couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Mater, did we leave like this?" Although the two Chinese came, it was very sudden, but I don't think they actually brought the goods to Ziming. And how could Ziming anticipate today's situation? Wouldn't Ziming be acting for us? Mater shook his head lightly and said, "He has no need to act. If it is true, it goes without saying. Even if it is fake, he lied to us today, but the problem he faces still exists. Maybe it will happen in a few days." When it broke out, it made no sense for him to lie to us for a day. I don't think Ziming would be so mindless this time. William was silent, because what Mater said was what he thought in his heart, but he just couldn't accept it. How could Zuming get the goods? This is incredible. Compared to William's entanglement, David was more open than him. He thought for a while and asked, "Mr. Matar, should we do that next?" Matar nodded and said, "This Chinese Zuming is indeed very capable. To be honest, I don't want to do this if I can. After all, this method of using the chief market to master the new ruble is also very good. But this is no way. Who made this Chinese Zuming so ignorant of good and bad, rejecting Mr. Matar's kindness?" This is what he asked for. If Mr. Matar doesn't do something, he will think we are. I really can't do anything with him, Davy said. Chapter 106 As the best hotel in Crisco, Hotel 1 has a variety of rooms. On the side facing the Red Square and the Malin Palace, many rooms have a balcony with a view. Even if night falls, stay here people can stand on the balcony and look at the night view of the entire Gel Street. Li Cheng and Tong Gang sat face to face on one of the balconies at this time, with a pot of hot tea on the coffee table in front of them. Tong Gang took a sip of tea and said with emotion, "I really didn't expect Zuming to even prepare such a hand, and hide us all." Li Cheng nodded. He knew that what Tong Gang was talking about was that in the cafe in the hotel in the afternoon, the two brothers Sharon and Xiaokon suddenly came over and interrupted their conversation with Mr. Matar due to various reasons. The chief market is about to be out of stock. At this time, Mr. Matar still came in sideways and sent people to buy the goods here in large quantities, which made the chief market, which was already tight, take a look. They have become more constrained. Seeing that the credibility they have worked so hard to build will also be ruined. Now they have been forced by Mr. Matar to be unable to do anything. In the face of Mr. Matar, who took the initiative to approach the door, it seems that there is only one way to compromise. Up. Even Li Cheng and Tong Gang had already made up their minds secretly. If Zuming insisted on disagreeing, they would think of another way. But they didn't think that their idea came to the fore, and the two of them came to deliver the goods to the door. Not to mention that they caught Mr. Matar by surprise. Even they themselves had never expected it. Xia Lang and Xiaokun themselves are not well-known businessmen in China. It can be said that no one knew them before today. Now that they have taken the initiative to find the door, Xia Lang and Xiaokun can't sit still. However, the matter is still the same. But Li Cheng did not agree with Tong Gang's words. He shook his head and said, "I don't think Zuming arranged the matter for today, because if he really arranged this, many things the practice is about to change. It won't be the way it is now." Tong Gang is the second ship king in the world. He is also a very intelligent person. In fact, he also understands how difficult it is for Zuming to arrange this. First of all, he needs to develop the follow-up situation in North Russia and the Knife Tower. The plan and the ideas of both sides of the Mlin are well understood, and then he has to calculate the stock of goods in the subsequent chief market. All in all, if Zuming is really prepared in advance, he must make a huge amount of preparatory work in such a short period of time. With just one person, no matter how much they praise Zuming, they still feel that this is impossible to accomplish. Of course, it is also possible that Zuming didn't think so much at all, but felt that it was safe to do so. Then this is Zuming's vision. But if it wasn't, then the two brothers came too late, just when they were the most difficult, and they still sent the car first, and they came later. Such an approach cannot be justified by simply having confidence in Zuming, because according to the understanding of Li Cheng and Tong Gang, the goods of the two brothers and trains are overwhelming their entire wealth. What happened to Zuming is really unexplainable with common sense. It feels like these things are all ready, just waiting for it to happen in the end. Tong Gang said so, but then he sighed heavily and said, "But it may not be a good thing to pass today's level." Tong Gang's words also aroused Li Cheng's worry. He also said, "Indeed, if we can accept Mr. Matar's shareholding, even though we can't formally enter the Dota plan, at least through this matter, we can fight the sword." The tower plan is tied together. Although there must be a lot of losses in terms of profit, if there is anything else in the future, the Dota plan can still stand in front of us and help us block the gun. Now we do support it, but in the future the problem is even greater. especially Mr. Matar's side will definitely not let it go. It's just that Li Cheng was worried to the end but laughed again. But after seeing Ziming's performance this time, I feel that no matter what happens next, this guy can handle it properly. Tong Gang also said, in fact, many times I think about it carefully. I am already old, and I can't keep up with the pace of the times and the footsteps of this young man. At the same time, in the suite where Ziming and the others stayed at the #1 hotel, Ziming and Du Peng Suhan were also sitting on the sofa in the living room. Du Peng raised his hands above his head and said, "What happened to Ziming this time is true. I don't know. If I knew that Sharon and they secretly completed the formalities, why bother to wait so long and just add the goods we prepared to their car?" Du Peng's remark is undoubtedly a joke, because this is China and not those Asan who still sells train tickets. Xialang Xiakan is not so wealthy. The train is only a train that stops in the Crisco booth. How can they put the prepared things on it? Ziming asked Du Peng to put his hands down and said, "You must have no idea about this. I am just surprised that their courage is so courageous and the timing is so coincidental. That's why I said, Ziming, you are amazing. If I want to be wide enough, I would think that Ziming, you guy deliberately helped them choose Dongku Textile Factory to do business in the first place, and the purpose is to wait for today." Du Peng said with a smile. "Where can I have the ability of this unpredictable profit?" Ziming said. Suhan noticed a different place at this time. She asked Ziming, "Ziming, what did you mean by saying that some troubles are just beginning?" When asked about the key point, Ziming also put a smile on his face. He replied to Suhan, "It's still the chief market. Now we are using the chief market stock to control the new ruble. This method sounds very good." The stage did receive very good results, but that was the result of the forced closure of Crisco Securities by Mr. President. You must know that this Mr. Mater is a financial warfare expert in the United States. Now that he has returned to his area of expertise, I am afraid we will be out of luck, Ziming said. Ziming's words made the whole room silent. They all knew the identity of Maita. It was only Ziming's victory over the years, coupled with the influence of many objective conditions, that made them forget this for a while. It's not until now that I suddenly remembered it. Du Peng thought for a while and asked, "Then Ziming, do you mean that Mr. Matar will find ways to get the securities company to reopen when he goes back, and then do anything in the stock market? For example, sell our company on a large scale?" "Stock, it's very possible, but the specifics still have to be judged after Mr. Matar has made a move, but I think it is something that will never change," Ziming said. At this time, Du Peng suddenly thought of another question. "By the way, Ziming, why did you take the initiative to talk to Mr. Matar about mass purchases in the afternoon? Now the two brothers Xialang and Xiakan have shipped a train of leather. What can I do if Mr. Matar is really hard-hearted about the goods? Wouldn't Sharon Xiakan's so hard-shipped goods be given away for nothing?" Ziming said. "But Du Peng, you seem to have missed a question. That is, Mr. Matar, he has to pay me US dollars. How can he give it away? As for the other reason, I know that this Mr. Matar is also a very sensitive person to the situation. He knows that his previous thoughts have lost their effect, so naturally he will no longer be nostalgic. I propose at this time, the bulk of the transaction is actually nothing more than a fake tiger," Ziming replied. Hearing these words, Du Peng understood what Ziming meant. His words were meant to convey a message to Ziming, that is, my train is more than this one. So can Mr. Matar really afford this big ruble? But in fact, regardless of Du Peng, Zihan and Li Chengtongan who are not here, they all know that the arrival of Xialang and Xiakan this time is purely an accident, and their goods will fill up the chief market as soon as possible. At most, it can only be an immediate solution, and it still hasn't solved any problems. But Mr. Matar doesn't know the cause and effect of the matter. He can only infer Ziming's expression, and finally made it such a decision. To put it simply, Ziming completely frightened Mr. Matar. In another room, the two brothers Xialang and Xiakan were drinking wine. Xialang happily clinked glasses with his own brother. He raised his head and drank the wine in his glass, and said excitedly, I am so happy today. I did not expect that. Not only did we meet Mr. Ziming with our own eyes, but the more important thing is that we also helped Mr. Ziming with such a big favor. It's really earlier than a coincidence. Sharon drank a little while reminiscing about what happened in the afternoon. Ziming, after sending away Mr. Matar and his party, went back to Sharon Xiaokun to sit down, and told him about the situation he was facing now. Although there were many key points, I didn't talk about it, but Xialang and Xiaokun also stood up in surprise. Then it is because in their hearts, Sharon is always ranked first. Now that he can do something for the idol, how can he not be excited? In Dota Project Villa number 8, which is not too far away from Hotel number 1, Metu is talking on the phone with North Russian President Nikolaevich. Mr. President, now the warehouses in the Chif market have been replenished, and the previous methods are useless. However, no matter how well they cover up, there is still a fatal flaw in the Chif market. We dig out this flaw, and this Chif market will immediately close down. Matu reacted after speaking, and then continued, but to use this method, there must be an active securities market. Chapter 107 Share Price in Chif Market? The computer broke down yesterday. Today's chapter was coded in an internet cafe. The last day of August was originally a very ordinary day, but it is not ordinary for the majority of speculators in Crisco, because today is the day when securities companies reopen. With the sound of gun salutes at the door of the securities company, many people gathered around the door. They all looked up at the price numbers of today's stocks, other securities and even foreign exchange on the display outside the securities company, because for them, that was today's first-hand data. Maybe most of them still can't find the law of this number, and they can't really make money with these numbers, but it's much better than before. People still clearly remember that a week ago it was the President of the Republic who came to the securities company in person, requesting the securities company to suspend business for rectification in the name of the insufficient capital market system. However, this is only an official statement. There is gossip in the Christian community that this is not the case at all. The reason why Mr. President shut down securities companies is only to curb the money laundering of some Chinese speculators. Some people were surprised by this statement. Oh my God, how is this possible? Can those Chinese have such a great energy? We are the only superpower in the world that can compete with the United States. That China is just one that needs us. It's just to aid third-rate countries. The economic level of the Chinese is there. How could they influence Mr. President's decision? Some people also believe this statement. Those Chinese are very powerful. You see how prosperous the shelf market is now. It can be bought in all the places that are not available in other places or even state-run stores, but they can be bought there. Now that the Chinese have this ability, they may manipulate the stock market in ways we can't imagine, so that Mr. President has to make the decision to shut down. But these are just what everyone talks about. They can only illustrate the importance of securities companies. However, as a pool of funds, it is impossible for a securities company to be unimportant. This is the same no matter which country you are in. Capital rolling, it can control everything. As for the relationship between the securities company and the Chinese, this is only because the Chif market and the Chinese have recently appeared in everyone's sights too high, which makes people involuntarily connected, and more importantly, there is a connection, so even now, even if the securities company has been closed for so long, people will still think of the Chinese. I said those Chinese, don't make any trouble now. The securities company has been shut down here for so many days, and I don't know what happened to the stocks I bought. Someone prayed so secretly in their hearts. When it was 9 o'clock in the morning, the door of the securities company opened and announced that it had officially restarted. The people around the door rushed into the hall all at once. They shouted to buy and sell the stocks of various companies, even for foreign exchange. The entire trading hall suddenly became a vegetable market. After all, it has not yet entered the information age. Computers are still a relatively high-end thing. Stock trading is, at least in Crisco, and there is no way to conduct network operations. There are some telephone orders here, but more people still need people. This will happen if you go to the window yourself. Look at that. There are actually CHF market stocks here, those Chinese stocks. In the midst of the noisy sound, a very abrupt voice sounded. Because of the two key words of Chinese and CHF market, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked back on the big screen and saw what's on the CHF market. Stock. It's really a stock in the CHF market. But how can its price be 0.99 new rubles? I remember when it was sold at the entrance of the CHF market, it was not sold for $1 and a new ruble. Is this CHF after all? Husband's stocks. You can't make a mistake, right? Everyone looked at the price of the CHF market in confusion, but then their doubts turned into surprise, because the price had changed. Look, the price of the shares in the CHF market has risen to 1.01 new rubles per share. As the stock price changed, there were exclamations in the trading floor. Everyone was a little annoyed when looking at the stock price. Although it seemed that the stock price only rose by 0.02 new rubles, you must know that this is an instant. In short, if you bought shares of 10,000 new rubles before, you made 200 in that instant. This is a very lucrative speculation. However, despite this, everyone did not rush to buy the shares in the CHF market. Instead, they all chose to wait and see. After all, they are all old stockholders. If they see the stocks rising, they will follow to buy them. Fortunately, the underwear is gone, so I must wait and see for a long time. This solemn idea is actually correct, but the development of the matter immediately made them regret it. Look at that. The shares in the CHF market have gone up again. The price has risen to 1.02, to 1.04, and now it is 1.1. My God, are those Chinese really crazy? There is such a stock. Seeing the beating of numbers on the big screen, the people in the trading floor can't calm down, because this trend is obviously going up. If everyone bought this stock before, then they have earned 11% now, 10,000 yuan. The new ruble can make $1,100, but it is only less than an hour. This is a huge profit that can be met and cannot be sought. Is this true? Is the CHF market stock really so popular? Someone asked such a question, but then someone said, your question is too low level, and you don't look at the CHF market, which is now the most popular market in our Crisco. I don't know how many people buy things there every day. You are not even eligible to go in because you are late. The stocks there are not as good as they used to be. Now they are listed for sale here. Of course they will go up. Someone also said, if I want to see that someone is sitting in the bank, I have to desperately to raise the stock price. Maybe it is the things that the Chinese do by themselves. And the Chinese people like to do this kind of stuff in their faces. It's only starting to rise now. We can make a lot of money by buying as soon as possible. Others said, now the entire Crisco only has the CHF market that recognizes the value of the old ruble, which gives their stocks the greatest guarantee. I want me to see that the value of the CHF market is much more than that. It will definitely continue to rise in the future, and it is definitely beneficial to buy now. Faced with the sudden emergence of a stock in the CHF market, one after another discussion sounded on the trading floor. Everyone was very optimistic about the CHF market, the only stock that recognized the value of the old ruble. The CHF market shares have actually gone up again. I have missed so much. I can't wait and see any more. I want to buy the CHF market shares. I want to buy 10,000 shares. When the share price of the CHF market changed again, someone finally couldn't help but ran to the counter window to buy stocks. With this first person, other people who were already shaken suddenly couldn't wait and see. Going down, one by one ran to the counter and started to follow suit to buy stocks. I want to buy the CHF market, then give me a 1.15 list. Why the stock price has risen to 1.16 now? Then hurry up and list it for me. I must buy the CHF market. There were such shouts in front of the transaction service window, and more people crowded behind, desperately trying to get in front of the window, especially when they heard that the price had risen again. It made them even more anxious. When everyone was desperately moving forward, No one noticed that the first person to buy the stock was now quietly crowding out the crowd and walking out of the securities company. If someone pays attention, you can see that this person is not actually a North Russian, he is an American named Jim. Jim walked out of the securities company with a BMW sedan parked at the door. He walked to the side of the sedan, and the windows of the car were rolled down, revealing the faces of Meta and David. Without waiting for people inside to ask questions, Jim consciously took the initiative to report. According to Mr. Meta's instructions, the wave of buying CHF market shares has started, and now everyone in the trading floor is buying CHF market shares. The stock, when I came out, the price had been raised to 1.2 new rubles per share. Davy nodded slightly and said, "Very good, Jim, you continue to stare inside, and you must let this trend continue." Jim nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. David, I will do it well." Davy didn't answer any more words. He just rolled up the window again. Jim left and went back to the securities company. In the car, Davy said, "It's exactly what you expected, Mr. Meta, this shelf market. With a little guidance, the stocks of China can have such good results." Of course, I said it a long time ago. Now that the CHF market has accumulated a lot of credibility under the management of those Chinese people, it is now the normal response of this credibility in the market. Mata said that he sighed. It's just a pity. Originally, this reputation should bring greater benefits to the CHF market. If I can, I don't want to do this. After all, win-win is the best model. But not everyone has Mr. Meta's long-term vision. Those Chinese are short-sighted, and they still care about their faces and are very arrogant. They think they can just run the shelf market. Nothing else. "I really thought they were gods," said Davy. "They rejected your kindness, Mr. Meta, so even if they managed well before, they couldn't escape the end of failure in the end." Meta smiled. He turned his head and glanced at the securities company and said, "Actually, I would like to know what China Ziming would do with him." Chapter 108, Bow, thank you book friends 4,139,448 inches for your monthly support. I think this is the first time, I'm afraid it will be the only time, I don't want to see my company's stock price rise. Tong Gang said in a self-deprecating tone that he was sitting on the sofa in the suite living room of Ziming in No. 1 Hotel. Next to him, Ziming, Suhan, Du Peng and Li Cheng also sat down, but everyone's interest was not high. Li Cheng's. The expression was as embarrassing and helpless as Tong Gang, and Tong Hua just put down the phone next to him. He told them about the various trading and skyrocketing news of CHF market stocks in securities companies. After hearing the news, their expressions were so tangled, but it is no wonder that, generally speaking, as the boss of a stock company, everyone hopes that their company's stock price can rise all the way, and it is best to break through the sky, because the stock is simply a vote of the company's assets. It has been proved that every shareholder pays for the purchase to support the development of the company. This is the case with the shares in the CHF market, so since these stocks are bought with money, so which company boss would think that his company has too much money? I'm afraid I can't hold more money, right? If this is not the case, there will be no listed company bosses in the later generations who say that the company's issuance of stocks and listing is to make money for the company. Of course, this statement actually disrespects finance when it comes to detail, and it is not the true meaning of stocks, but to a certain extent, it also illustrates the basic role of stocks in raising more funds for the company. And I've only heard of a company worrying about closing down because of a broken capital chain, which is lack of money. I've never heard of a company worrying about closing down because of a lot of money, right? Even speaking, in order to allow them to control more funds, many companies will deliberately raise their stock prices and attract hot money retail investors. But now, the share price of CHF market has risen by more than 20% in a single morning. Ziming and the others were not only unhappy, but deeply worried. What Ziming and the others are worried about is not the law, not to mention that the North Russian financial market is at a more primitive stage than in the country. The relevant laws are almost blank. Even if there are express provisions, this share price manipulation has nothing to do with them. What to worry about? The rationale is correct, but since Ziming and the others are not manipulating the stock price, the problem in the middle is serious. The stock price rises but the actual company's price is far from reaching this height, indicating that the stock price is a false high. Then when this hot money suddenly withdraws, what remains will only be a huge mess. You know, stocks are not all right after you receive money. Whenever a fixed time comes, the stock company needs to distribute dividends to shareholders, and the company's market value has risen so much at once. So let's not talk about anything else. This bonus is a huge problem because the rise in stock prices is the name of Mr. Matar's side, and the money is also made there. There is almost no money in the turf market. In this way, once Mr. Matar's money is suddenly withdrawn, there will be a big problem with the assets of the turf market. In this regard, Ziming still remembers that later generations of foreign hot money are shorting China, and the central government desperately resists in the final analysis. This is also the reason only steady progress is the right way. In addition to this, there is actually another more critical one. They built up the momentum of the stock, and they made the money, but we have to bear it in the end. Mr. Matar is worthy of being a financial warfare expert in the United States, and the shot is really extraordinary. Li Cheng continued, but this is also us. I was negligent. I really didn't expect that there would be such a regulation on the North Russian side, and even unlisted stocks could be listed for sale in securities companies. Li Cheng felt very annoyed and powerless when he said this, not only him, but also the father and son Tong Gang and Tong Hua. Yes, this North Russia is really weird. Since this securities company is here on the exchange, then shouldn't all stocks be listed with a certificate, but any stock can be traded in it? Isn't this a mess? Tong Hua said, very puzzling. As people in Hong Kong, they know the Western financial rules best, but it is this understanding that makes them neglect this. They forget that this is North Russia and not a port city. All the rules here start from scratch. Compared with Western culture, people here do not have such a strong sense of rules, let alone the situation here is not stable, so anything can happen. Tong Gang waved his hand and said, now is not the time to blame someone. If you are negligent, you are negligent. It won't help you to entangle this. How to solve the problem is what we should do now. Jiang is still hot, even though Tong Gang does not understand the system of North Russian Securities Company very much. He also believes that the exchange is not only a trading place, but also has the responsibility of supervising listed companies. It should not be like it is now. The market clearly has no stocks that have applied for listing, but they can still be traded in securities companies. But no matter how irresponsible this is, it happened when it happened. No matter how you blame the anger, things can't go backwards. Only the ordinary folks will care about it, but anyone with a little bit of consciousness and vision will choose to let it go. Look ahead. After speaking, Tong Gang turned his head and turned his eyes on Ziming and asked, little brother Ziming, I remember that after rejecting Mr. Matar's request for capital injection, you had expected the situation today, and you must have had it. Countermeasures? Following Tong Gang's words, everyone turned their heads to look at Ziming. This situation made Suhan very happy for Ziming, because Tong Gang and Li Cheng are both well-known business tycoons in Hong Kong, especially Tong Gang, the world-famous second ship king. But now they are all counting on Ziming to make decisions for them. Doesn't this prove Ziming's ability? In fact, Li Cheng and Tong Gang are well-known business tycoons in Hong Kong. They shouldn't be like this. It's just that this time Mr. Meta's behavior is too far from their expectations, and they are a little at a loss. Facing the gazes of everyone in the room, Ziming let out a long sigh and said, there is no way, since Mr. Matar is so worthy of us, we can only conceal ourselves. Self-hacking? Everyone was surprised and said in unison. Apparently they didn't understand what Ziming's sudden word meant. Ziming did not explain to them either, but said to Carolina, Please call Mr. Erbidoff for me and ask him to make an appointment with the media for us. Carolina smiled and nodded and said okay, then picked up Ziming's mobile phone and dialed out, and soon there was a reply. Carolina said to Ziming, Mr. Erbidoff said he has already. When I arrived in Siberia, there was no way to come back in a short time. He said that if Mr. Ziming is in a hurry, he can help contact Mr. Korhodo. Ziming had heard of this Mr. Korhodo and knew that he was a media tycoon in northern Russia. He controlled more than half of the domestic media, and even the president had to pay him for his TV speeches. Ziming said, no problem, we can find him by ourselves. Carolina helped Ziming to convey his words. Ziming stood up and said with great pride, Chairman Tong Li Dong, don't worry, there are no obstacles to the past in this world. When the time came the next day, Ziming and Carolina went to a villa on the outskirts of the city, because Ziming and Korhodo had arranged an appointment to have lunch at his manor. Ziming was still riding in the ordinary Volga, but despite the ordinary car, Korhodo, the North Russian media tycoon, came to the door to greet him in person. I very much welcome Mr. Ziming to come to my manor. I will definitely leave a very unforgettable memory for Mr. Ziming. In the face of Korhodo's enthusiasm, Ziming just said casually, and then introduced him to the accompanying translator Carolina and the bodyguard, and then followed him into the villa. I know that you Chinese like small square tables, so I specially prepared them. Korhodo told Ziming that the table he was dining at today was indeed not an unreasonably long table in the West. It was just a square table, but despite this, it was still covered with a white tablecloth. There are neatly placed tableware. Korhodo took Ziming to sit down, and while letting the servant of the villa serve the dishes, he said to Ziming, today I prepared the best caviar and the most expensive beef for Mr. Ziming. And I brought your Chinese chef over and made a bear paw. This bottle of Lafite was from the year before. The grapes from that year were hailed as the best grapes in Bordeaux in 100 years. They were used to entertain guests like Mr. Ziming. The most suitable. Ziming first thanked Korhodo, and then said to Korhodo when the dishes were ready, but Mr. Korhodo, I am here today. I actually have something to do. I hope you can help. Hearing Ziming's words, Korhodo put down his glass for the first time and made a respectful gesture. Ziming went on to say, I believe Mr. Korhodo should have heard that the price of the Cherf market was trading yesterday. News of the soaring securities company? I heard about it. Korhodo said with a suddenly realized expression on his face and said, I understand, Mr. Ziming, you hope that I will help your Cherf market to promote the market, so as to cope with the rise in the stock price, right? No problem at all. Actually, you said, Mr. Ziming, I have already planned to interview the Cherf market. After all, this market is the most well-known commodity center in the entire Crisco, which is very meaningful. But when Korhodo finished talking happily, Ziming shook his head and said, I think Mr. Korhodo must have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I really hope you can help me promote the Chelhodo, the husband market, but it is not promoting positive news, but promoting negative news. The kind of news that is as bad as it is said. Korhodo was stunned at the time. He stared at Ziming dumbfounded. For the first time he thought he had heard him wrong. It was not until Ziming repeated it again that he was sure that Ziming said that. Chapter 109. The sales situation in the Cherf market is really hot. I am afraid that the hundreds of tons of goods I have shipped will be sold out in less than half a month. Right? In the office of the Cherf Market Management Office, Sharon looked out the window through the dark crowds at the entrance of the market, and said with emotion to Ziming that he still holds the market sales in the past few days in his hand. Bills. Ziming gently shook his head and said, I also hope that it will be sold for half a month, but I am afraid it will be sold out in no more than 1 week at most. Sharon was stunned immediately, and he couldn't help being surprised. After all, he was an old Nanjian businessman, not a rookie in the business field, and he happened to sell clothes, footwear, and textiles on the Nanjian side. He is very clear about the sales quotations of these things. Generally speaking, A market is very hot after selling so many things in a month. Well, even if these daily necessities are very scarce here in North Russia, and here is also the capital of the country, Crisco, but it takes no more than a week. With all the belongings and all the belongings on the train, the goods sold out. This speed is beyond his dreams. If someone else's head can't turn around at this time, but for Sharon, Ziming's miracle is not news. This is incredible. Thank you very much, Mr. Ziming, for giving me this opportunity. The goods I transported with all my money can be useful, Sharon said with emotion. Ziming also patted Sharon's shoulder at this time. If you want to say thank you, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you to have the courage to transport so many goods over, I'm afraid I would be sad. When Ziming and Sharon were talking here, Suhan walked in with a newspaper, and Karolina followed behind her. Ziming's newspaper came out today. As expected, there are negative news about the chief market. Suhan said that he handed the newspaper into Ziming's hands. Ziming took the newspaper and read it. The headline on the front page was a photo of the entrance of the chief market. There were many North Russians in line at the door, and there was a cartoon next to it. The content is a Chinese man with pigtails wearing Manchu costumes, holding money in one hand and a dog chain in the other. The dog chain happened to be tied to the necks of two North Russians who were fighting for a piece of clothing. The newspaper was all in Russian, and Karolina took the initiative to translate for Ziming. Mr. Ziming, this newspaper mainly exposes the chief market using old rubles to dump daily necessities, and then selling stocks to earn new rubles. Speaking of this, Karolina hesitated a bit, but under Ziming's inquiring eyes, she went on to translate for Ziming. The cartoon in the newspaper is about this situation. It said that it was originally backward. The barbaric Chinese imperialism is using the relationship between the new ruble and the old ruble to enslave the people of North Russia. The newspapers call on the people to unite and not let the conspiracy of Chinese imperialism succeed. Listening to Karolina's translation, Ziming, no matter how powerful, couldn't help but smile. What is this all about? Did our North Russian friends still live 20 years ago? Imperialism, because they can come up with such a thing. In addition to the newspaper, Mr. Korhodo also said that the national television station is also producing a TV show on the chief market. Karolina added. Ziming nodded and said that he knew, and then turned to Karolina and said, okay, then you can call and start the self-hacking plan later. At the same time, there are still as many securities companies on Geller Street as in the past. Countless people are either standing on the trading floor, looking up at the changes in the price of each stock on the big screen, and then remembering something in their notebook, or just flocked in front of the counter and shouted desperately. Kenan was sitting at the gate of the securities company, with his back leaning against the wall of the securities company, watching many people coming in and out of the securities company. Some people were dancing and dancing with joy, while others were dejected. This is also a very normal situation. After all, it is normal for some people to make money and others to lose money in the securities market, especially in a market like North Russia that has just started and has no strict system and no restrictions. Whether it is making money or losing money, it is very expensive. The stock market is risky. To be cautious when entering the market is not a joke, but a bloody lesson from many investors. Next to Kenan, there are many people sitting on the ground like him. Most of them are people who have lost money to bankruptcy in the stock market. They are already at a loss for the future life and don't know what to do, so they can only sit on the floor. Here, suddenly Kenan heard a beeper ringing on his waist. He took out the beeper and took a look. The whole person was stunned there as if petrified for a moment. After a while, he came back to his senses. He silently put away himself. The pager stood up from the ground and walked towards the newsstand on the side of the road. Other people nearby looked at Kenan's behavior and felt very baffled, because most of the people here are bankrupts, and Kenan still has a pager on his body, which makes them very strange, and even some people die to death. Staring at Kenan's waist, his eyes showed greedy sex. If it weren't for the police patrolling the roadside, I'm afraid someone would pounce on Kenan's call, because it could be worth thousands of new rubles. But what Kenan did next surprised them even more, because Kenan bought a newspaper and turned around. Kenan came back to them and felt that everyone was looking at him. Of course, it was not how attractive Kenan was, but because everyone saw his call and simply thought that Kenan came here specially to gather the wind. Journalists and writers are not really down and out investors, but now what happens when he returns from buying a newspaper? Let everyone involuntarily focus on him. However, this saves time for Kenan. He directly said, "Do you know where all your money is going?" If Kenan in the past, he would still be nervous under the gaze of so many people, but after experiencing the last incident, now he is not panicked at all. The first sentence of his mouth hits everyone's heart, making everyone feel looking at him in surprise. Some even blurted out, "Of course I want to know." Under this circumstance, Kenan didn't worry anymore. He slowly said, "I've been sitting here for a day, knowing that you are all scammed by the stock market, causing your family's bankruptcy and owing a lot of foreign debts. Confused, you don't know why your money is gone for no reason, why you buy something and go up, you all think it's your own judgment, but it's not true." Kenan paused deliberately when he said that, and after successfully whipping everyone's appetite, he said, "This is all controlled by an invisible hand behind his back." One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Kenan's words caused an uproar, and everyone felt incredible. But Kenan's words did not end there. He went on to say, "The recent surge in the chief market stocks must have been heard by you. Why do you think this stock will rise? Because the operation of the chief market is very good. There are many people buying things there every day, and holding the shares of the chief market can also use the old rubles in the market as a shareholder. Now it is listed in a securities company. Many people buy it. If I am not without money, I will definitely buy it too." Someone opened their mouths below, and everyone else agreed on this. Kenan immediately said, "But now the problem lies here. You don't know that this shelf market stock is actually not obtained by the securities company, approved for listing, but someone secretly used it for listing." "Why is this?" Kenan asked and replied, "Obviously it is because the shelf market itself has a big problem, but those hateful Chinese, who want to make money, colluded with the officials of the securities company. Under the premise of obtaining permission, they secretly brought their stocks over and listed them for sale." Kenan took out the newspaper and said, "This is the newspaper I just bought. Please read it." The front page headline here points out the problem with the shelf market. They say that the market itself has lost a lot of money. They would think of using stocks to make money to make up for their losses. They basically treat us as lambs that can be slaughtered at will. After Kenan's reminder, someone immediately reacted, "I'll just say why the shelf market, a stock that's never heard of, has risen all of a sudden. It turns out that these Chinese people are involved in it." "Ghost," others yelled. I said, "How can those greedy Chinese suddenly be so kind and allow us to buy things from them in old rubles? They deceive us for feelings, and they are all to deceive us from us. New rubles, they are too bad." Seeing the following people yelling at each other, Kenan said, "So now that we know, do we still want chief stock to continue to rise?" The people below immediately shouted, "Of course not. These damn Chinese people must not let their tricks succeed." "Then what should we do?" Kenan shouted again. "We have to go to the securities company to tell those who have bought stocks to quickly throw away the stocks in their hands. And don't take the Chinese people again. We have to go to the streets to publicize and expose these Chinese to the entire Crisco, the ugly face of man." These people all stood up from the ground as they said, and then divided into two parts. One part rushed into the securities company, and the other part advertised on the street. But at this point, Kenan has not finished his task. He also came to the securities company with those people. However, he went in specially late. When he entered, the securities company was already due to publicity. In an uproar, Kenan immediately stood on a table and shouted, "These damn Chinese, I want to be the first to throw away their stock." We must not let them kill. Chapter 110. My goal is 10 trillion. On Geller Street, coming out of Villa number 8 through 2 long narrow streets, is a quiet church, which is different from other churches in northern Russia with a lot of sculptures and frescoes. The furnishings of this church are relatively simple, and there are many chairs in the church hall, all of which show that this is a different sect from the North Russian sect. In the morning, Mater brought David William and several bodyguards to the church to pray. In fact, Mater was not the most devout believer compared to David, but he would take the time to come here more often than David. Worship and prayer. Davy once asked Mr. Matar, and his answer was that money is the root of all evil in the world. What they are doing now is dancing with demons and praying often, just to get forgiveness from God. No, let your heart be eroded by the devil. The church hall was very empty. There were only 2 men, Mater sitting on a chair, and a priest standing on the podium. The priest was reading the Bible on the stage, while Mater looked down at the cross to explain his sins. Father in heaven, I must ask you to forgive my sins. I know that because of the Dota project, the people of Crisco have become refugees. Many people have lost their wealth and more people have become refugees. Nothing. I saw a little girl yesterday. Her hair is messy and her body is dirty, just like a little mud monkey. She seems to be separated from her parents, but she doesn't feel scared at all. Just at a loss. Mater said calmly, not in English or Russian, but in a very old Latin. In most Western aristocratic concepts, this is the language closest to God, and they all pray in church. Will do. At this time, the door of the church was suddenly opened, and Davy came to the door, but did not come in the first time, because he saw the figure of Matar sitting alone. Knowing that his prayer was not over, so he dared not walk in. Mater felt the movement at the door. He paused and said, but Crisco's suffering is also a kind of nirvana rebirth, a stage that must be experienced, and I am also a financial fighter employed by Mr. President. I must keep my professional ethics. I can't be merciful to the enemy, so I can make everything I have done worthy of my heart. Amen. After Mater said the last sentence, he stood up and bowed deeply to the cross, then turned around and walked towards the door. Davy hurried forward, but still did not say anything, because as a believer in God, he would not disturb the church, the cleanliness. After they walked out of the church, Davy said, Mr. Matar is not good. There was just a news from Jim that something happened to the securities company and that someone was walking the turf market. The news, even it's been published in the newspapers. Now the turf market's stocks are being sold off. The market is panicking. In less than half an hour, the stock price plummeted from 1.34 new rubles to 1.29 new rubles, and there is a continuing downward trend. Mater listened to this and laughed and said, sure enough, these Chinese people will not sit and wait to die. Davy wanted to say something, but then William hurried over with a mobile phone to report to Mater, Mr. Mater, the Chinese Ziming is calling you. This sentence surprised Mater and Davy, but Mater hesitated for a moment and then reached out to take the phone and said, hello, I am Mater. Soon there came a female voice, Elena, who was very familiar with her voice. She said, hello Mr. Mater, I'm sorry to interrupt your service, but I want to invite you to dinner at noon. Some things like discuss with you. I don't know what you want. Today is just praying and not Sunday. It would be excusable for Mr. Ziming to say that, but Elena would be quite ignorant if you said that. Didn't I even forget this after you left? Matar first criticized Elena, and then said, but I am very interested in having lunch with Mr. Ziming. You can help me convey him. I am very willing. After Elena told him the time and place, she hung up the phone. Seeing Mater put down the phone, David asked suspiciously, Mr. Mater, why did Ziming from China invite you to lunch at this time? Mater shook his head and said, his thinking is very broad, and it's hard to guess. At this moment, in the suite living room of number 1 Hotel Ziming, Tonggang also asked almost the same question as Davy, little brother Ziming, are you sure you really want to talk to Mr. Mater? Ziming nodded and said, this is necessary. First of all, Mr. Matar is an expert on financial warfare in the United States. In comparison, our side is much shabby. Faced with this explanation, neither Li Cheng nor Tong Gang could refute it, because it was a fact. Not to mention that the Hong Kong City Consortium was the only two of them who contributed. Even if the entire Hong Kong City is overwhelmed, it will be awkward. Trees will not have any effect. If the Dota project is a luxury aircraft carrier, then their side is at most a broken fishing boat, not in an order of magnitude at all. If it weren't for this reason, how could Mr. Matar approach the door so confidently to inject the shelf market? Unexpectedly, they couldn't resist. Under this gap, we always have to talk to the Dota project. It is better to talk to them now in an advantageous situation than to be forced to talk in the corner by them in the future. Ziming said. Li Cheng and Tong Gang didn't say anything, because they both knew that Ziming actually didn't say one thing. Now they are talking to Matar about cooperation. If they are really forced into the corner when they arrive, then there is only the unequal Treaty of Land Cessation Indemnity was signed under the head. At this time, Tong Hua suddenly sighed and said, "I'm just worried that we have hacked ourselves this time, and we have lost the reciprocal terms of negotiation." Tong Hua also learned Zhu Ming's self-defeating sentence, and his meaning is very simple. Now Ziming has used the self-destructive plan to walk his negative news in the securities company, and then let Canon take the lead in selling stocks, and then take the lead. In order to prevent the stock price plummeting, this did curb the pit that Matar had dug by raising the stock price by sitting on the bank, but the consequences of doing so are also obvious, that is, the impact on the turf market is bad. It is also for this reason. Generally, in the stock market, if someone takes the market to raise the stock price of a listed company, the company will either approach the dealer or swallow the bitter pill on its own. Few people will counterattack by hacking. That's too much of a gain. We have worked so hard to conceal ourselves, and the impact will definitely be there, but it is not as strong as you think. Ziming took out an old ruble and said to Tong Hua, "Because our turf market stock is not the same as the stocks of listed companies you know well. Our stock is related to the old ruble that has been abolished. Everyone is not buying our stocks for appreciation or dividends. They are more just to spend the old rubles, to buy goods in the market, so as long as the preconditions are still there, it doesn't matter." It's true. I think this is the reason why Ziming didn't let the turf market go on the market. Tong Gang said. Ziming nodded and said, "If I hadn't also neglected the securities company's access system and forgot that they had a loophole system for listing any stock, our stock would never appear in the securities company. Of course, the private sector, there is no way we can avoid the deal." Tong Gang waved his hand. "Since this is the case, don't mention it again. But I'm very curious about what you want to talk about with Mr. Matar." Ziming was a little surprised and replied, "Chairman Tong, haven't I told you before? I hope to cooperate with the Dota project, and it is best to share more than half of their benefits." Li Cheng and Tong Gang both took a breath of air conditioning. They looked at each other and saw the incredible in each other's eyes. It is true that Ziming told them all before, but this is not the key. The key is that he said he wants to share more than half of the benefits of the Dota project. How can that be? They have been in North Russia for so long now, and they have a deeper understanding of the Dota project. They are very aware of the huge benefits behind this plan. The fortune of $20 trillion is scary enough even if it is a figure on paper. People, especially this Dota plan, is the pillage of the Soviet Union by the entire Western world. Why should these bandits give up half of their profits? Could it be that you used a self-defeating method of killing 1,000 and losing 800 in the turf market stock war and won? This is simply a dream. Li Cheng thought for a while and said, "Little brother Ziming, I understand that you are an ambitious person. The future is limitless. I also think that young people should have a domineering attitude to drive tigers and elephants. But no matter what, you have to be down to earth. Some thoughts can only be thoughts after all. If I say this, you should understand Ziming, right?" Ziming nodded to express his understanding. In fact, Li Cheng's words were just reminding himself that young people should take good care of them, and don't think about so many useless things. Understandably, Ziming still said, Li Dong, I think you should remember what I always said, there is nothing impossible in this world, there are only unwilling brains. Li Cheng was stunned. He stared at Ziming, his head bewildered. He didn't understand why Ziming was so stunned. Wouldn't he understand? Or is there any confidence he doesn't know? But Ziming finally said, don't worry, Dong Li. That's what I said. Of course it's good to get so many benefits. Even if you can't get it, at least it won't be forced by Matu and the others as it is now. It's the same as the dog. Isn't it all right? Li Cheng and Tong Gang nodded silently. It is true that the current situation is just like what Ziming said, but when they looked at Ziming's smile, they always felt a kind of creepy feeling, and they always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 111, I am worried about Mr. Mata. Bao Thank you Free09 for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Tests03 for your support. Thank you Heroes Chic for your monthly ticket support. An extended Lincoln sedan drove to a manor on the eastern outskirts of Crisco, and the three of Mata, Daffy and William got out of the car. Carolina took the manor servants to greet them at the door. Seeing this situation, Davy was not happy at the time. He frowned and asked Carolina, where is Ziming from China? He invited us over today. Why didn't he come out to meet him? Facing Davy's question, Carolina answered calmly, Mr. Ziming took into account the language communication between the two sides and arranged for me to greet Mr. Mata here. Mr. Ziming is in the manor at this time. Wait for a few. Please come in with me. Carolina, you really sold yourself to that Chinese Ziming. Don't forget who brought you away from Crisco. Davy angrily accused Carolina, then turned his head and said to Mata, Mr. Mata, this Chinese Ziming is so arrogant and rude. I don't think we need to continue talking with him at all. Mata shook his head slightly, and he said to Carolina, if this is the case, please trouble Miss Carolina to take us in. Carolina nodded and said okay, and then led Mata and the others into the courtyard at the back of the manor. There was a tall oak tree. Ziming was sitting under the oak tree and drinking tea. He saw Mata and Davy and the others coming over. He waved to them, but didn't stand up. This made Davy very angry. He stepped forward and reprimanded Ziming and said, Ziming, you are really not a gentleman. You are too arrogant and rude. You invited Mr. Mata to come over, but the way you are now, like a rascal. Ziming put down the teacup and sneered coldly, if I remember correctly, I seem to have only invited Mr. Mata, and did not invite you, Mr. David. Now Mr. Mata is not angry. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? The emperor is not in a hurry. You may not know what an eunuch is. This is what we call a eunuch. In fact, it is the men who have been castrated in the court. I think Mr. David, who is knowledgeable and talented, can surely understand, right? It's impolite. You Chinese is so impolite, you're an uncivilized barbarian. Davy said angrily that his hand pointing at Ziming was trembling, and Davy said to Meta again, Mr. Meta, Ziming is too rude this time. I think we are all right when talking to him. An insult to your identity. At this time, Ziming spoke, and his tone was very impatient. This is Mr. David, right? If you want to go, I will ask you to go out in a gorgeous group, because you are a mistake here. If Ziming's arrogance only made Davy feel his self-esteem frustrated, then he felt a direct insult at this moment. He looked at Meta what he wanted to say, but Meta waved his hand to let him not. Speaking, Meta looked at Ziming carefully, and then said to Davy, well, Davy, you and William will wait a while, and I will talk with Mr. Ziming alone. Davy's eyes widened, and the first reaction thought he had misheard. Mr. Mata, what else can you talk to this kind of person? Ziming added another fire to him at this time. Mr. David, haven't you heard clearly? There is no place for you to speak here. You still don't want to be boring here. Get out of here, right? Davy was so angry that Ziming's words were trembling all over. If possible, he really wanted to hack Ziming with a knife, but it was obviously impossible. Even Mata on the other side didn't help him say anything. In the end, he can only swallow this breath and leave in anger. After Davy left, Mata sat down at Ziming's invitation, Ziming took the initiative to make a cup of tea for him, and Carolina brought Mata to him. Mata took the teacup and said to him, "Mr. Ziming is the only one of us now. If Mr. Ziming has anything, please feel free to say it." Ziming raised his eyebrows and glanced at Mata, and sighed, as expected. "Mr. Mata, I still can't hide from you." Mata took a sip of tea and said, "Mr. Ziming I had been in contact with was not a rude person. There must be a reason for doing this today. I think Mr. Ziming has always wanted to get rid of David Yer. So it can only be that Mr. Ziming wants to speak to me alone. This is indeed the case. I invite Mr. Mata to come over today because there is a very important matter to discuss. It is only Mr. Mata's business with me." Ziming emphasized this sentence in particular. "I hope to be able to talk to Mr. Mata for cooperation. The final benefit of the Dota project will be 1/2 of us." Mata raised his head and stared at Ziming. It can be said that with his knowledge of Ziming, he doesn't think he will be surprised no matter what Ziming says, but this time he really couldn't help but be surprised. His first reaction was that the Chinese was arrogant and crazy, and even for a moment, Mata felt the anger of his IQ being insulted and wanted to get up and leave. But Matu is Matu after all. He doesn't have the pride of Davy, or that he has this pride, but he can resist it. Finally, Mata thought for a while, and asked Ziming again for confirmation. Ziming still gave him an affirmative answer. Mata spread his hands and said, "Mr. Ziming, I don't understand. What makes you so much confident that I will promise you? I don't think you have any advantage over me." Ziming nodded and expressed his understanding. In fact, Ziming also really understood, because whether it was the closing of the securities company before or the stocks in the chief market, it can be said that Meta was chasing him, and what he is doing now, it's just exhausted. If you are arrogant just because you have defended Meta's several waves of offensive, that would really look down on people, especially in the recent chief market stocks. Ziming did go bankrupt by letting Meta raise the stock price by himself, but it did not do him any good. Seeing that Ziming nodded to understand, he was still full of confidence. This made him curious to ask, "Does Mr. Ziming still think I will promise you?" "Of course, why not?" Ziming's answer made Meta feel mad, but Ziming didn't make him mad for long, so he continued, "Because what I want to talk to you about, Mr. Meta, is not about me, but about you." This answer made Meta even more surprised. He laughed and made a pleased gesture and said, "I would like to hear what Mr. Ziming has to say about me." "Actually, there is nothing, just a short story I want to share with Mr. Mata," Ziming said. "A long time ago there was a hunter who lived by the forest. This hunter had a very good bow. He shot many birds every day when he entered the forest, but in winter, all the birds flew out of the forest. The hunter has no more birds to fight, and the winter in the forest is extremely cold, and the hunter's house does not have much firewood. So, Mr. Mata, what do you think this hunter will do with his bow?" "He will burn his bow as firewood to warm himself," Mata replied, but his brows suddenly frowned and asked, "Mr. Ziming said this to remind me something?" "It's because I'm worried about Mr. Mata." Ziming sighed. "I don't understand what Mr. Ziming means, and I would like to ask Mr. Ziming to make it clearer." Mata said, "In my opinion, Mr. Mata, you must have guessed it with your wisdom, but you don't want to admit it. What I want to say is, Mr. Mata, you are the good bow." Ziming went on to say, "This knife tower plan is indeed an unprecedented huge plan, and the wealth involved is also unparalleled, and it is aimed at a superpower. Then such a large amount of wealth is in your hands. Mr. Meta, do you think it will be reassuring? Are you saying that I will be persecuted after the Dota project ends? This is impossible. I am a financial warfare expert employed by Mr. President. This time Dota project is also supported by the US government. In the end, all the wealth will be handed over. It is kept by the US government and various Western consortia. How could they do this? This is all your nonsense. You are here deliberately trying to provoke the relationship between me and the US government. I will never be fooled." "Categorically deny it," Ziming asked calmly. "Mr. Mata, will you really hand over the $20 trillion? Of course, this should originally belong to the world's wealth, And I am not alone. Meta's original rigorous words came to an abrupt end here. Ziming said when he saw him, I personally believe in your ethics, Mr. Meta, but will other people believe it? This time Meta did not refute Ziming, but fell into contemplation. Ziming went on to say, 20 trillion US dollars. This is not a small number. Putting it on the financial market will definitely trigger a huge financial tsunami. I'm afraid even a superpower like the United States cannot hold it back. So whether it is for the peace and stability of the world or for the safety of the United States, I think we should take measures, because in this world, people are the most unreliable. Tasted. In Ziming's words, Meta slowly lowered his head. Ziming knew that he was still struggling at this time, so Ziming decided to give him one final blow. We have an old saying in China that we can't do anything for ourselves. In any case, Mr. Mata still has to leave himself a way out. After Ziming finished speaking, Mata was silent for a long time, and finally raised his head and asked, Mr. Ziming, you have said that the character of this world is the most unreliable, so how can I trust you? I have never asked Mr. Meta to believe in me. You need to believe in yourself. That's why I said that we are a cooperative relationship. What do you think of Mr. Meta? Ziming said. Meta was confused for a while, and finally his eyes lit up, and he finally smiled again. It turns out that this is the case. Mr. Ziming is really smart. Since Mr. Ziming is so frank, then I will also tell Mr. Ziming you a piece of news. Just recently, on behalf of the Dota project, I will enter into a very profitable new ruble purchase transaction with the North Russian government. I think Mr. Ziming, you can also participate. So Mr. Meta, are we partners now? Ziming asked. Mata nodded and said, of course. We have been cooperating from the beginning, right? Chapter 112 divided from here. What? Brother Ziming, you said that Mr. Mata really agreed to cooperate with you and divide your interests in half. Tong Gang said in surprise, even so surprised that he stood up. His staring eyes were full of weirdness, looking at Ziming who was still sitting there. They were still in that villa, and beside it was the oak tree that had witnessed Ziming's miracle. Li Cheng saw Tong Gang look like this, so he took him to sit down and said, Chairman Tong, don't be so surprised. Let's listen first. Little brother Ziming elaborated on what is going on. Hearing what Li Cheng said, Tong Gang realized that he was a bit too rude, but he didn't think there was any problem with him. After all, this matter was a little too unbelievable. They were still in the villa at the moment. The oak tree next to him was the only testimony of Ziming's conversation with Mr. Maita. After Ziming had talked with Maita, he sent him away, and then informed Li Cheng and Tong Gang that he had come. But this villa is not theirs, but temporarily borrowed from Albedoff, in order to deal with today's conversation with Mata. You must know that as Mr. Mata, you can't always talk in the cafe of the hotel. You should always choose a more solemn occasion, especially when talking about such important things. Tong Gang was pulled by Li Cheng to sit down. He exhaled heavily and could clearly hear his excited heartbeat. Tong Gang couldn't restrain his excitement either. He knew that Li Cheng's excitement was not less than his own, because he could see Li Cheng's clenched fists. How can they not get excited? The country is rich and enemies. These are the 4 words in the book. But no one can do it. Or, it can be said that there are many people in the world who can be called the rich, but very few can really do these 4 words. Now they can have the opportunity to take over half of the assets of a superpower, the wealth of 10 trillion US dollars. Even if the assets of all Hong Kong cities are added up, there is no such number. How can this make them not excited? Of course, they also understand that this tens of trillions can only be a general number, and it will not and cannot be in their hands. There is even a lot of wealth in other forms such as oil field gold bonds, but even in this way, he can easily match the world's richest man. Such a wealth of wealth, as long as they are not desperate people, they will want it very much. Even the richest man in the world cannot refuse the opportunity to double his wealth. Otherwise, Western countries will not support Mata for this knife. The tower was planned, but it was for this reason that made people feel even more incredible. How could Mata nod directly and let it out? Facing the doubts of Li Cheng and Tong Gang, Ziming had no choice but to repeat what he had just advised Matter to say. After listening to Ziming's words, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were completely dumbfounded, like two wax figures. But this is not how unexpected Ziming's words are. In fact, Ziming's persuasion has been shared with them before, but it is still unacceptable. Could it be that simply telling a story about flying birds doing their best to hide their bows, can people give you 10 trillion? Even if this story is written for later generations, it will be criticized. If it were a silly big guy, Li Cheng and Tong Gang would be better off accepting it, but Meta, the top person in charge of the Dota project, the American financial elite, would not believe it anymore. Isn't he brainless? Actually, this is not surprising. If it is an ordinary person, I am definitely not sure. Even if it is Mr. David who has a strong self-esteem, I am not sure, because he is Mr. Matar. What he thinks will be many, more pragmatic than others, can be persuaded by me. Ziming explained. Tong Gang shook his head gently, with a somewhat unacceptable expression on his face. He said to Ziming, "Little brother Ziming, I understand your ability to persuade people, and I would like to believe in your ability. But you don't think Matu is the information that Mr. tells you unreliable in itself? $5 billion to buy 140 billion new rubles. I think unless the collective brains of the officials of the North Russian government are broken, this is a charity deal at all." Li Cheng also deeply agreed with Tong Gang's analysis. Ziming could only smile in his heart, because if it weren't for his memory of later generations, if it wasn't for him to remember clearly that he had looked up about the Dota project, he had seen it, he would not believe it if he had passed this information. 5 billion buys 140 billion. If nothing else, just judging from these two numbers, it is a huge difference. You must know that this is not the old ruble that was crazy depreciated before, but the North Russian government is trying to redeem it. New rubles issued by the domestic economy. Although this new ruble cannot reach the strong international exchange rate of the previous ruble, it is also impossible for the exchange rate with the US dollar to reach the level of 200 to 1, according to the current exchange rate of the new ruble to the US dollar. Once this transaction is reached, Meta will complete a profit increase of several tens of times. The North Russian government made such a loss-making transaction, and there is no other explanation except for the failure of the collective brain. Ziming understands Li Cheng and Tong Gang's suspicion very well, because even those after the event Zhujiang of later generations still don't believe in the facts that have happened, desperately saying that it is impossible. They should be like this. Chairman Tong Li Dong, you are talking about the general situation, but the situation in North Russia is not the same as usual, because their predecessor was the Soviet Union. If you put it more directly, it is the leader of the North Russian central government. They are selling the property of the superpower in the past to ensure the normal operation of their new North Russian government, so they will not feel distressed. Ziming went on to say, from a public point of view, North Russia abolished the old ruble and wanted to issue a new ruble, but now with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the new North Russian government's finances are a mess. He wants to maintain the exchange rate of the new ruble with sufficient foreign exchange. This transaction is a must. Ziming paused here before continuing. From a private point of view, even the North Russian leaders who facilitated this transaction can also reap significant benefits. After listening to Ziming's explanation, Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other. What they saw in each other's eyes was still only surprised, but this is not to believe Ziming. In fact, Ziming's statement is very logical. The Soviet Union that was disintegrated before had a great phenomenon of violence, so there was the rise of rich people like Elbidov. Now from the Soviet Union to North Russia, the names have changed, but the people inside are still the same. This situation is not surprising, not to mention that Western countries have infiltrated North Russia for many years, and they have also accumulated. But these only stay on the logic. In fact, this kind of low IQ approach is still unacceptable. Facing the skeptical gazes of Li Cheng and Tong Gang, Ziming had to spread his hands. Chairman Tong Li Dong, Wealth and wealth are in danger. We came to Crisco to face the Dota plan without any advantage. Now we have this, the news. What we want to think about is how to use this news to gain more benefits for ourselves, instead of hesitating here. Ziming also reminded, the Dota project has infiltrated the North Russian central government. We still have friends here, don't we? I believe Ilbedov must be very interested in these local snakes. What do you think? Li Cheng and Tong Gang exchanged their eyes, and finally Tong Gang said to Ziming, indeed, if we are afraid of wolves and tigers, we should not come to North Russia. Since we are here, we must seize every opportunity. Thank you very much for the trust of Chairman Tong and Dong Li. Your trust is the right choice. Ziming breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke, because what he was most worried about was the suspicion of Li Cheng and Tong Gang, which caused them to miss this opportunity. But now they choose to believe and support. That's fine. The 10 trillion share of the Dota plan will start here. This was Ziming's intention, but at the same time, when the other side of Maita had left the villa, he also thought of this sentence in his heart, but compared to Ziming, his sentence was a questioning sentence. 10 trillion, I can give it away, but you have to dare to accept it, or your partners will dare to believe it, or else you are alone. No matter how courageous you are, no matter how clear your mind is, you don't have any capital. Mata sat in the car and looked out the window with a smile on his mouth. He was suddenly full of expectations for the cooperation between himself and Ziming. Davy was very surprised when he saw Maita's smile, but he was not good at asking directly, so he said, Mr. Maita, please forgive me for saying so much. I think this Chinese Ziming is a very rascal. What we need to do is to use the resources we have to continuously divide and oppress his partners to drive out such unstable factors from North Russia. Maita slanted his eyes and glanced at him. I think you are too obsessed with this Chinese Ziming. Since you say that he is a rogue, shouldn't we be more open-minded? Davy was surprised. Let go of your mind? Mr. Mata, I don't understand what you mean. Do we have to accept such a rascal? Why not? Mata asked calmly. Don't you think it is the appearance of these Chinese that makes Crisco's situation more interesting? I'm sorry, Mr. Mata, I don't think so, Davy said, shaking his head. I have a deep concern instead. Mata smiled and patted Davy's shoulder. That means you are not confident enough, my buddy. Or do you think these Chinese people can take away our wealth? For example, this time we and the North Russian government have $1,000. 40 billion transactions? I don't think so, but I don't want to see these damn Chinese people here again, Davy said through gritted teeth. Matuaha laughed. Then you can go to church and pray every day from tomorrow. Maybe God will help you eliminate those damn heretics. Chapter 113, ? On the ring road out of Crisco, luxury cars are driving northward. There are Cadillac Bentleys, Lincolns and Rolls-Royces inside. There are many types of vehicles. The number of these luxury cars is enough to support at any luxury auto show in the world. These cars are now headed out of the city under the leadership of an armored car. Stunned everyone who saw them along the way. More than half an hour later, this special convoy arrived at the airport located in the northern suburbs of Crisco. This is the second airport of Crisco. This airport is much smaller than the main airport, and the number of departures every day is pitiful. But it is still very important. Many aircraft can take off and land here. The airport barrier opened, and these luxury cars lined up to enter, surprising the guards at the door. Hey, I said, old Andre. Did Mr. President's special plane land today? How come there are so many cars suddenly? These cars seem to be very high-end. There are still armored vehicles opening the way. The younger guard asked beside him. The older guard said in a surprised tone. While the young guard was speaking, the old guard was still saluting the incoming convoy. He put down his hand when he heard the question next to him and said, "This is not Mr. President's special plane, and even if it's Mr. President's special plane, There will only be a few people. Lin Gong's car does not have such a convoy to greet it. I heard that today there is a special plane of another big man who is going to land here. What he has in his hands is the wealth of our entire North Russia. The young guard was very surprised. Is there anyone like this? Shouldn't all the wealth of our country belong to Mr. President? The old guard said. Look, you still don't believe it. Have you forgotten about the previous privatization reforms? What kind of securities companies are you doing now? Anyway, there is a mess, and there is a Jew who seizes this opportunity to take the entire country. All of his wealth is in his hands, and all companies count on him to live. He coughs casually. Tomorrow we won't be able to eat barbecue or drink vodka. This is also terrible, the young guard said with lingering fears. So today there will be such a convoy coming to the airport to meet him? That's it. The old guard pointed at the vehicles and said, look at those cars, they are all super luxury cars of at least a few million new rubles. Those who can afford this kind of luxury cars are all in various industries. Regal, look at those license plates. Some people even come from Petrograd and other cities. If you can gather these people together and come to the airport to pick him up collectively, you can imagine who they are. The young guard took a breath, and stood there blankly and muttered, my God, this is such a great man. I think this kind of character is more powerful than Mr. President, because Mr. President is still subject to various restrictions in the Malin Palace, but he can be free outside, and he only needs to consider how he should spend our 10 lifetimes. Unfinished money is enough, the old guard added, his tone full of awe and yearning. It's just that the two guards, the old and the young, didn't know. The big man in their mouth was very anxious at the moment. He sat on the seat, shaking his legs constantly, raising his hand to see the time from time to time. His face was full. It's irritability. This big man is not someone else but the richest man in the Northern Russian Republic, Ilbedov. He doesn't know how many times he has raised his hand to see the time. He has only one thought at this moment, that is, he hopes that the plane can fly faster. Need to reach Crisco as soon as possible. Finally, 20 minutes later, Ilbedov's special plane landed on the airport, and as his special plane landed, the luxury convoy that had been waiting there drove over immediately behind the passenger elevator, and lined up on the airport. In a row, dozens of people in suits or tuxedos, who appeared to be wealthy, got out of the car and waited at the door. Ilbedov didn't let them wait too much. He appeared and walked down as soon as the hatch opened. He saw the crowd waiting for him below. And what was different from the guards at the door was that these people, he knows all of them. The leader is Boltarsky. He is the owner of the largest private bank in North Russia and his biggest competitor. Behind him is Korhodo, a media tycoon who once helped Ziming. These two men walked in the forefront, followed by others, including the industrial tycoon Hoplov, who had come from Petrograd and had received Zuming. These people are the most top-notch rich people since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, but now these people are also very anxiously waiting here, looking up at Ilbedov, like subordinates waiting for leadership. Ilbedov stepped off the passenger elevator, and Boltarsky was the first to come up and greet him. Mr. Ilbedov, you are here. We have been waiting here for too long. Ilbedov took a look at Boltarsky. Although they had some contradictions before, it is not the time to say this. Moreover, Boltarsky took the initiative to say hello, and obviously put aside those contradictions temporarily, only because they currently have a more important goal. Here Boltarsky finished, and the media tycoon Korkodo also said, Mr. Ilbedov, it's great that you come back. If you don't come back, we won't even be able to sleep well. Behind these two people, the others also gathered around, all eyes were on Ilbedov. You said to him every word. In the final analysis, it means the same thing, waiting for him to help. They make up their minds. In this regard, Ilbedov said, first of all, I am very grateful to everyone for being able to meet me at the airport today. Of course, I also understand the purpose and thoughts of everyone here. Everyone wants to know the news, so we should not waste it here. Time is up. Please follow me to my villa to meet someone at once, because only this person can confirm the news. and only this person can help us make decisions. Everyone was prepared for what Elbedoff said, but now when they heard him really say it, they still found it difficult to accept. Is it that Chinese Ziming? But I heard that this deal was not a secret agreement between Mr. Matar and the Malin Palace. Someone spoke on the spot below. Elbedoff took a look along. You are right. The two parties in this transaction are indeed Mr. Matu and the Malin Palace, but you also have contacts in the Malin Palace. You heard that before. That have you ever had this deal? Facing Elbedoff's rhetorical question, the man was speechless, but another person asked again, but don't you think Mr. Elbedoff is weird? Obviously this transaction is so secret. It was the Malin Palace seeking foreign exchange reserves to support the new ruble. So how did the Chinese know about this transaction? Before answering your question, I first advise you not to say those disrespectful words like the Chinese in front of me, otherwise I will definitely knock your head out. Elbedoff first gave an angry warning, and then said, your doubts are all right, but have you ever thought that if it weren't for Mr. Ziming, we would be able to participate in this transaction? $5 billion buying 140 billion new rubles is a crazy transaction. It was Mr. Ziming who gave us the opportunity. How can we doubt it? When Elbedoff saw what someone else wanted to say, he immediately said, I think we are a waste of time discussing these things here. We should go to my villa first. Mr. Ziming has already been waiting there. I believe that as long as you get there, your problems will be resolved. After speaking, Elbedoff pushed aside the crowd and walked towards his car, with Kolkodo following him. Everyone watched them leave in a daze, and suddenly forgot to think a little bit. But at this time, the industrial tycoon Hoplov from Petrograd took the lead to make a statement. He said, everyone will come here and wait. Is this a deal? And then left with Elbedoff. Hoplov's actions awakened everyone at once, and only then did they reflect their true purpose, not to doubt the Chinese, but for the deal. In fact, these people didn't come here on purpose to be serious. It's just that the gap in the deal itself was too large. To say that it was a bit serious was completely traitorous. If a businessman with only money in his eyes did it, it would still be acceptable. But the Malin Palace, as the current state power center of North Russia, is unbelievable. But now that they had passed this hurdle, they didn't want to think about it. They followed and went back to their car. The convoy started to leave the airport and drove towards the villa in Elbedoff. Since the villa that Elbedoff lent Ziming was in the eastern suburbs of Crisco, it took a full 2 hours before they arrived at their destination. It was no different from when Matar came here. When a luxury car came here under the leadership of an armored car, Ziming was still sitting under the huge oak tree drinking tea. And there were several Chinese with him, namely Su Han, Du Peng and Li Chengtong. Seeing Elbedoff getting off the car, Ziming waved to him and said, you came back really fast. It's nice to have a private jet. Here is the very good Westlake Longjing brought by my friend from China. Would you like to try it? Speaking of Ziming, he poured tea for him himself. Elbedoff hurried forward and said, Mr. Ziming, do you think I can come as soon as possible? The news you brought to me is really exploding. I can't calm down in Siberia at all. What I am worried about is the things here. I know that Chinese tea is delicious, but now I am more concerned about the transaction between your Mr. Matar and the Malin Palace. Ziming glanced at the back, put down his teacup and said, it turns out that this is the case. Then it seems that you are all concerned about it. I was the one who caused the problem. I believe you all already know about this transaction, and are also very concerned about how to participate in this highly profitable transaction. Ziming said loudly. Elbedoff and the others nodded desperately. Ziming went on to say, if this is the case, if you want to participate, come and come. Everyone will first hand over your money to me. Chapter 114 ? Bowen thank Funky 999 for your support. Thank you for the support of the 8 monthly tickets of Funky 999. It's so awesome. Ziming's first sentence left everyone stunned. They all looked at each other. What's the situation? They just got here, they haven't heard anything yet, and they haven't done anything yet. so they have to pay for it first. Isn't this too domineering? Are we all stupid? Under this question, someone questioned it on the spot. Mr. Ziming, please forgive me. Don't you think your request is excessive? Ziming turned his head and asked, is it too much? I think this is a very normal thing. Don't you know that all the Christians in Crisco will need to spend money to buy stocks here before they come to my turf market to buy things? Ziming, you are too much. The two cannot be confused at all. Those people buy your turf market only because they want to spend the old rubles in their hands. We are going to cooperate with you and participate in this transactions. Someone below said that the tone was very angry. If possible, they even wanted someone to take out a gun and kill Ziming directly. This is because Ziming's words made them feel a huge insult, because those who bought stocks in the chief market, they are just incompetent civilians. They are so stupid that they will keep so many old rubles in their hands. Only then will Ziming catch their death veins and make them have to pay the money to buy the road. But they are the business elites of North Russia. They are aristocrats who go up and down hundreds of thousands every minute. They are not stupid civilians. Why do they have to pay for the road? Isn't this bullshit? Insulting their IQ? Ziming suddenly patted his forehead and explained, maybe I didn't explain it clearly. What I said is to put all the funds you can withdraw now to me, so I can help everyone operate and participate in this transaction together. However, Ziming's explanation did not calm everyone down. On the contrary, these people's opinions increased. Mr. Ziming, you are such a big person. Can you please bring your own mind when you speak? You haven't told us anything yet. We need to give you the money first, and we also need to give you all the funds that can be withdrawn. Do you know how much money is there? We are here alone. You can come up with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in working capital, which is at least 1 billion in total. With so much money, you don't have so much money to sell your country. Why do you control it? I don't see you as a Chinese who is crazy about money. As far as I know, Chinese are shameless and greedy. Mr. Ziming just inherited these advantages. There was a burst of laughter in the crowd, and several unconvincing people pointed at Ziming and said that they had forgotten what Ilbedov had warned them before, and began to mock Ziming again, demonstrating himself as a North Russian business community. The arrogance of a tycoon. But this time Ilbedov didn't say anything. He just looked at Ziming in confusion, not understanding what medicine Ziming was selling in this gourd. But at this time Ilbedov's biggest competitor, now the second richest man in North Russia, Bortarsky, suddenly yelled, "You bastards! What are you putting on here?" Mr. Ziming is very good thinking businessman. It's very rare for him to share the news of this transaction with us. If we want to participate in this transaction, it is rare that we should not pool all our funds together, or that you all have the means to do it yourself. Get involved. If it doesn't work, please close your foul-smelling mouth. Bortarsky's words made everyone scolded. Ziming was a little surprised, and Ilbedov's eyes widened. It was incredible. Ziming glanced at Bortarsky, and then said to those people, although Mr. Bortarsky's words are not so nice, but the truth is still the same. You said you don't have the money to join in the fun. You said that you are the richest people in North Russia. You can't even get the money in the end. Don't you feel blushing for yourself? Give me tens of millions of billions if you have the ability. If Ziming's previous remarks only made everyone feel insulted, then Ziming's remarks added a mocking attribute to the insult. Many people trembled and felt that their lungs were about to explode. China Week. Do you think it's great if you know this news? Are we going to be insulted by you? I know this deal must be the connection between Mr. Mayaitu and Malin Palace, but you just don't know where it came from. Hearing this news, I swindled and deceived here. We won't believe you. Just this time, Song Zikyang was the first to disagree. A very hot-tempered North Russian stood up and said. He turned around and left the villa after speaking. Before leaving, he left a sentence, "This China Week is just for fun." You hear how arrogant he is. Is it an attitude of cooperation? Everyone, please keep your eyes open. If we don't buy his account, Let's see how arrogant he continues. There were a lot of people in the crowd whose attitudes were vacillating. Now that they heard this, a few of them followed in angrily. Although the others didn't move, the expressions on their faces were very ugly. Obviously these people, all of his thoughts are waiting to hear what Ziming wants to say next, and then make a decision. Ziming was a little stupefied, but it was not the current situation, but what the North Russian said. He really didn't understand what Song Ziqiang's disobedience was. Is it impossible to cross by yourself? Putting down this weird thought, Ziming decided to deal with the immediate matter first. He looked around and then winked at Du Peng. Du Peng immediately carried a basin and went over. Come on, everyone hand in the money, as well as everyone's bank account, stock account number, and whatever we have, so that we can talk about cooperation. As Du Peng went over carrying a pot, they immediately couldn't help it. China Week, you are not talking about cooperation at all. You are insulting your personality. People like you should be thrown into the river to feed fish. Under a string of verbal abuse, a few more people rushed away, and only a few people were left. They stood there looking at each other, or like Hoplov who came from Petrograd, they all took off their watches, put it in Du Peng's basin to show his attitude. When things got here, Ziming beckoned Du Peng to come back, and then Ziming said, "Don't stand up anymore, sit down and talk." After all, the transaction amount is huge. We need to carefully discuss the division of labor. In addition, I think everyone wants to know what I think. Those who can come today are all rich people from North Russia, and no one is a fool. So when Ziming said this, they immediately understood that Ziming was acting in a show before. Ziming took out the watch from the basin and returned it to Hoplov, and bowed to him and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hoplov. I was just a joke with you just now. I am not a robber. I hope you don't take offense." Hoplov took the watch and put it back on his hand, and said to Ziming, "Of course I understand. After all, it is impossible for anyone to participate in such an important transaction. It is always necessary to wipe out a group of people." Ziming smiled and nodded. Kolhodo walked over and said, "Mr. Ziming is indeed very hardworking. But there is one thing I don't understand. Now facing such a big deal, shouldn't you be the capital, Mr. Ziming? The more the better. Why use this method to persuade a group of people? It's very simple. I'm very selfish and don't want to do any charity. I only work with people who believe in me, instead of just letting anyone come in. If that's the case, it would be too unfair to my friends. Only when everyone is closely united to form an unbreakable small circle can we always guarantee our own interests and ensure a greater distribution of interests." Mr. Kolhodo, are you right? The simple sentence made Kolhodo and Hoplov feel very happy. Li Cheng and Tong Gang, who had been sitting there, also silently nodded for Ziming, because Ziming said it was a kind of recognition. Although it is just a sentence, it makes them feel more belonging. Only Boltarsky looked at Ziming and sighed silently in his heart. Ziming is really not easy this time. It is clearly that he installed B here, but this B pretends to be level, so that everyone does not dislike him. Instead of pretending to be B, he would feel that he was pretending to be B, and I would also thank him in my heart for pretending to be B, and drove away those who would have shared their own interests. I was really put on one, and I was silently happy and thanked him for his real teaching materials. Although Boltarsky sighed like this in his heart, he still said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming is really thoughtful." Fortunately, I have always believed that Mr. Ziming is a very visionary tycoon. Otherwise I will become one of those short-sighted people. Mr. Boltarsky has a good reputation. In fact, Mr. Boltarsky is also a very smart man. Ziming replied with a compliment, but Ziming's remarks are not a compliment, because he can still sit firmly in the top spot of the second richest person in North Russia, even after he has changed history and helped Ilbedov with a lot of things. He insists on staying here today. That is enough to prove his ability. After complimenting each other, Ziming invited everyone to sit down, but at this time, in Villa number 8 on Gel Street, Mr. Matter called the Malin Palace. He said, "Dear Napoli, Mr. Gulavik, I think the transaction between us can be changed in another way. Nikolaevich was surprised over there, but Meta showed a smile. He looked out the window and thought, China Ziming is sorry, I really want to cooperate with you, but this cooperation must be based on I am the dominant one. After all, your story reminds me that even my motherland and Mr. President can't believe it, so how can you believe it? So in this matter, I think I need to remind you first. Chapter 115 Chapters A very happy transaction. In the room of number 1 hotel, Ziming was standing in front of the mirror, and Suhan helped his beloved man tidy up the clothes like a well-behaved little wife. Even the slight wrinkles on his clothes had to be carefully smoothed out. Li Cheng and Tong Gang stood by and looked at Ziming's self-confidence in the mirror. Tong Gang couldn't help but tell him, little brother Ziming, I am very confident in you. I believe that Mr. Meta is willing to cooperate with us for his own consideration. But I always feel that this matter is not so easy. I think it is the first time that we cooperate with Mr. Meta like this. It is better to be careful. Tong Gang thought for a while and said, little brother Ziming, you can see that it is not easy for us to get the support of these North Russian friends. For the first time, we can't live up to their trust. At this time Suhan had already organized Ziming, and Ziming turned around and said to Tong Gang, Chairman Tong, don't worry, I'm reasonable. Li Cheng also helped Ziming to speak. The biggest advantage of little brother Ziming is that he can rest assured that no matter what the situation is, he can keep his mind sober and make the most correct decision. I am in Hong Kong. Cheng has a lot of dealings with him, and I don't think I can't see it from people's eyes. Actually, I really want to have smooth sailing, but I am afraid that some things will not be so satisfactory. At least this time. After Ziming said something that surprised Tong Gang and Li Cheng, they walked out the door with Carolina. There was an extended Lincoln courtesy car waiting here downstairs to see Ziming. A specially trained driver helped Ziming open the car door, and the three of Ziming got into the car. Mata was in this car. He greeted Ziming first, and waited for the three of Ziming to sit down before he said, Mr. Ziming is really punctual. We are going to Malin Palace now. On the previous phone call, having discussed with Mr. Nikolaevich, he will agree to hand over part of the transaction to Mr. Ziming. Of course, in exchange, the price ratio will change. I hope Mr. Ziming will be prepared. Ziming raised his eyebrows and nodded and said, this is not surprising. After all, the trading partner has changed, and some things need to be discussed again. But as long as the changes are not too outrageous, it's fine. Of course it won't be too ridiculous. I personally believe in Mr. Nikolaevich's credibility and won't speak loudly. Mata said, I also believe in Mr. Meta's credibility. Ziming said. When Ziming and Mata were talking in the car, the extended Lincoln courtesy car actually started smoothly. The number 1 hotel and the Malin Palace are not far away. At the same time, this courtesy car is also a frequent visitor in the Malin Palace. Therefore, there was no strict inspection, and I entered the Malin Palace very casually. I soon arrived in front of the office building. The president of the office of the President Casa greeted him at the door. Welcome to the arrival of Mr. Meta and Mr. Ziming. Mr. President is already waiting. Now, please two of you come with me. While speaking, Casa looked at Ziming twice. It was not the first time that the housekeeper of the Malin Palace saw Ziming, but his feeling was that every time he saw Ziming, he felt different. Same. 10 minutes later, Casa took them to Nikolaevich's office, but because the president was talking on the phone, they could only wait for a while in the reception room outside. After a while, Nikolaevich walked out of the office. Ziming and Mata got up to greet him, and Nikolaevich asked them to sit down first. Mr. Nikolaevich, I believe you should already be familiar with it, so I don't need to introduce it anymore. Mata said this without embarrassment, and then he said, Mr. Ziming is a business tycoon from China, and he has many friends in northern Russia. Regarding the transaction between us, you know that Western finance the rigor of the system, and in order to avoid any financial turmoil caused by the sudden drawdown of funds, we need a certain amount of time to raise funds. But Mr. Nikolaevich, you are in a hurry. I think we can talk to Ziming first. Mr. Make a deal. Meta launched Ziming, Behind Mr. Ziming is the support of the Oriental Harbor City Consortium, which is one of the financial centers in Asia, and there are many local businessmen in North Russia. It is also very cost-effective to do business with him. Yes, I wonder what Mr. Nikolaevich thinks. Of course it couldn't be better, Nikolaevich said happily. Now that the Republic of Northern Russia has just been established, it turns out that the debts of the Soviet Union and various economic problems are weighing on us, which is a headache. Yes, we also issued a new ruble not long ago, and we badly need a foreign exchange fund reserve to stabilize the current exchange rate of the new ruble, Nikolaevich said. But Mr. Ziming, although I am not a businessman, I also understand some rules in the market. Now that the deal has been broken up, then I think the relationship between us, the transaction amount, should be renegotiated. Ziming nodded and replied, I very much agree with Mr. President. As the saying goes, business has a business way. Now that it is a deal between me and Mr. President, it should be discussed again. It's great if Mr. Ziming can understand, Nikolaevich said with emotion. First, Mr. Mato and I need to purchase $5 billion in the transaction. I don't know if Mr. Ziming will be able to buy it in the shortest possible time. How much does it cost? Yesterday, I have discussed with all my friends in North Russia, and now I can come up with 100 million. If Mr. Nikolaevich can give me some more time, I think I can put together 300 to 500 million US. It's not a problem, Ziming said. This answer surprised Nikolaevich. I didn't expect the Hong Kong City Consortium to be so powerful. Ziming shook his head and said, of course not. In fact, this is also because you underestimated the strength of the private chaebols, Mr. President. There is still a lot of wealth in the private sector. If it can be gathered, it will be very impressive. So, it seems that Mr. Ziming is more appealing than the President of the Republic. Nikolaevich gave Ziming a thumbs up, and he went on to say, in this case, let's talk about the $100 million that you can immediately come up with. Ziming nodded and said yes. Nikolaevich said, on behalf of the Malin Palace and Mr. Matar, I was talking about the purchase of $5 billion in new rubles for 140 billion. Then, with you, Mr. Ziming, it is 20. Buy your $100 million for 100 million new rubles. Mr. President really knows how to do business. From Mr. Matar's purchase of 2.8 billion new rubles for 100 million US, I have cut off nearly a third of the new rubles, Ziming said. Nikolaevich was calm about this. Mr. Ziming, this is all because of the special nature of the transaction. After all, the original transaction has to be changed suddenly, which is very troublesome, and Mr. Ziming's amount on your side is also different. Not much. It's a drop in the bucket for our republic. To ensure financial stability, I must leave my greatest interest to my biggest business partner. If you are replaced by Mr. Ziming, I think I will do the same again, right? I understand what Mr. President said, but the amount of 2 billion new rubles is too small. Mr. President, you know that I am not alone. If you want this, I can't explain to my partners. Ziming stretched out 5 fingers. I understand Mr. President's mood to protect major customers and national interests, but I really can't accept this amount here. I think it will take at least 2.5 billion new rubles. Nikolaevich shook his head and said, impossible, Mr. Ziming. I know you can convince people, but this price is absolutely impossible. I can only make one step at most, 2.1 billion new rubles. Ziming also shook his head and said, Mr. President, I am not here to bargain with you. The price I quoted is already at the bottom of what we can accept. If Mr. President is really unable to make a decision, I can reduce the amount to 100 million new rubles, but 1.2 billion of which I hope can be paid to us in the form of the new Siberian oil field and the Madan gold mine. What do you think, Mr. President? The new oil field in Siberia is okay, but the gold mine is absolutely impossible, Nikolaevich said. Ziming sighed, well, although I really want gold mines, I also want to live a leisurely life as a gold mine owner, but since this is an important economic lifeline for North Russia, I will naturally not force it. Is it possible to use Siberia's new oil fields to offset the 1.2 billion yuan? Of course it's okay. I didn't expect that Mr. Ziming is still such a vengeful person, but I know the contradiction between you and Eugene's, Nikolaevich said. Ziming scratched his head and smiled and said, I'm sorry. This made Mr. President laugh. Nikolaevich smiled and said that he could understand, but in the end he spread out both and asked, Mr. Ziming said that, what about the deal between us? Ziming nodded and said, of course, as long as there is no problem with you, Mr. President, the transaction can be settled like this. That's great, Mr. Ziming, you are really a very refreshing person. Talking with you will always be so refreshing. Nikolaevich said, I look forward to trading with you very much. Ziming said that so did I. The North Russian president is facing here, so he didn't talk much here. Now that the business was settled, Ziming and Matar got up and left. Back in the Lincoln limousine at Matar, Matar first congratulated Ziming, and Ziming also replied, thank you very much, Mr. Matar. If it weren't for you, Mr. Matar, I would never have the opportunity to talk about this deal. Then according to our previous agreement, Mr. Ziming, should you give me part of it in cash? Matar asked. This is of course Mr. Matar, Ziming said. According to our previous agreement, I will remit a third of the transaction amount to your Swiss bank account. Matar was also very happy. I now understand Mr. Nikolaievic's mood just now. It was so refreshing to talk to Mr. Ziming. I am waiting for your remittance. Don't worry, Ziming said. Chapter 116. Bao thanks for the monthly pass support of missing objects and Fengshen Yushao. How about little brother Ziming? I saw Mr. President in the Malin Palace today. How did you talk to him? How big a deal he agreed to do with us? Did he deliberately raise any problems for us? Ziming only returned to the hotel room, and immediately greeted with a round of inquiries. It turned out that Tong Gang and Li Cheng were concerned about the deal with the Mlin Palace, so they had been waiting here after Ziming left without a single step. Go away. This time before Ziming had time to speak, Du Peng stood up to help Ziming and said, Chairman Tong Lidong asks you to be calm and restless. Ziming is only coming back now. He hasn't even had time to drink his saliva. It would be too inhumane to ask him like this, or I suggest that Ziming sit down and take a break for a while and have a cup of tea. Let's talk slowly. Li Cheng and Tong Gang are both human beings, and they don't understand that things have happened. No matter how eager they are, it's useless. But in the face of such a hugely profitable deal, how could anyone not be tempted? Even if they are business tycoons in Hong Kong City with billions of assets in their hands, as businessmen, they are inherently unable to refuse to make money, let alone make huge profits. One needs to know that a business with 10% profit will be done by someone, a business with 50% profit can make capital rushing around, and a 100% profit can make people rush crazy. If a 300% profit is necessary, even if it is necessary, there are still people who can do it on the gallows. This is the temptation of interest, and the more wealth it is, the more difficult it will be for him to grow again. A person can easily change from 10,000 to 20,000 to 40,000, or even 1 million to 2 million by just looking for the right project. It's not difficult. But if anyone can make 10 billion become 20 billion a year, this person can shock the world. At the moment, their transactions with the Malin Palace may not be up to the standard in terms of numbers, but his interests have multiplied. How can they not let Li Cheng and Tong Gang be anxious? Chairman Tong Lidong, don't worry, I have already discussed with Mr. President at the Malin Palace today. Ziming said this first, then walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Suhan made a cup of tea for him and brought it over. Ziming took a sip and then roughly said the content of the conversation with Nikolaevich. That's it. In this way, Mr. President agreed to my request. We spent $100 million to purchase 2.3 billion new rubles, of which 1.2 billion was used to offset the capital from the new Siberian oil field. After listening to Ziming's narration, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were stunned at the time. Even Du Peng and Su Han had weird faces, and they didn't know what to say. Little brother Ziming, things are really that simple. After you talked to Mr. President, he agreed to this condition? Li Cheng asked Ziming in an incredulous tone. Ziming nodded and said, of course. Things are like this. Isn't this the result we most hope for? This is indeed the result we most hope for, but the process is too smooth, so smooth that people think that this is a fairy tale, not a conversation with a national leader. Tong Gang said, it is said that there must be monsters when things go wrong, but in fact, it is not a good thing that things go too smoothly. For example, Ziming is now facing Mr. Matar and Nikolaevich. One of them is not bloody. The American financial warfare expert who emptied the wealth of a superpower, one was the supreme leader who inherited the mantle of the superpower. These two people must be very smart. They are the kind of people who can be happy to help him count people with money. Faced with such an interest-related matter, they are so refreshing one by one, and the whole process went so smoothly that it is unbelievable, which makes people hardly suspicious. If Ziming had been in contact with them to a considerable extent, and he had been following up and operating this matter all the time, then they could understand it so readily, but now Ziming clearly had a conflict with Matar's Dota plan. Yes, Mr. Matar also dealt with Ziming's chief market, and Nikolaevich still took a lot of trouble on Mr. Matar's side in this matter. Now it's only Ziming who asked Mr. Matar to come out and talk about it once. Mr. Matar not only gave up half of the benefits of the Dota project to Ziming, but he also helped Ziming to persuade the president of North Russia Nikolai. Odd. This has to make people think about it. When will the opposing sides change so quickly? Even Su Han took Ziming's hand and looked at Ziming with a worried look. His big eyes seemed to say, isn't this a conspiracy? This thing went so smoothly, there must be something hidden behind it. How can I not see it? Ziming showed a wry smile, but Chairman Tong Li Dong, have you ever thought about it? We have doubts. A chance? One sentence silenced both Li Cheng and Tong Gang. Su Han held Ziming's hand tightly, and Du Peng no longer looked at ease before. So Ziming, you have already seen that there is a problem. Guess. Meitu and Russia to the north of the total system will give us a jump to king. You know way. Ziming did not speak. At this time, Tong Gang thought for a while and said, if this is the case, it will be troublesome. It's just that our $100 million is worth it. The key is that we will lose the trust of other North Russian businessmen. If so, we might as well take the initiative to abandon this transaction. If we really want to get more than half of the benefits of the Dota project, it is absolutely impossible to give up, Ziming said decisively, because everyone can imagine, if we give up the first time, then what will Mr. Matar do the second time? Are we going to continue to give up this thing as long as we start behind? We can't take it anymore and we will keep giving up. Finally, when giving up has become a habit, we will forget what the success of persevering is like. This remark touched everyone. Needless to say, Tong Gang and Li Cheng, the one who accompanied them all the way to success is persistence. Then Su Han, if she was bullied at the 760 factory and abandoned herself instead of persisting, presumably she would not have what she is today. Ziming is more likely to despise her. Du Peng watched Ziming walk along the way, and insisted on many occasions, including himself. In the end, it was Carolina. If she had less persistence in the first place, I'm afraid he would die directly in Crisco. There was no chance to go abroad, and there was no chance to meet Ziming. Many people understand this simple truth. In fact, many people have a chance to succeed, but most people are not so persistent. Ziming went on to say, but then again, if Mr. Matar doesn't dig any pits for me, but sincerely wants to cooperate with me, and selflessly wants to give me 10 trillion benefits, I would really feel sorry. Hearing what Ziming said, Tong Gang and Li Cheng immediately raised their heads again. Ziming finally said, as long as he dares to dig the hole, I will be able to fill the hole. Ziming's words are full of confidence, as if nothing is in his eyes. At this moment, downstairs of Hotel 1, the Lincoln courtesy car that Mei Tower was riding in was still parked here and did not drive away. Mei Tower looked at the hotel door through the car window and muttered, This Ziming he agreed so smoothly today, isn't he also calculating something, right? If Tong Gang and Li Cheng heard these words from Meta here, they would have been dumbfounded. It turned out that Meta was in the car when they were in the room upstairs guessing what hole Meta was going to dig for them. What trouble Ziming would calculate in him. But this is also normal. The calculation is interesting only if there is a come and go. If Ziming is simply calculated by Meta all day long, then he doesn't have any value worthy of Meta's calculation. This sounds like a paradox, but it is the case. Meta was thinking about it, and the sound of his cell phone pulled him back. Meta got on the phone. It was from North Russian President Nikolaevich. Is it okay for Mr. Meta to be like this today? Is the progress a bit too smooth? That Chinese Ziming is also a smart man. Doesn't he have any doubts? Could there be any problems we haven't noticed? Nikolaevich opened his mouth and asked, his tone very worried. From his tone of voice, Meta understands that the North Russian president, just like himself, feels very upset about Ziming's smooth promise today, and he is afraid that Ziming will have any future players. It's strange to say that even though Mata himself was very upset just now, it seems that Nikolaevich is the same now, but it calmed him down. Mr. Nikolaevich, I am sorry to think that your apologies are excessive. Mata said very calmly. Of course I don't want to say that he didn't notice or what happened. It's all lie to me. I think with the wisdom of this young Mr. Ziming, he will definitely notice, but this is still the only way to do this. The reason is very simple. Today he has no choice but to accept the deal, unless he gives up the deal by himself, but we all understand that this is simply impossible. But would he also think of other ways? After all, Mr. Mata, you also recognized his wisdom. Nikolaevich said. It's very possible, but I don't think it is important, because his money is always to be called to us. As long as this precondition remains the same, no matter what he thinks of it, it will be of no avail. At this point, Mata paused and finally said, then we only need to terminate the transaction with him after receiving his money, or Mr. Nikolaevich, if you are sympathetic, you can pay as agreed. His 2.3 billion rubles are just old rubles. Nikolaevich only breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, I believe Mr. Mata is worthy of being the most powerful financial warfare expert in the United States. This has already forced Ziming to the end. In this way, Ziming will give us $100 million for nothing. But I don't know if he understands in the future if he wants to jump off the Crisco River. I don't want him to jump down so quickly, because I'm still waiting to give him a hand. Mata said happily. Chapter 117, Smooth Fake Transaction. The Red Square building is the most famous skyscraper on Gel Street. Although his architectural style is very different from other Crisco buildings, it does not prevent him from becoming a landmark here. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Ziming came here in his Volga car. Actually, it's not the first time that Ziming came here. It's just that the last time he came, he still had to bring the North Russians of Ilbedov with him. The rich and Dota plan to battle the top of the Red Square, but now he came here to cooperate with Meta, and he can't help but say good luck. Ziming, Alina and the police walked into the building and came to the office on the 3rd floor. Mata and his bodyguard were here. There were 2 other people with him. One was the office of the president of North Russia, the director of the office, Kassa, and the other is a man in a black suit holding a folder. Ziming has met him several times and knows that his name is Sean, and he is the key account manager of the UBS office in North Russia. Mr. Ziming, you don't seem to be punctual today, Ziming said to him first when he came in. He looked at his watch, and now the time has reached 10 o'clock past 4. The first sentence Mata said surprised Ziming, because their agreement was around 10 o'clock and no detailed time was agreed. Ziming was not late, but Ziming thought about it and said, I am very sorry, Mr. Mata, it was all my mistakes that prevented me from coming over to find the room in advance, and it took some time in the middle. Seeing Ziming's initiative to apologize, Mata did not continue to struggle with this issue. He said, Mr. Ziming, you sit down first, and hope that you haven't made any mistakes in other things. Of course not, But Mr. Matar and Mr. Kassa can understand that I am only here today. I can't bring that much money, so I only brought a check. Ziming sat down, said to Matar, I don't think this is humorous, Mr. Ziming, at all. Matar said, but now that Mr. Ziming brought the money, then the transaction with the Malin Palace can begin. This Mr. Kassa is Nicholas, the plenipotentiary representative sent by Mr. Chi to complete this transaction. Kassa nodded to Ziming and greeted him. Mr. Ziming, I am glad to meet you again. Now that you have brought the check, please give it to this Mr. Xiaoan and deposit it in our Swiss bank account. Of course I brought the check, Ziming said, and took out a check. It's just that the transaction is about paying with one hand and delivering with one hand. Should I also look at my things? Mr. Ziming is really very careful. I have brought the transfer documents of Novosibirsk oil field. As long as Mr. Ziming signs it, it will take effect. As for the remaining 1.1 billion new rubles, since the new rubles are the latest issue, according to the relevant regulations of the Swiss bank, the relevant business is not accepted, and the transfer transaction cannot be carried out. So my idea is to deposit it into the account of Union Bank or other domestic banks designated by Mr. Ziming. I wonder what Mr. Ziming wants. Faced with Kassa's proposal, Ziming nodded and said something very reasonable. He took out the check and gave it to Sean, took the document from Kassa and handed it to Carolina to translate. Of course, there is no problem. After mutual verification, Ziming and Kassa signed the agreement documents. This is a normal procedure. However, when Kassa signed and exchanged signatures with Ziming, they found that Ziming the name was also signed on the side seam of the agreement. Mr. Ziming, what are you doing? Kassa asked in surprise. Of course it is to ensure the safety of the transaction, because with the seam signature, it can basically prevent the occurrence of problems such as agreement exchange. This is not distrust, but is responsible for both of us. Ziming stopped writing and said finally, or Mr. Kassa, do you have any other thoughts? Kassa shook his head and said, of course there is no problem. After all, the amount of this transaction is very large, and more insurance should be added. After saying a word of thanks for understanding, Ziming first signed his own agreement, and then exchanged the agreement with Kassa before signing. When everything was done, Ziming and Kassa stood up and shook hands. Kassa said thanks you, Mr. Ming's support for the Republic of North Russia. Ziming said, it's just a pity that our signing of such an important agreement is so deserted. Next time, a big press conference must be held. Kassia's face suddenly became a little awkward, but in an instant, he returned to his original condition. He told Ziming Matar that there were other tasks in the Malin Palace and left the room. Mr. Ziming, you know that such an agreement cannot be made public. It would be too much for you to live like this. Matar waited for Kassa to leave and clicked on Ziming. Ziming smiled without saying a word, put the agreement away. Ziming and Matar sat down again. Ziming took out a check and handed it to Matar, saying, Mr. Matar, thank you very much for your matchmaking this time. This is a check for $20 million, which we agreed in advance to be paid to you as remuneration as your personal commission. Mr. Ziming is really fortunate to say that cooperation with Mr. Ziming is really refreshing. Matar took the check and handed it to Sean, the key account manager of Swiss Bank, who did not leave next to him. Sean called back to check the check information. After getting a positive answer, Matar said to Ziming, since this time the transaction is over, and I will leave first. Speaking of, Matar stood up, before leaving. He told Ziming again, this transaction is only the beginning, and Mr. Ziming is asked to go back and prepare the funds for the future. After all, the amount of this transaction is very large. Of course, I also hope that we can continue to cooperate, Ziming said with a smile, but at the end he added, as long as the transaction is fulfilled. This made Matar stunned for the first time. He looked at Ziming and felt a little puzzled, but Ziming didn't explain much. After a few words were left, he took Carolina and left the room. Ziming on the front foot left, and Sean on the back foot also stood up and said goodbye to Matar. Although Matar is currently the largest customer of UBS, the largest Swiss bank will not only serve him alone, let alone he just got it. Ziming gave a check for $120 million and he needed to go back and deal with it immediately. Meta didn't have much reaction to Sin's departure. He was still wondering what the last sentence Ziming said before he left. Could it be that Ziming was aware of the possible problems in this transaction? But is this not normal? With Ziming's wisdom, he should be able to guess it. What's more important is that his cash checks have already been received in his pocket. At this time, even if he reflects that there is a problem with the transaction, what can he do? Is it possible that he is a Chinese businessman and can still find trouble with the Malin Palace? But the idea is of course the idea, but Matar always feels inexplicably flustered, thinking that something will go wrong in this transaction. But where is he negligent? Meta thought for a long time but couldn't think of an answer, and finally he could only give up. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the Mlin Palace number. The phone was connected for the first time, and Nikolavic's voice passed through. The call came. Mr. Matar, congratulations on our successful cooperation this time. My old buddy has come back and told me that the check has been deposited in the Swiss bank. Thanks. But I think it is Mr. Nikolavic who really wants to congratulate you, because you made $100 million without paying any price. Matar said. But my $100 million is going to contribute to the finances to help maintain the value of the new ruble, but Mr. Matar's $20 million went into his own pocket, which can't help but make people enviable. Nikolavic said. It's okay not to mention the 120 million. The mention of it made Matar feel uneasy again. He wanted to say something but in the end he endured it again. He changed the subject and said, then about the preparation of the transaction, Nicholas, there is no problem with Mr. Vach. Or, as Mr. President, did you decide not to break your promise? We, the people of North Russia, are distinguished between good and evil. We need to be kind to our friends, but we can use all means to our enemies. Nikolavic said, I'm afraid that the Chinese will not be able to accept such a blow, so if you want to give him a hand, Mr. Matar, you have to act as soon as possible. Matar exhaled and said in a voice that only he could hear, I hope so. On the other side, Ziming brought the agreement signed with the North Russian central government to the villa of Ilbedov. When his drive into the villa just stopped, a dozen people quickly surrounded them. These people are not other people. It is Du Peng Suhan and Li Chengtongan, as well as other wealthy North Russian business people. How is the situation? Everyone asks each other, and the central content is only this sentence. Regarding this, Ziming came up with the agreement signed with Kassa and said, please rest assured, this is the agreement I signed with Kassa, the director of the North Russian presidential office just now. The content above is what we talked about before, and everyone knows it. There hasn't been any change, and I also asked Kassa to sign on the side of the agreement. Unless the chief of the president's office is removed, no one can deny it. Ziming's answer made everyone cheered. This is great. We are really involved in this huge transaction. $5 billion to buy 140 billion new rubles. Although we can't win all of them, no matter how much we win, we can't earn any more. Everyone shouted with joy, which also made everyone feel relieved, because before they thought that they had promised so readily, there would definitely be problems. But who knew that Mr. Matar and the president of North Russia were such upright people? They really saved their gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. But this excitement had just begun, and immediately there was a basin of cold water pouring down. At this moment, Ilbedov screamed, what? This deal is fake. We were all deceived. Chapter 118. The lovely and shameless Meta and the President. Bow. Thank you Italian Summer ZL for your monthly pass support. The words of Ilbedov shocked everyone like a thunderbolt that suddenly sounded in a sunny day, including Li Chengtongan and Boltarsky, who were stunned North Russian rich people. They stared at Ilbedov in a daze. They murmured one by one, isn't this true? The agreement with the Mlin Palace is brought back. Are you kidding me? But today is not April Fool's Day. Of course I am not joking. Ilbedov first glanced at Ziming and said cautiously, The money transport truck from the Merlin Palace just now came to my Union Bank. Isn't that great? The money has already been shipped. Isn't it supposed to mean that the Merlin Palace is fulfilling the transaction? Why do you even say that we were cheated? Facing everyone's doubts, Ilbedov said, that's because the Merlin Palace is not a new ruble, but an old ruble. Ilbedov's words caused an uproar at the scene. No one thought that this was the result. You must know that the old ruble is a currency that has been abolished by the Merlin Palace. To put it bluntly, it is a piece of waste paper. It is now shipped from the Merlin Palace. Isn't the old ruble coming to fulfill the transaction to show that it is a scam? Then could it be that the Merlin Palace made a mistake? Or maybe the bank didn't ask it clearly. Maybe these old rubles weren't for the transaction? There were also people who did not give up and asked tentatively. Obviously, they wanted to hear the answer that suits their imagination. But it was a pity that Ilbedov didn't let him do what he wanted. He smiled bitterly and said, I also hope that it is what you said. It's a pity that it is not. The money transport vehicles were escorted by an official from the Merlin Palace and police cars. The official in charge of the escort said that this is the new ruble for the implementation of the transaction agreement. Ilbedov's words seemed to be magical, which made the atmosphere of the scene stagnate. Everyone didn't know what to say, and their final fantasy was also broken, because the Merlin Palace deliberately cheated them. If a little money is fine, anyway, they are all rich. It is not the first time to be cheated of money by the Merlin Palace. It is considered as a charity, but this is half of the transaction, which is a full 1.1 billion new rubles. At this moment Boltarsky suddenly remembered something. He stood up and asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, can you show me the agreement in your hand? Of course can. Ziming handed him the agreement document as he said it, and Boltarsky didn't care much anymore. He got the agreement and quickly found the column he was looking for, and then drew it out in front of Ziming. Make a call out of the mobile phone. Everyone knows Boltarsky's ideas. He is currently the second richest man in North Russia. Like the richest man Ilbedov, he owns several large private banks in addition to the largest private bank, metallurgical and petroleum companies in China. So he is now calling to find someone to investigate the situation in the new Siberian oil field in the agreement. Ziming still didn't say anything, and everyone was here silently waiting for the news. The atmosphere suddenly became very depressing, but fortunately, everyone was very personal, and no one said much. After touching for about half an hour, Boltarsky's cell phone finally rang again, and everyone surrounded him for the first time. Even Dupeng, Suhan and Li Chengtong just raised their ears and held their breath, listening there. Boltarsky quickly connected the phone, his face immediately stiffened, and finally put down the phone silently, and said the results that everyone is least willing to hear. The oil fields stipulated in the agreement are all newly explored in Siberia. There are potential oil fields, but these oil fields are to be sold to a large family in the United States, and there is no plan to offset the capital to others. Before he could react, Boltarsky immediately said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming's problem is too big. We need to check with the Merlin Palace immediately. With Boltarsky starting to take the rhythm, everyone else immediately turned their eyes to Ziming and asked him to contact the Merlin Palace to quickly verify the situation. In the face of everyone's request, Ziming had to dial the Merlin Palace number, but after a busy tone, it was not President Nikolaevich or President Kassa, but an office worker. Secretary of the office, he said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Ziming, the director has a very important job now. If you have anything, you can tell me and I will tell it on your behalf. Ziming's call was connected to the radio, so the secretary's words reached everyone's ears immediately, causing their nerves to explode with a bang. The reason is simple. Ziming dialed the president's number, but he was eventually transferred to an ordinary secretary. This was obviously intentional and the purpose was to perfunctory. Of course, it is also possible that they really have something to deal with. After all, one of them is the president of the country, the other is the director of the presidential office. But how can they believe this possibility? Still, just after signing the agreement, The scene was boiling. Some screamed desperately, "Why is this? Those promised money are all old rubles that become waste paper. Those promised oil fields are all deceitful. There is no such thing. The Milan Palace is playing us." Yeah, some criticized Ziming. "Why did you not verify clearly before signing the agreement, Mr. Ziming? Why did you give out the check in such a hurry? Haven't you ever doubted the possible problems of this transaction?" I really believed you wrong, Mr. Boltaski reminded you tomorrow morning. Why you just didn't pay attention. It was your blind self-confidence that led to this result. Others made demands on Ziming. "Mr. Ziming, this is the result of your mistakes. We have trusted you so much, but you did what you did. Now that this happened, you must find a way to compensate us. You must compensate for the loss. Whether it is 10 million or 100 million." In the face of everyone's fierceness, Ziming was unmoved. He just stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Please rest assured, there is no problem with this transaction. Please give me some time. It will bring this transaction back to the normal track." Ziming's words detonated the gunpowder keg, which immediately evoked even more fierce accusations. "Mr. Ziming, are you telling us a myth? Or do you have any magic that can turn the old ruble into a new ruble? The oil fields that are going to be sold to Americans are secretly transferred to us." At this time, Li Cheng stepped up to help Ziming and said, "Please calm down. Everyone wants this kind of thing to happen. We have also invested a lot of money in it. We also hope that the transaction can be successful, but there are always some surprises avoided. You always need to give us some time to understand the situation." Speaking of this, Li Cheng paused for a while and then said, "Of course, if something unexpected happens in the end, we will compensate you for the loss, up to tens of millions of dollars, and we can still get it out." Erbidov also stood up and said, "I completely agree with Mr. Li Cheng. I also think that since we choose to trust Mr. Ziming and leave this matter to Mr. Ziming, we cannot doubt him at this time. I think that instead of wasting time here at this time, we might as well give Mr. Ziming time to let him verify the ins and outs of the matter and make plans." Boltaski looked around Ziming, Li Cheng and Ilbidov's faces, and finally stood up and said, "Everyone listens to what I say. I think we are all North Russian men. We have to be a little bit responsible. I can't blame others when something goes wrong. Since Mr. Li Cheng and Mr. Erbidov have said so, I think that since we are partners, we can only choose to believe, because our accusations here have no effect. Li Cheng's words helped Ziming to get out of the siege, and Ilbidov's words calmed everyone down, and in the end even Boltaski said so. Whoever said it seemed stingy. When the atmosphere eased, Ziming said to everyone, "I can only say sorry to everyone that this happened. Please go back first. I will notify you as soon as I have news." No one who can stand here is a fool, and they can understand the situation. After hearing Ziming say this, everyone left one by one. Only Ilbidov and the media tycoon Korkodo returned. "Stay here." Watching the cars driving out of the villa, Ziming exhaled and sat back on the chair with emotion. "I thought Mr. Matar and Mr. Nikolaevich, they are people in the world who can do what made me shine. I didn't expect them to do such a shameless thing. It's really amazing." Ziming shook his head as he spoke, expressing that he was very disappointed with their actions. Du Peng and Suhan were accustomed to Ziming's feelings, while Tong Gang and Li Cheng looked at each other. They didn't know whether he should be said to be very nervous or he should be a general. At this time, Ilbidov also heard Ziming's emotion when he came back. He said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, in fact, you have already guessed that they will do tricks, and you have already figured out the countermeasures. Why did you just now? Why don't you tell everyone clearly?" "Because it is not necessary," Ziming explained. "These people are temporary partners. If they can believe it, then I don't say they can understand it. On the contrary, if they can't accept it and don't believe me, then even if I explain it well, I am afraid it will be a waste of words." What else Erbidov wanted to say, Ziming first patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Let's not care about these details. We should think about how to deal with our cute and shameless Mr. Mater and Mr. Gulavik. Zeming turned his head and asked Kolhodo, "Are things ready?" Seeing Kolhodo nodded, Zeminkai said again, "Then pass it to our Mr. President through the special channel as soon as possible. I believe he will be happy to see it as soon as possible." Chapter 119, Young People Tend to Get Angry? Early the next morning, Zeming dialed Mater's cell phone. The call was not connected at the first time, but it took a while to get through. Mater heard that Zeming's phone number was called, asked him what happened. Zeming told him everything about the old rubles from the Malin Palace and about the Siberian oil fields, still being translated by Karolina in the middle. After listening to Mater's silence for a while, he said, "It turns out that this is the case. I don't know about these things, but it seems that Mr. Nikolaevich is not at ease about the deal with you. It's just Mr. Zeming. You shouldn't come to me, but you should go directly to the Malin Palace to find Mr. Nikolaevich. After all, you are the two sides of the transaction, and I can only be regarded as an intermediary at best. What do you think?" "It's true," Zeming said. "I was a bit reckless to come to Mr. Matar so hastily, but I have been trying to get in touch with Mr. President from yesterday to now, but I still have no results. I don't want to go directly to Malin Palace. That's why I thought of looking for you, Mr. Matar." "Mr. Zeming, please don't worry. After all, that is a Mr. President. The Malin Palace is also the central government of this country. It will definitely not be able to enter and exit like a department store building." Machudad paused and continued, "But I can understand Mr. Ming's eagerness. I can help you communicate with the Malin Palace, but given your current status, it would be better for me to take the lead." "What does Mr. Mater mean by saying that?" Zeming frowned and asked. Mater answered him, "Don't worry, Mr. Zeming, I just want a little benefit, because this time I'm responsible for helping you communicate with the president of the country. I don't think this requirement is too much, right?" "Of course, if Mr. Zeming wants to make any transactions with the Malin Palace in the future, in order to avoid such incidents from happening again, it would be better for me to take the lead." This time Zeming was silent for a while and then said, "Mr. Mater, if you want to say this, why do I think that this time the matter was calculated by Mr. Mater and Mr. President together?" Hearing this, Mater smiled on the phone. "Mr. Zeming, if I were you, I would definitely not ask such a naive question, because if you pretend to be stupid, then I will at least help you lead this. There will be future transactions. The 10 trillion benefit I promised to you can be at least a large part. On the contrary, if you insist to the end, I am afraid that you may have nothing, whether it is the current $120 million or the future part of Dota's plan." "Mr. Mater, I don't think you know me. In the past, I was bullied by others, and I was unsatisfactory. So now I want to change. I won't be slaughtered anymore, you know," Zeming said. "This is too regrettable, but I still want to say that this is not at the mercy of others, but a compromise with reality. In many cases, people have to make big concessions in order to get a big profit. Although I know, Mr. Zeming, you are very young, but I think you can still understand, right?" Mater then said, "Mr. Zeming, you are very smart. I can give you time to think carefully. If you don't understand, Mr. Zeming, you can still think about it with your collaborators. I believe many people. Your wisdom is always better than your own willfulness, but this time is a bit faster, because once the Dota project and the Malin Palace start trading, there will be nothing for you." Mater hung up the phone after speaking. Zeming shook his head and smiled bitterly on the other end of the phone. Now he is still in the villa in Urbidov, with the people who left behind yesterday. Ilbidov and Li Chengtong looked at each other and both looked embarrassed. Since the call was relayed and translated through Karolina, everyone heard the whole call. Zeming spread his hands together, and said helplessly, "Everyone has heard it. In fact, I personally really want to make this deal. But it's a pity that someone is not willing to give me this opportunity. Even today I will do the last thing. Trying to save Mr. Matar, it's still the same. There's no way." Zeming finally said to Urbidov, I know that Mr. Erbedoff will worry about other future transactions, but what I want to say is that if we can't even guarantee this transaction, how can we guarantee that there will be no such thing again in the future? Does our $10 trillion transaction depend on the character of Mr. Matar alone? Then I can only say that I am sorry, because I never believed this stuff. Erbedoff sighed and said, Mr. Ziming, you have misunderstood. I am indeed worried about what you said, but I am more worried about the entire transaction. Then I can only say that Mr. Erbedoff's concerns are completely unnecessary. Du Peng said to Erbedoff with confidence. Anyway, Mr. Kolkhodo's preparations are already in place. We just wait for the result. At the same time, in the courtyard of Villa Number 8, David was playing tennis on the court. Seeing that Mater put down the phone, he curiously asked, Is Mr. Mater the phone of Malin Palace? It will not be us. What happened to that 140 billion transaction, right? Of course not. There is no problem with that transaction. This is another unimportant call. Mater replied that even though David was a very trusted assistant of Mater, he could not talk about the benefits of the Knife Tower plan in cooperation with Ziming, because once it was passed back, he will be transferred away, or even to the extreme, he may be killed somehow inexplicably. This is not fun. He must be careful in everything and not reveal any flaws, including the meeting with Ziming. Mater thought for a while and said to David, you should follow up on that 140 billion transaction. You must complete it as soon as possible. I'll go out. When Mater finished speaking, he took his cell phone and left, leaving David here. Mater got in his extended Lincoln courtesy car and went directly into the Malin Palace. Since he had contacted Nikolaevich in advance, when Mater arrived here, President Kassa greeted him at the door and took Mater directly to the president's office. At this time, Nikolaevich was sitting on the sofa in the office. After reading the newspaper to rest, he stood up to say hello to Mater. When he saw Mater come in, asked Mater to sit on the sofa, and gave Mater a cup of coffee. I heard that just drinking a cup of coffee in the morning can make your mind sober all day long. Nikolaevich said this to Mater first, and then asked, let me guess, if you can make Mr. Mater come to the Malin Palace in such a hurry, it must be the Chinese Ziming who is looking for you, right? Mater nodded and said, Mr. Nikolaevich guessed it right. Because of this, I think Mr. Ziming must have come to Mr. Nikolaevich for you, right? Of course. He called me after he went back yesterday, and later he wanted to come to the Malin Palace, but I ignored him. So I guess he could only go to Mr. Matar and cry at you. Mr. Ability, I'm afraid he should have compromised, let more benefits be given to you. Nikolaevich sighed and said, but this is also the Chinese Ziming who is stupid. He knows it is a trap. It must not be that simple. He has to jump in by himself, although he can't do anything about it. Avoid it. But at least you can find some way to avoid suffering too much. There is no such thing as him who does not do any preparation work, so I have a little sympathy for him. Facing what Nikolaevich should be, Mater shook his head regretfully and said, I hope so, but he has not compromised. No compromise? So what did he do? Nikolaevich was very surprised, and Mater retold the previous phone call between him and Ziming to Nikolaevich. After listening to it, Nikolaevich did not rush to express his position, but first seriously asked Mater if Ziming had any other actions. Mater answered that he did not. After getting this answer, Nikolaevich laughed in relief. I thought he said something. I didn't expect that he was just going to be willful. He won't be slaughtered anymore. This young man is the young man can't speak his mind. I really don't understand how those people believe him. The young man is too arrogant. However, Maita said calmly, young people are indeed impulsive, and they are even more provocative when driven by their self-esteem, but Ziming feels that he is not that kind of person. I totally agree with you, Mr. Matar, Nikolaevich said. If he was dealing with me on behalf of their government, I would naturally not dare to do so, but if he was alone, I could hardly imagine. As long as the money has fallen into my pocket, what else can he do? I hope so. Mater said, Mr. Matar, what you say is very inconsistent with your identity. Nikolaevich joked. Maita smiled meaninglessly. In fact, he felt a little uneasy when he came to the Malin Palace, because based on his knowledge of Ziming, he felt that Ziming was unlikely to be so irrational, especially Ziming's. In the last sentence, he said that he was bullied in the past, so he needs to change now. This sentence sounds okay at first, but at this moment Matar thinks about it carefully, but he always feels very uneasy, especially when he heard that sentence just now. The strong anxiety in his heart became more and more violent. When he got up, he even made his heart beat wildly a few times. This feeling is very clear to Meta. That is a sign that things are changing. The facts are like to prove it for him. When the feeling of Meta came out, the door of the office was quickly knocked open, and Kassa walked in, with a nervous look attached to Nikolavic's ear. After a word, the president jumped up at the time. What? The $100 million on the check did not go to our account? Chapter 120. This is Ziming's set. There is a lyric. I don't have a little defense, and I don't have any worries, you just appear in my world like this. This lyrics coincided with the mood of Nikolavic and Matar at this time, because they never thought that Kassa would bring such a news. But the news brought them only surprise but not joy. Old man, today is not April Fool's Day, and this joke is not funny at all, Nikolavic said to Kassa. Kassa was frightened by Nikolavic's solemn tone, but he still said, Mr. President, I'm not joking. Just now, the Ministry of Internal Affairs went to a Swiss bank to withdraw cash. It was from a Swiss bank staff member. The news says that we have no money in that account. Where did the money go? Mr. Kassa, when you reported that you personally handed the $100 million check to Sean, you also watched Sean verify the check and deposit the money. It's on our account. But now you tell me there is no penny in it. Then please tell me where the $1 billion is. Are you making the worst joke for me? Nikolavic roared angrily at Kassa, and even sprayed his saliva on the opponent's face. However, the North Russian president could not help but be angry. After all, it was not $1 or $2, but $100 million. This was not a big deal at the peak of this superpower. But now the financial situation of North Russia is leaking. In terms of this, the money is very important. Otherwise he would not make the transaction of buying $5 billion in the 140 billion new rubles. On the one hand, this transaction was based on the consideration of many senior officials for their own interests. On the other hand, the Malin Palace really needed money to ensure that its finances would not go bankrupt. Facing Nikolavic's rant, Kassa felt very panicked. Mr. President, I don't know why. I did see the check was verified and deposited in the bank with my own eyes, and Mr. Matar was also there at the time. He can prove it for me. Kassa pulled up the next to Meta in desperation, and he had to do so. After all, it was $100 million. Even if he, the director of the presidential office, could not afford it at all. Nikolavic turned his head to look at Meta, his eyes full of doubts and questions, but when faced with Nikolavic's inquiry, Meta did not answer immediately, but first took out his mobile phone and made a call. The call he made was to Sean, the key account manager of the Swiss bank. What he wanted to ask was whether the $20 million Ziming gave him had arrived. In Meta's view, the affairs of Nikolavic and Kassa are not important. First of all, as their old partner from the White House to the Malin Palace, it is impossible for Nikolavic to not understand Kassa's loyalty. Okay, even if politics doesn't believe in people's hearts, at least if Kassa is really involved in the $100 million, he must leave North Russia to apply for politics. After asylum, he will return a serious report. Then he is not a brain. The door is squeezed. That is, the brain is squeezed by the door. Nikolavic and Kassa also knew very well, so they didn't urge anything, but waited for him to finish the call. But they didn't need to wait for him to finish the fight. When they saw that Matar's face was wrong, they immediately understood the result. This American financial warfare master was also scammed, and his $20 million did not have arrived. The only thing that makes people very puzzling is that the $120 million were obviously they watched Sean take the check, so why did it disappear out of thin air? Or is there something wrong with this Sean? But this is also impossible, because not to mention that Sean, as a key account manager of Swiss bank, has extremely high professional ethics. The key is that Sean is brought by them. If there is a problem, it should be the talent to help them. That's right. My God. Can anyone tell me what happened? Could it be that the Chinese Ziming would have some Eastern magic that would completely change the $120 million and disappear? Kassa murmured. Nikolaevich did not speak, but his incomprehensible expression explained everything well. Meta frowned immediately. If Ziming just changed the magic for us, it would be okay to change the $120 million away. What I am worried about is that he has other magics that have not ended. Nikolaevich and Kassa were shocked when they heard this, but before they could react, the door of the office was knocked open again, and Kassa's assistant walked in and brought him a newspaper. Kassa's eyes widened as soon as he saw the newspaper, and then before he even had time to ask the assistant, he handed the newspaper directly to Nikolaevich, because the headlines on the front page were about them and the agreement signed by Ziming. Traitor agreement. This is the main headline of this news. This news first stated that the central government spent 2.3 billion new rubles to buy $100 million in the hands of a Chinese, and then angered the Milan Palace as a traitorous act, because according to the current situation at the exchange rate of the new ruble, 2.3 billion new rubles should be converted to at least 6 or 7 billion US dollars, but he only received $100 million US dollars. This kind of transaction is totally unthinkable except for traitors. At the end of the article, the newspaper even posted photos of the agreement text, including the signature of Kassa at the seam, which cannot be denied. Nikolaevich slumped on the sofa with a look of despair. He could no longer maintain the gentleman expression of the Western aristocracy he had always disguised, because he could predict the possible impact when this newspaper was published. There will be an uproar throughout the country, and the people will condemn unanimously. If a political group organizes a little, there will be a lot of riots and demonstrations. And then there will be a repeat of the parliament building not long in the past. Those who opposed themselves will support the people. If you oust yourself, lose your power and betray your country, will you be overwhelmed by angry people? Only God knows. But compared to Nikolaievic's desperation, Kassa next to him was frightened, and even trembling all over his body. One could imagine how scared he was now. The reason is simple. He personally signed this agreement. He is the person directly responsible. His president can sell him directly because he is cruel for his position, saying that he signed it with his own authority and signed it with Malin. Neither the palace nor the president himself has anything to do with him. By then, he will be the one who will be pointed out by Qianfu. How can this not make him feel scared? Although Kassa is only the director of the presidential office, and Nikolaievic's top leader is a distance away, it is already a superior position for ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that everything he has now, whether it is his several manor houses on the shores of the Black Sea in Crisco, or his huge savings in Swiss bank, as well as his 20-year-old wife, relatives and friends, the worship and support for him are based on this position, because he has something that ordinary people can't fight for in a few lifetimes, so he is more afraid of losing. It is for these reasons that when the agreement was signed in the Red Square building, when Ziming jokingly mentioned that a big press conference would be held, Kassa's face suddenly became very embarrassed. It is that he is very clear that this agreement is not visible at all. Of course, it does not matter whether this agreement can be seen or not. After all, on the basis of mutual benefit, no one would be foolish enough to make this agreement public. But that was at the beginning. It was based on a transaction. But now that Nikolaevich did not fulfill the agreement, Ziming could only take countermeasures. This was what Nikolaevich expected. In that case, at least he should have won $100 million for the national finances. However, now not only is the US dollar lying in the Swiss bank disappearing very proudly, but the agreement has been exposed so soon, and he has entered. Ziming's suit is gone. Mr. President, we must start the action as soon as possible. This newspaper must be traced to the end, and the Chinese who leaked the agreement, none of them can be let go. Kassa said to Nikolaevich. Kassa's words reminded Nikolaevich. There was a sharp look in his eyes, and he straightened up and said to Kassa, "Old man, you should contact the KGB right away. You must catch all these damn bastards. I must take care of them." Their heads were cut off and stuffed into their ass. Hearing the name of the KGB, Kassa knew that Mr. President was going to be cruel, so he immediately stood up and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. President, I will do it right away." Kassa said he was about to walk out of the office, but he was stopped by Meta before he even started. Kassa looked at Meta in a puzzled manner, but Meta ignored him and spoke to Nicholas. She said, "Mr. President, don't worry, you should read the date in the newspaper before you speak." Nikolaevich originally wanted to reprimand Meta, but he was stunned when he heard his words. He immediately grabbed the newspaper and looked through the date. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. Kassa felt a bit inexplicable about Nikolaievic's performance, but when he stretched his head and saw the date on the newspaper, he also breathed a sigh of relief, because the date on it was September 1st, not today but tomorrow. Mr. Ziming's time is too delicate. It's just right not to go ahead and not to go behind. Meta said with emotion that he could see Ziming's intention to arrange this time at a glance. It was nothing more than a warning, not really intending to tear each other's faces apart. At the same time, because the date happened to be tomorrow, he and Nikolaevich, it is too late to prepare. "Mr. Meta, now is not the time to sigh the opponent," Kassa reminded Meta. "I understand," Meta said, "Mr. Nikolaevich. Since we have all lost to Mr. Ziming, I think we should honestly take the initiative to contact him and discuss it. What do you think?" Of course, after all, according to the agreement, this transaction should have been completed. "As the president of North Russia, I cannot break my promise," Nikolaevich said. Chapter 121, Mr. President, you are responsible. At noon, a special convoy exited from the side entrance of the Malin Palace. A dark green jeep opened in front, followed by a black car. In the middle was an extended Lincoln courtesy car, and finally a car and a bus. The reason why he is special is that if the courtesy car in the middle is replaced with a bulletproof car, the team is a standard presidential travel team, but in fact, even if there is a courtesy car in the middle, this is still the presidential travel team. North Russian President Nikolaevich and Meta are in the car. The reason is simple. The car of Meta is spacious enough, and as an American financial warfare expert, his car is also bulletproof. Of course, they also need to say more in the car. The convoy did not flash any sirens, and quietly crossed the Gela Street directly to the villa in Ilbedov in the eastern suburbs. Ziming and Ilbedov greeted them at the door, and Nikolai and Matar got out of the car. Before he had time to say hello, Ziming said enthusiastically to them, "Mr. President and Mr. Matar welcome your visit very much. Now we are preparing barbecue here. As long as the two of us don't dislike our unfamiliar craftsmanship, it's okay. Come and eat together." Facing Ziming's invitation, Nikolaevich and Matar had no choice but to follow Ziming first. On the grass in the backyard of the villa, several brackets have been set up, and a huge parasol is erected next to it, and tables and chairs are placed underneath. Du Peng Sihan, Li Chengtongan and Korhodo are all surrounding the barbecue at the moment. Next to the rack, I personally cook a barbecue. Seeing Ziming walking by with Nikolaevich and Meta, Li Cheng smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. President, Mr. Meta, you are here. I just grilled a few skewers of lamb. If you two don't dislike it, please try it first. Give me a comment." In fact, Donglis' barbecue skills are very strong, so I often joke that he must have been on the roadside kebabs in the past, and he must be a chef at home. Ziming recommended to them with a smile. In fact, many wealthy people, it's not a waste person who can take care of themselves. On the contrary, the richer the people, their various life skills are high scores. After all, they come into contact with a variety of people, and they can use it when they don't know how to use it. Because in the business world, everyone sits face-to-face in the conference room and negotiates. They are all in the final stage. They are also misleading from TV dramas and movies. In fact, in many cases, Communication at the golf course or what kind of cocktail party is the key. Talking directly into the meeting room to exchange documents is the most basic and least efficient way. Even the most ordinary salesperson knows to ask customers to massage their feet and steam in the sauna, let alone these rich people. They have more ways to do it. Even if it is a certain sea feast that has been criticized in later generations. The reason why so many rich people are invited to participate is not because of how many beauties there are. In fact, those rich people who can own private jets don't care about those green tea girls throwing a few million out. Wouldn't there be a very slick girl who washes herself and packs it to their bed for them? The most important thing for this feast is to communicate with each other and expand their circle of contacts, because these are their wealth of capital. On these occasions, whether it is writing or painting at a party, or playing a ball at an outdoor barbecue, sometimes it is a means of expression. As a rising star in Hong Kong City, Li Cheng is also the world's richest man in the future. He is even the best among them, in his opinion. His skills can be useless, but he absolutely cannot avoid it when needed. It is for this reason that he will barbecue, but he will not show it in front of the media. Even if it is shown, it will be understood as a show. And it has never been known. The maid of the villa came over with a plate, and Zhu Ming took it and handed it to Nikolaevich and Mei Ta. They all praised Li Cheng's barbecue skills after they tasted it. This compliment comes with a 3-point compliment and 3-point perfunctory. Of course, there are also 3-pointers that are really delicious. After all, as Li Cheng, it is not difficult to find a barbecue master to learn the method. Zhu Ming took Nikolaevich and Mei Ta and sat under a parasol. Du Peng, Suhan and the others also followed. Li Cheng also put down the barbecue in his hand and handed it to the full-time chef next to him, and the maid had it done. Here comes a good barbecue. Everyone sat around the table, and Zhu Ming said to Nikolaevich, I know that North Russia likes to drink vodka, but we have to talk about things later. So we won't drink strong alcohol, just drink some beer. Up. Nikolaevich smiled and said, in fact, it doesn't matter what you drink, as long as everyone is happy. The maid hired in the talking room had already poured beer and came up to give everyone a glass, and everyone toasted together first. As the first glass of beer was eaten, Zhu Ming first said, it is great that Mr. President can be here today. I heard that what you brought to the bank was not the new ruble but the old ruble. The Siberian side originally planned to give it to me. The oil field of China has also been given to another company. I want to find out about the situation with you, Mr. President, but you have been busy. This has made me and my partners anxious. Zhu Ming's words surprised both Nikolaevich and Mei Ta, because they came in and saw Zhu Ming invited them to eat barbecue. They had to be polite and waited for them to speak first, but they didn't expect to have the first cup now. After drinking the wine, Zhu Ming went straight to the subject. Facing Zhu Ming's questioning, Nikolaevich smiled without embarrassment and said, I just learned about this situation. Our North Russian government is very honest. Now that the agreement has been signed, the transaction will be no matter what, it will be done. I believe there must be some misunderstanding in the process. Listening to Nikolaievic's explanation, Zhu Ming suddenly realized, is this just a misunderstanding? I thought it was someone in the North Russian government who made a deliberate mistake in work. Mr. President must thoroughly investigate and punish those who dare. The people doing tricks in it. Zhu Ming's words made Nikolaevich feel an impulse to vomit blood, because everyone knew what was going on, and Zhu Ming said that now, obviously he wanted him to explain it on purpose. In many cases, the words shouldn't be spoken clearly, and it is difficult to resist using this inadvertent method. Of course Nikolaevich can choose not to explain, but then some of the window paper will be broken. This is not what he wants to see, so Nikolaevich can only swallow this breath. Said, Mr. Zhu Ming said it is very true. I originally planned that, after all, my transaction with Mr. Zhu Ming is very important. Those corrupt officials who dare to reach out here, I will definitely not let them go. Zhu Ming took a sigh of relief and said, with this guarantee from Mr. President, I am relieved, because if the situation in the Malin Palace is really that bad, I will not dare to trade anymore. Nikolaevich's facial muscles twitched, because Zhu Ming's words were not in his ears, but he was slapped and slapped in the face. Only when he heard Ziming's next words, he would rather let Ziming really reach out and slap him a few times. But it's okay. After all, where can't go wrong? It's just Mr. President. Now that the mistake has been made, we should always have some remedial measures. Nikolavic's heart shuddered, and he asked very vigilantly, what does Mr. Ziming mean by saying that? This is Mr. President, no matter how the previous mistake happened, because he has already happened, we don't have to worry about it anymore. But after so many old rubles have been shipped to the bank, we have to find a way to deal with it. After all, it is the abolition order signed by you, Mr. President, Ziming said. Nikolavic suddenly heard a sound of meat cutting, and he also understood what Ziming was playing. He just wanted to find channels to dispose of all the old rubles he collected through the turf market. The most annoying thing was that he knew Ziming's abacus and saw the pit that Ziming had dug for himself, but he still only had the choice of jumping down. Please rest assured, Mr. Ziming. Since this is a mistake in our work, we are naturally responsible for this old ruble. Mr. Ziming can convert all these old rubles into new ones according to the exchange rate that I set at the time. Rubles, Nikolavic said. Ziming asked again, so how many old rubles can be exchanged? Yes, because this is a mistake in our work, we must take this responsibility, and we can exchange all the old rubles that we have shipped by mistake. Nikolavic gritted his teeth and said, Mr. President is really majestic, this is the style of a big country, let me wait for the common people of the small state to admire it. Ziming said with a smile. But his smile seemed to Nikolavic to be the smile of the devil, because even if he was stupid he would understand that the old ruble that Ziming would exchange in the future would definitely not be only the little bit that I transported past. God knows how many there will be. What's this called? Obviously he had designed to pit the Chinese man severely, but now why did he become a benefactor to help him deal with the old ruble in the end? This result made Nikolavic absolutely crazy. But he finally stabilized and asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I did have a lot of mistakes here, but I heard that Mr. Ziming's funds are also it's not on our account, so what's the explanation? Ziming was surprised when faced with this question. Is it wrong? I handed the check to the key account manager of Swiss Bank in front of Mr. Mater and Director Kassa, who also checked it on the spot by manager Sean. How could it be missed now? Mater finally spoke this time. But Mr. Ziming, the money did not arrive. Not only did Mr. Nikolavic's $100 million have not arrived, but my $20 million hadn't arrived either. Account. It turned out to be like this. Ziming smiled, and that smile made the hearts of Matu and Nikolavic feel uneasy. Chapter 122. Where are the 120 millions? Mr. Nikolavic and Mr. Matar. Do you want to ask where the $120 million that has already been paid in? Facing Ziming's question, both Nikolavic and Matar's expressions were a bit embarrassed, because this was indeed the key they wanted to know the most. If the $120 million had already arrived in their hands, then regardless of Zhu if Ming wanted to do any countermeasures, he had to weigh it up. It wouldn't be the way it is now. Unless they tear their faces, there will be no way at all. But now that Ziming asked directly, they were very difficult to answer, because they couldn't admit that they were beaten to death by such a trick, right? Such a statement is really a shame. Ziming also didn't mean to chase it hard. He thought for a while and said, why don't I tell you a scam that I have seen in China? Nikolavic and Matar were stunned at the time, because Ziming's leap of thinking really made them unacceptable. Why were they talking about the mysterious disappearance of $120 million in a Swiss bank account just now? Would he be going to talk about domestic scams again? Had he seen a super deception in China that could deceive 120 million or US dollars? If this is the case, then this scammer is not just a scammer. Maybe it is a smashing financial crocodile who can be on the global news. After all, in many cases, there is only one step between a successful financier and a scammer, as long as your skill is deep enough. If you are an ordinary person who is straight-hearted, I'm afraid that this meeting will start, saying that Ziming is simply playing tricks, but Nikolaevich and Matar can control their own mouths. They understand Zuming's kind of thing. No one would say this for no reason. It is said that people who have installed phones in many homes in China often receive some very strange calls. They will claim to be from a certain company, charity or TV station, saying that your phone is lucky enough to get a TV station. However, due to the special telephone system for receiving prizes and the regularity of receiving the prizes, they will require the winning users to pay a certain amount of handling fee before receiving the prizes. Zuming said. Nikolaevich frowned and said, "This is indeed a scam, but this scam is very difficult to deceive people. After all, the victim of the lottery has to pay if they don't get anything. This is illogical. Then if it is a scammer who pays a certain amount of bonus first, then first put a portion of the bonus into the bank account reported by the victim?" Zuming asked rhetorically. Nikolaevich was stunned at that time. It was true that people paid the bonus before taking the prize. Even the pig could see that there was a problem. But if a part of the bonus was paid first, then everyone would basically be fooled. After receiving the money, who would doubt it? But in this way, wouldn't the liar lose out? Because he has already beaten the money out. But he actually didn't do any lottery. According to logic, the money that the scammer would swindle would definitely be much less than the handling fee that the victim had to pay. This loss-making scam, what's worth saying? Looking at Nikolaievic's eyes, Zuming of course understood his doubts at this time, so Zuming explained, because there is a system in our domestic bank. If it is done by check, the bank will first remit the other party's bank account, and then check with the checking account bank. If the scammer withdraws the money in the checking account at this time, the transaction will be cancelled. It turns out that the money on this check is only the number on the account. In fact, it cannot be put into the treasury first. It is in a frozen state and cannot be used. However, the victim does not know it. Information. So I was deceived. Nikolaevich and Matar suddenly realized, but at the same time it made them wonder, did the Swiss bank money disappear like this? But the check was verified on the spot by the key account manager of Swiss bank and deposited into the designated account. How could this be possible? Zuming saw their thoughts and smiled and explained, Mr. Nikolaevich and Mr. Matar, in your capacity, I think you should all know the rules of Swiss bank. What's their rule? Matar asked hurriedly. It's about the time limit for the transaction of huge deposits of more than 10 million US dollars. Zuming said. Simply put, the bank will specify a time limit for this huge fund transaction. Within a certain time limit, the transaction funds are also frozen. The status can be revoked at any time. This is not only to ensure that the transaction is reasonable and legal, but also to ensure the stability of the financial market. After all, such large capital transfers will always have a certain impact on the financial market. As Zuming's voice fell, Matu and Nikolaevich immediately felt their heads explode, because the rule Zuming said was not a strange rule, on the contrary it was a rule that the whole world knew. In fact, this is not the rule of a Swiss bank. Multinational banks all over the world basically have this rule. The reason is that, as Zuming said, it is to ensure that the transaction is reasonable and legal, and it is also to ensure the stability of the financial market. After all, if you can easily transfer a very large amount of money from one place to another, it is easy to cause inflation to trigger financial market chaos. As a president and an American financial warfare expert, they were originally familiar with this rule, but at this time they just forgot the rule under the light, which allowed Zuming to take advantage of it. You can't help but say, Mr. Zuming has your unique vision, Matar said with a sigh, and gave Zuming a thumbs up. In fact, Matar wanted to say that he was dissatisfied, because if he could be more careful and notice this, and greet the Swiss bank in advance, then there would be no more things. But it's a pity that things happened in this world. What if some assumptions are nothing more than a little kid can't afford to lose? Matar doesn't do that. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake. There is nothing to explain. Yes, next time I will be more careful before winning back. Zuming looked at the confidence in Matar's eyes and knew that this was a difficult opponent, so he said with a serious face, but anyway, since both of you have already come here, it proves that we still need to proceed with this transaction. Yes, Then I would like to ask Mr. President to fulfill the agreement and send the new rubles to the Union Bank. It just so happens that Mr. Obidov is also here. By the way, you can also transport the old rubles away. Are you okay? The president was so instigated to make him angry, but Nikolaevich had no choice. After all, the previous agreement was indeed a unilateral shame on him, so this time it is totally unrealistic to ask Zminxian to remit money, and continue. It was no good for him to drag it on. In the end, he nodded and said, "It's okay. I'll go back to the Malin Palace to sign the order." Zming first thanked Nikolaevich, and then said to Obidov, "Then Mr. Obidov, the task of exchanging the old ruble is left to you." Mater and Nikolaevich got up and left. They paused before leaving. How could Zming not know their worries? He said, "Please rest assured, as long as the agreement is fulfilled, our money is received. I will pay for it naturally. Otherwise, just a few of us are here. Mr. President can ask the troops to level us out every minute, right? Unless we can hide in the domestic embassy." After getting Zming's answer, Mater and Nikolaevich were about to leave with confidence, but then Zming came out again. "Why don't you two finish the barbecue before leaving?" This polite remark almost didn't make Mater and Nikolaevich mad, because they had been stimulated by Zming enough for a date today. They just wanted to leave early, and they didn't want to hear the Chinese and Zhu again. With words like Ming, if they want to stay again, they won't feel anything other than the slap and slap on their faces. Watching the two leave, behind him, Tonggang commented on Zming and said, "Today's plan, except for you, little brother Zming, we are afraid that no one would dare to do this because it was too gamble. Because no one dares, he is the blind spot and I have the opportunity." Zming smiled and said, in fact, Zming understood that Tonggang might be saying that his scam also had loopholes. This Zming knew very well, because it was a scam for later generations. Under the premise that everyone has a bank card, in this age, this deception may not be so easy to use. But no one mentioned it, because this is not the point. There is no difference between mentioning it and not mentioning it. There, Mater and Nikolaevich sat back in the Lincoln concierge, and Nikolaevich asked Mater in a low voice, "Are we really going to do this?" Mater glanced at him and asked, "Does Mr. Nikolaevich really intend to make this matter public and provoke a diplomatic incident?" Facing this objection, Nikolaevich was silent for a moment, because he also remembered Zming's last sentence. It was obviously not a casual sentence, but to be honest. After all, there was a grandson of the Du family who wanted to. It is not difficult to hide in the embassy. If Nikolaevich continues to entangle, then this incident may really escalate into a diplomatic one. There was the exposure of the agreement before, and the diplomatic incident with that big eastern country later. North Russia is only now splitting up. This is not what he wants to see. Afterwards, Obidov also got into the car, and he smiled and greeted them. "Mr. President, Mr. Matar, this time I will trouble you." Nikolaevich had nothing to do in front of Zming, but he was full of confidence in the Jew. He snorted coldly, "Mr. Obidov, you really engraved the privatization policy on your soul. Consider the interests of the motherland." Regarding this, Obidov's face was embarrassed first, and then he smiled and said, "Mr. President, you have wronged me by saying that, and everything I have done is to restore the vitality of the motherland as soon as possible." Chapter 123 The New Ruble and the Oil Field. There were sirens on the Geller Street, and money-carrying trucks roared by, shuttled back and forth between the Union Bank and the Central Bank of North Russia. This scene made all the North Russians who saw it stunned and did not understand what happened. "What's up?" I said. "Are we going to change to a new generation of rubles?" Someone asked this subconsciously. Because of the large-scale transfer of money transport vehicles, they also recalled their painful memories of replacing the new ruble not long ago. But that time the ruble change was due to the predicament of the collapse of the North Russian economy. What is going on this time? Isn't it just over a month since the new ruble was issued? What the hell is this central government doing? I think our new North Russian government is about to collapse, or the new doctrine is right. The officials in this new government are basically demons that came out of the eyes of money to create the doomsday that belongs to the entire North Russia. Yes, or why would they do this? Yes, I think the bastards in the Malin Palace have gone crazy. We haven't even exchanged the old rubles before, and now we have to exchange for the newer rubles. This time I don't know that it will cost a few thousand for one. Are they happy if the whole country goes to hell? People are guessing and swearing, even a lot of new terms are used, such as the Protestant in their mouths. This is also due to the deteriorating economic situation in North Russia, and many social groups have emerged in the country. These groups use the people's despair of reality to continuously promote their slogans and develop more members. As for the purpose, it is not easy to say. Of course that is the story from now on. It doesn't matter now. It's just that ordinary people don't know that they guessed half of it correctly. These money-carrying trucks are indeed transporting old and new rubles back and forth, but not for the next time. To prepare for the replacement of rubles, he was helping Ziming to convert all his old rubles in the Union Bank's vault into new rubles. The Union Bank's vault is underneath the headquarters building. The chairman of the bank Elbedov stood at the door, watching the bank staff unload boxes of new rubles from the banknote truck and push them into the vault. In the vault, the prepared old rubles were loaded onto the money-carrying vehicle, and bank and central bank staff were also counting and verifying the figures nearby. The whole process was done in one go. On the one hand, these staff members are proficient in their business, while on the other hand, this kind of work has been going on for several days, and these staff members are already familiar with it. I really didn't expect Mr. Elbedov. These old rubles are really useful for a day when they are here. It's just like a dream. The bank's minister in charge of treasury management said to Elbedov with emotion that his tone and expression were very unbelievable. In fact, let alone the minister, even Elbedov felt like he was alive in a dream. I still remember that when Ziming wanted to store these old rubles in the bank's underground vault, I have slightly mocked Ziming's special collection habit. After all, these old rubles have been abolished explicitly, except for the collection is a piece of waste paper. Ordinary people would hate to throw it into the trash, but Ziming still has a treasury. This is either sick or sick. Elbedov did not agree at first, but Ziming insisted and said that the rent could be paid. This made Elbedov's heart moved. But now Elbedov regretted it because of that. Ziming said that dividends can be distributed according to the proportion of the old rubles stored, but he did not do it. In his opinion, these old rubles have no value at all. How can a pile of worthless waste paper have any dividends? Are you making an international joke? So at that time Elbedov only charged Ziming's high storage fee, but now, he wished he could slap himself severely. He was losing money. What only puzzled Elbedov was how Ziming expected that these old rubles would be exchanged one day. Did he guess from that moment that he could blackmail Mr. President and force him to exchange these old rubles? But these latter things were just accidents. They were all first made by Mr. President. Before that, no one could tell what they would do. Faced with a situation where the initiative is in the hands of the other party, they want to prepare for everything. It's impossible, but if it weren't the case, how could Ziming keep all these old rubles? This is too unreasonable. When Elbedov thought about this, the central bank official who was in charge of the count came over and said to him, as of today, the last truck has transported 70 billion old rubles, according to the agreed exchange rate and the president's request. New rubles 1.3 billion. All transportation tasks have been completed. Elbedov nodded and took the folder handed over by the Minister of the Treasury. After checking it carefully, he said, "It's all over indeed, thank you very much." After signing the respective handover documents with Elbedov, the central bank officials went back with the documents first, and finally reported to the President's office through the central bank system, and finally to President Nikolaevich. After listening to Kassa's report, Nikolaevich shook his head helplessly. "Old man, our deal with Ziming is a big loss this time. I thought it would be a net profit of $100 million. but I didn't expect it to be more than this. Instead of getting the money, I went out thanks to 200 million new rubles. Facing Nikolaevic's complaints, Kassa didn't dare to say anything, because it was the complaint of the president of the country. He could say anything he wanted, but he was only the director of the president's office, and he had no power to treat a president. The bigger reason is that the agreement was signed by himself. Of course Nikolaevic didn't expect him to say anything. He was just a few depressed words in a bad mood, and then asked him, "Old man, now the new ruble is in place, what do the Chinese people say?" "Mr. President, Mr. Ziming has already remitted $40 million in advance to our account," Kassa added. "I have notified the UBS bank to ensure our control of the funds." Right. The old man did a good job. Nikolaevic praised Kassa and said that, in fact, Nikolaevic wanted to say that Ziming's trick has already been used once, and he should not do it again, and this time they fulfilled the deal, Ziming even more. There is no reason to do things, but in the end, Nikolaevic felt that he was careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. It was right for Kassa to be so careful. If he was so careful at the beginning, maybe it would not have the result today. But now the compliment can only be used to make up for it, and it is useless anyway. Nikolaevic had to sigh and ask, "Old man, what about the Siberian oil field?" Kassa nodded and said that everything was ready, and Nikolaevic asked again. Then there is no response from the US. As Nikolaevic's chief butler, Kassa certainly understood what the president was expecting. The oil fields on the Siberian side were originally promised to a consortium in the United States. Now they suddenly broke the contract and gave it to Ziming. Of course, Nikolaevic wondered whether the Americans would be so angry that they would teach the Chinese Ziming. But now it seems that the Americans obviously do not have the consciousness of being used as a gun. No, the US doesn't care about Siberian oil fields, because they think the transportation of oil fields over there is too difficult. Kassa said, "This is indeed a big problem. Siberia is in the eastern hinterland of North Russia. No matter where you look at it, it is too far away from the United States. It is surrounded by opponents. It is basically an enclave. Any country threatens it. It's very dangerous. For this reason, Nikolaevic has actually been in contact with the Americans a long time ago, but the reason for the oil fields in Siberia has not been determined. Unexpectedly, those Americans are totally unreliable, just like that Mr. Matar." Nikolaevic commented on such a sentence with some embarrassment, and spit out, as if he was irritated by being cheated before, and finally asked, "Did you get in touch with Eugens?" Kassa nodded and said, "Mr. Eugens said that he would bet on the glory of his Vladimir family and protect the Siberian oil fields from being taken by the Chinese invaders." After getting this answer, Nikolaevic finally laughed. He leaned comfortably in his chair and said, "I heard that Ziming from China wanted to go to Siberia to see the oil field in person. I hope that our Mr. Eugens can tell Mr. Ziming well why he is the master of Siberia." Kassa gave out a very bad news, "But Mr. President, the one named Du Peng also went. I heard that there was also a Chinese consul Zhang Hui who was going with him." The news frightened Nikolaevic and he immediately straightened up and said, "What? How come so many people are there?" "It should be Yanjing who wants to develop the oil field though with Ziming and others," Kassa guessed. Nikolaevic patted his forehead and said, "Old man, then you should contact that guy Eugens immediately and ask him to restrain me a little bit. And don't do anything big for me, or I will definitely send troops to level Siberia and throw his head to the Arctic Ocean to feed the fish." Kassa nodded and immediately went out to contact Eugens, while Nikolaevic sat there and thumped the table very annoyedly and said, "This Ziming, you are too mean and too scared to die. If you have the ability, you will be alone. Go to Siberia. What do you mean by bringing the official on?" If Ziming heard these words here at this time, he would be helpless, because the president is too unreasonable, as if he never meant to be a strong man. At this moment, when Nikolaevic complained about Ziming in his office, Ziming's plane actually took off from the airport and landed at the Siberian airport a few hours later. Ziming took the lead out of the cabin door, feeling the cool autumn breeze passing by. Ziming knew that he had arrived in Siberia, But what would happen in the future, I am afraid no one could predict. Chapter 124, Warning from Siberia Part 1. The name Siberia is not unfamiliar to most people, because in winter, as long as the temperature drops in the future, the name Siberia will definitely appear in the weather forecast. In fact, this is a vast area of North Asia, more than the total area of China. Although the Siberian name Ziming has been badly heard, he still came to this place for the first time. When he came to North Russia, he set out from Hong Kong City. At this time, Hong Kong City did not return, so he went to the north. The Russian route diverted to West Asia. Ilbedov and Consul Zhang Hui took the lead to get off the plane. Ziming and Du Pengzihan walked behind, and someone greeted him. It was Sergeevsky, who Ziming knew. Sergeevsky did not come to greet him alone. There was a fat man with glasses beside him. Ziming had seen his photos and knew that he was Sergeevsky's collaborator, Dormer. With a few bodyguards in black suits behind him, an extended Cadillac courtesy car and 3 accompanying cars also drove into the airport and were parked behind them. When dealing with Yusians, Ziming asked Ilbedov and Sergeevsky to come over and operate. Ilbedov started a run on the Bank of Siberia from finance, and Sergeevsky contacted. The other members of the Vladimir family took the opportunity to purchase shares in the Siberian Petroleum Company. After moving to Yusians, they opened the railway and let Ziming's train pass the long Siberian Railway to transport things to Crisco. This was Ziming's complete vision, but later, because of Crisco's situation, changed. After the $100 million purchase of 2.3 billion new rubles came out, Ilbedov hurriedly returned to Crisco. Only Sergeevsky was left in Siberia. After all, Sergeevsky started his career in petrochemicals, and Siberia is an increasingly important oil producer in North Russia. How could he not pay more attention to this? Now I heard that Ziming asked for a few new oil fields worth 1.2 billion yuan. As a man who aspires to become a North Russian oil tycoon, Sergeevsky is of course excited all over, and of course he must come over to welcome Ziming, and them most grandly. He introduced Ziming and Dormer to each other. Ziming shook hands and said politely, "This Siberia deserves to be called an extremely cold place alongside the Antarctic. It is much colder than Crisco. Mr. Dormer is here. It's not easy." In fact, Ziming's words are not completely polite, and it is indeed very cold here, because now Crisco is in the autumn season, but when he comes to Siberia, he feels cold when he wears only one autumn coat. Mr. Ziming seems to know Siberia very well. We usually start to snow around October and enter a long cold winter. However, the weather has been abnormal recently, and winter may be in the middle or earlier. Please don't worry about Mr. Ziming. I have prepared winter clothes for Mr. Ziming and everyone. Because of the long winter here, we are always ready for winter clothes. Dormer spoke to Ziming in a half-baked Chinese that said that since Siberia is close to China, the largest cross-border trade partner for merchants here can only be China. Therefore, many merchants here will learn to speak a little Chinese, and Yusians will say that now. This Dormer would also say the same. Ziming originally mentioned the climate of Siberia just so casually. After all, when most people think of Siberia, the first thing they think of is the extremely cold climate here. Of course, Ziming really felt a bit of cold when he got off the plane. I didn't expect that it would snow in less than a month here. You know, it's just now entering September. In such a cold weather, I am afraid that the coldest northeast in the country cannot be compared with horses. It seems that Siberia, which can affect the whole country, really deserves its reputation. Ziming silently sighed in his heart, and then followed Dormer into the car. Ziming first asked about the oil company's situation here. Sergeevsky told Ziming that the Vladimir family was splitting up. The wild species of Yusians, all his actions are for his own self-interest. I can't let him destroy the Vladimir family, but unfortunately he controls most of the family shares. I really want to help Mr. Ziming and everyone. It's still a little overwhelming. Dormer sighed heavily when he talked about it. Ziming patted him on the shoulder and said to him, "Don't worry, you are our friend, and we will definitely help our friend. That's right, my friend, Eugens is our common enemy. For our friendship, I think we need a toast, Dorma said to Ziming excitedly. He stretched his hand over the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and a glass, but he just opened the red wine. When he was about to pour the wine, the car suddenly braked, and Dorma caught himself off guard. With a violent sway, the red wine was spilled. This is because the driver who drove the courtesy car controlled the speed very well. If you change to a normal driver, I am afraid that half a bottle of red wine will be spilled. My suit, Dorma yelled immediately. He yelled while wiping the red wine spilled on his clothes with a handkerchief. Is this driver drunk too much today? I must kick his ass. Dorma took the lead to get out of the car. Ziming and Ilbedov looked at each other, and they both saw the doubt in each other's eyes, because the drivers who can drive the courtesy cars must be very good drivers, and they can all control the speed of the vehicle to a good level. Generally, it is impossible to brake suddenly. Could it be that there was an accident ahead? With this thought, Ziming and the others also got out of the car, and they were shocked, because a heavy truck directly hit the car that was driving in front, and the car was deformed. What happened? This was the first reaction in everyone's mind at this time. The driver of the concierge got out of the car and returned in a panic to report to Dorma, "We just drove to this intersection and suddenly the truck drove out quickly. I crashed the car in front of me. I don't know what happened." Hearing what the driver said, Dorma frowned. It is not impossible to say that this is an ordinary traffic accident, but he always feels that this matter is not that simple. At this time, the door of the heavy truck over there was opened, and a young North Russian man wearing a vest with a ring on his lower lip got out of the car, with an axe in his hand, which made Dorma suddenly nervous. When he got up, the bodyguard in the car behind also hurried over to block Ziming and Dorma, and took out his pistol and aimed at the young man. However, these bodyguards only dared to point their guns at the young man nervously, because as the young man got out of the car, there were more than a dozen cars surrounded by more than 30, either with machete sticks or crossbows. The gunman got out of the car and surrounded them very arrogantly. "Who are you?" "I am a member of the Vladimir family. Do you know the consequences if you dare to stop my car here? Hurry up and ask your boss to come out and speak." Dorma stood behind the bodyguard and yelled to those people. Although it was clear that this matter was premeditated, Dorma still believed that his family was the first family in Siberia. No matter who it was, he had to weigh it carefully. The important thing is that he has thought of someone. As Dorma's voice fell, a young man over there with the head of the airplane and a thick gold chain hanging around his neck came out. He held a cigar in his mouth and looked at Dorma with disdain and said, "I know that you are a member of the Vladimir family, but I also know that you are a traitor to the Vladimir family. I think it should be a very happy thing for me to kill you here today, right?" Dorma squinted his eyes. "I know you. Eugens asked you to come, right?" The head of the plane clapped his hands and said, "Mr. Dorma really has a good memory. It was indeed Mr. Eugens who asked me to come over today, but he only asked me to give you a message and Mr. Ziming to bring me a sentence, but it is a pity that I want to say it just a little later. After the crash, your broken car is 100. Dorma trembled with anger. He wanted to say something, but at this time Ziming stepped forward and said to him, "Don't worry, Mr. Dorma, first ask him what Eugens wants to say to us." Dorma is not stupid. He also understands that it is not the time to be angry, so he took a deep breath to calm his anger, and finally asked the airplane head, "Go ahead, what Eugens is going to say." "It's a pity that Mr. Eugens told you that you are a traitor. You are not worthy of the blood of the Vladimir family. One day he will drain the most filthy blood in your body." The plane head mocked. "You fart. One day the one who will be drained of blood must be a wild species of the Vladimir family," Dorma said angrily. The plane head over there smiled, and he did not comment on Dorma's words and then asked, "Which is Mr. Ziming from China?" Ziming had guessed this situation a long time ago, so he immediately stood up, and the plane's nose said, "Mr. Ziming, Mr. Eugens asked me to give you a piece of advice. He asked you to do it before the first day of snowfall. Leaving here, especially don't go to the idea of hitting some oil fields, otherwise he doesn't mind another ice sculpture in the forest of Siberia. He also reminds you that this is not Crisco, this is his Siberia. Ziming smiled after hearing the words of the plane's nose. Mr. Dormer, it seems that Mr. Eugens is going to give us a good start. Dormer's face was not embarrassing or awkward. He didn't know what to say, but Ziming didn't need him to say anything. He just asked him to help translate his words to the airplane head. After all, Karolina is a lady. It's always bad for her to yell like that. Then since Mr. Eugens is so worthy of me, I will give Mr. Eugens a piece of advice as well. Ziming said, I think it is necessary for Mr. Eugens to see a psychiatrist, otherwise he will be treated all the time. Living in a world of delusions, you will be depressed. Chapter 125, Warning from Siberia Part 2. Mr. Ziming, I am sorry that what I expected today was not thoughtful enough. I have also been very angry with Eugen's arrogance in Siberia. But Mr. Ziming, you really shouldn't provoke Eugens like that in the end. In the courtesy car, Dormer said to Ziming, because the plane had left after relaying Eugen's warnings. In fact, he could guess from his act of arranging the truck to only crash into the front car. He was just a warning, but after hearing Ziming's last provocation, the plane's nose shot and left a row of bullet holes in the ground to show anger. It was precisely because of this episode that Dormer would say this to Ziming after returning to the car. What does Mr. Dormer mean by saying that? Is this Eugens really so terrible here in Siberia? Du Peng asked curiously, which was also the answer Ziming wanted to know. Facing Du Peng's question, Dormer sighed and said, this is really a shame to our Vladimir family. Consul Zhang Hui, who came along with him, explained to Du Peng, the situation in North Russia is different from that in China. In the past, it belonged to a loose federal system. Each state or republic has its own relatively independent system. The control over the local area is not that strong, especially after the former Soviet Union fell into an economic recession. Many non-governmental organizations have emerged in the local area. In the beginning, these civil organizations were mutual aid groups spontaneously formed by the poor, but with the indulgence of government departments, these groups will gradually grow and develop into large groups that infiltrate the whole society. Even the central government is quite a headache. The Khmer family is the most powerful non-governmental organization in several participating states in Siberia, and even the governor asks for their help when encountering some difficult cases. Zhang Hui said. Ziming nodded to express his understanding. Before he came to Siberia, he had known the situation here, so Ziming knew that Zhang Hui was still in front of Dormer, and he said that because of some things that are too hard to say. In fact, these so-called civil organizations in Zhang Hui's mouth are gangs, and Ziming, a powerful North Russian gang, has also heard about it. Ziming remembers that he had read a piece of news about North Russian gangs in his previous life, saying that a certain North Russian official was terrorized. The elements were taken hostage, and the North Russian government, after repeated unsuccessful negotiations, all asked the gang to rescue the officials. This shows the energy of the North Russian gang. Perhaps the North Russian gang may not have reached the point where it has reached its peak, but in its own territory, it is still more arrogant and arrogant. Eugens is known as the master of Siberia, but not only because he holds the Bank of Siberia and the oil company in his hands, but more importantly, the gangs he holds. The combination of capital and gangs is actually a common phenomenon all over the world. After all, capital always needs to rely on private forces. Therefore, in all capital-powered countries, there are gangs. Otherwise, there will be no title of Godfather. Just this, it is particularly prominent on the North Russian side. Consul Zhang, I understand what you said, but our purpose of coming to Siberia is contrary to Eugens, and we can't betray our friend Mr. Dormer, can we? Ziming said. Ziming's words made Zhang Hui subconsciously take a look at Dormer, who was immediately moved and said, Mr. Ziming is really a good friend of our Vladimir family. Ziming smiled and said a few words with Dormer, and then Dormer's car drove them to a luxurious manor. This was unexpected, and unexpected by Zuming. It was unexpected because Eugens is now the leader of the Vladimir family, and Dormer, who opposes Eugens, is marginalized in the family, the object of transformation. Even though they still hold a lot of family properties, it's that way, or they wouldn't hold the thighs of two outsiders, Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky, so firmly. Can anyone have such a good villa? But what is expected is that Siberia is really sparsely populated, and it is the country of villas for later generations. Even if Dormer is marginalized, no matter how much it is, at least one manor villa is still easy. Zuming and the others were settled in the villa and followed Zhang Hui to the state government in the afternoon. This is a necessary procedure, because no matter how the ownership of North Russia changes, the land and resources are always owned by the state. Here is the federal system. Each state has its own set of systems, so even though they are authorized by the Malin Palace, they still need local support. Probably out of loyalty to the new North Russian Federation, Zuming and the others did not encounter any obstacles in the state government. The governor personally greeted Zuming and made a statement of support. Mr. Zuming, you still have a way. I have only seen the governor twice after I came to Siberia for so long. Whether it is the development of oil fields or the issue of shares in oil companies, they cannot be solved with delay. The governor will personally meet you here. Walking out of the state government building, Sergeyevsky said to Zuming with emotion, that he seemed to have full confidence in this time. Sergeyevsky is too acclaimed. This is the blessing of Consul Zhang, but seeing the governor is only the beginning, and we have to complete the specific operations later on. Zuming told Sergeyevsky that, on the one hand, Zuming said that, on the one hand, it was indeed Consul Zhang Hu in the name of the country, and coupled with the documents from the Malin Palace, the state government always had to cooperate. On the other hand, Zuming secretly felt that this matter was not that simple. At the gate of the state government building, the Deputy Secretary General of the state government has been waiting here. According to the governor's arrangement, he will take Zuming and them to the Tyumen oil field. The Tyumen oil field is a very large super oil field. The reason why it is called the Tyumen oil field is that it is not a single oil field, but a general term composed of many oil fields. If each single oil field is regarded as one in terms of the city, then this Tyumen oil field area is a province, and there is an oil field named South Ross, which was sold to Zuming in this ruble transaction. This South Ross oil field is a newly developed oil field, and according to the overall Jurassic fracture storage of the Tyumen oil field, the storage depth is 3,000 meters, and the overall oil quality will be very good. The results of several stages of exploration estimate that the total output is at least it can reach more than 20 million tons. In the car, the Deputy Secretary General of the state government explained the value of the oil field to Zuming eloquently, so that Zuming had a preliminary understanding of the oil field. Although Zuming did not study geology, he also had a certain understanding of oil fields before. He knew that compared with other large oil fields, this oil field could easily reach hundreds of millions of tons or even 10 billion tons. It was nothing, even more than 3,000 meters. It is more difficult to extract, but if it is really that kind of super oil field, the president in the Malin Palace will not be able to use it to offset the capital, no matter how low his IQ is. And even if he gets angry. The car finally stopped in front of a building. The Deputy Secretary General told Zuming that this was the storage room for oil field data, and all the oil field data files were kept here. Originally, Zuming and the others came here to hand over the oil field procedures. As for going to the oil field to see the situation, that will be the future. After all, the oil field is a very remote place. No one expected that when they got here, they saw a familiar figure at the door. Eugens, why are you here? Dormer asked in surprise. Eugens glanced at Dormer and said, my cousin is going to betray his country here. Shouldn't I come and see? You are really a traitor to the Vladimir family. Facing Eugens' accusation, Dormer scolded on the spot. You lied. I just brought Mr. Zuming and the others over to complete the procedures. Eugens, I think you are the traitor of the family. Eugens ignored Dormer, and said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I know that the South Ross oil field was granted to you by the president, but I would advise you to give up this oil field yourself. Why is this? Please also Mr. Eugens can give me a reason. Ziming said. Did the Secretary General not introduce to Mr. Ziming on the difficult road? This oil field has few deep reserves and extremely difficult mining. These can be the reason why you gave up, Mr. Ziming. More importantly, this oil field is American. Those who have intentions can all be reasons. Eugens paused when he said that, and then continued, I know that Chinese people are courteous, and I will not make it difficult for Mr. Ziming. As long as Ziming abandons the oil field, I can guarantee Mr. Ziming's cargo in Siberia. Transportation is unimpeded. I wonder what Mr. Ziming thinks. Ziming nodded and said, Mr. Eugen's proposal is indeed very exciting. But I am very greedy. Not only do I hope that my cargo can be transported smoothly in Siberia, I also want to take over this South Ross oil field. Eugens laughed. Then I advise Mr. Ziming not to be so greedy, because if everyone can take a step back, we can still be good friends. I will also welcome Mr. Ziming to come to Siberia at any time in the future. As a guest, we still have opportunities for cooperation in many other fields. I can entertain Mr. Ziming, the most beautiful virgin here. Eugens changed the conversation and said, but if Ziming is so stubborn, it would be terrible. Maybe not only will he have nothing, he will even take his own life. The winter in Siberia is very long and cruel. I heard that Mr. Ziming was on the way and almost had a car accident. Mr. Ziming should think about it. This answer has a lot to do. Ziming also smiled. I am very grateful to Mr. Eugens for reminding me, but I am indeed very stubborn. Eugens sighed regretfully. I have already said so, Mr. Ziming. You are still like this. It is really a pity. Mr. Ziming is so good at it. Eugens walked out the door after speaking, and as Eugens left, a stern alarm sounded suddenly. Chapter 126, Warning from Siberia Part 2. This sudden alarm shocked everyone, but then everyone felt strange, because they didn't feel any possible danger at all except for the harsh alarm bell. And there was no explosion everywhere like the later Baghdad. I didn't feel the shaking of the earthquake. And even if it was an earthquake, it was too late to raise the alarm bell. If today is not April 1st, then Ziming would really suspect that this was a prank by a boring child. However, in the midst of everyone's doubts, a few staff members rushed over and shouted as they ran, the Secretary General is not good. There is a fire in the archives, and all the documents on the South Ross oil field have been burned. Hearing this shout, Admiral Bedov and Consul Zhang Hui changed their expressions. Ziming also became serious after listening to Carolina's translation. The Deputy Secretary General went up and asked why the fire broke out. The staff answered that they didn't know what was going on. There was a fire in the archives room. They rushed to fight the fire as soon as possible, but it was too late. Burned. After listening to the staff's report, the Deputy Secretary General regretfully said to Ziming, it seems I'm very sorry, Mr. Ziming. Because of the occurrence of such a thing that no one wants to see, the handover of documents cannot be carried out today. But it's okay. We have backups of these files. We can only ask Mr. Ziming to wait patiently for a period of time. We must contact Mr. Ziming as soon as we have finished it. Ziming sighed and said, it can only be this way. Then I will trouble Mr. Secretary General. The Deputy Secretary General shook his head and said that it did not matter, waved his hand to let the staff turn off the alarm bell, and went to check the loss by the way. At this time, Du Peng asked Ziming in a low voice, isn't it right? It's too evil to catch a fire. Ziming nodded and said of course. How could he not see the problem here? Not to mention that Eugens went on the front foot, and the back foot archives caught fire. The burning was nothing but the documents about the South Ross oil field. I couldn't wash it without intention. In addition, there is one more point. The fire alarm bell should be sounded as soon as a fire is detected. After the alarm bell rang, the staff immediately ran out to report to the Deputy Secretary General. Such a short time was only enough to transmit the message. Yes, but he has already completed the inventory work and reported that only the documents on the South Ross oil field have been burned. How can this be suspicious? There is no doubt that this fire must be a plot arranged by Eugens. The purpose is to continue to threaten him and prevent him from getting the oil field smoothly. Zhang Hui thought of this and said to Ziming with a wry smile, "Mr. Ziming, it seems that this oil field is not easy to handle." Consul Zhang, the challenge is to get things that are not easy to handle. If everything is so easy to get, where is there any legend? Ziming said to Zhang Hui that Zhang Hui didn't know what to say. But they didn't need to say anything. Since the documents were gone, they lost their meaning here anymore. They turned and left here, but they walked there. At the door, he saw another shocking scene. A heavy truck screamed on the street and slammed into a car on the side of the road. With a bang, the car was smashed. Ziming and the others were dumbfounded, because they had seen this heavy truck in the morning. It was this vehicle that gave them Eugen's threat warning, and now he crashed into the second one arranged by Dormer. Cars. The car was hit by the truck against the wall and was directly squeezed into pieces under the strong impact of the truck, as if the car was not steel but paper. But before they recovered from this amazing car accident, a few more vans drove over, and more than 20 young men with big hammers came down. After they got out of the car, they went straight to Ziming and his car. The courtesy car went over, and the hammer slammed it at the courtesy car without talking about it. Boom! Someone smashed a car window with a hammer and broke a floor of glass. Boom! Someone slammed a hammer on the door of the car, and a piece of it was dented. Amidst this series of crackles, the nose of the plane got off the truck again. He came to Ziming and smiled and said to Ziming, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ziming, I ran into your car again. I hope I didn't scare the urine out." The plane's nose laughed arrogantly, and then said with a sigh of relief, "Of course I still want to tell you this time." Mr. Yukins still said that, "As long as you leave Siberia before the first snow falls, everyone will be in peace. Good friends who have nothing to do, otherwise you would be embarrassed." I think, Mr. Ziming, your body should not be stronger than these cars, right? If it was said that the fire in the archives was just a guess that Eugens was threatening, then what happened at the head of the plane now is a real guess. Ziming glanced at the car that had been squeezed into a discus by the truck, and the courtesy car that had been smashed into a pulp, and said to the nose of the plane, "Thank you very much, Mr. Eugens, for sending you to tell us all this. The good intentions of friends are moving." Ziming's words turned fiercely and continued, "But I still said that I think it is really necessary for Mr. Yukins to see a psychiatrist, otherwise he will live in a world of delusion all year round. I'm really depressed." Looking at the plane's head over there, his face suddenly became gloomy after hearing Ziming's words, because he felt that he was being teased. The plane yelled angrily and brought his act to the front of the concierge car. A series of shots were directed at the body of the concierge. With the bursting of beans, the already dilapidated concierge car suddenly appeared again. A bunch of bullet holes. After doing all this, the plane head looked at the car with satisfaction, then turned around and made a wiping motion to Ziming, before he took the person away. When the head of the plane left, the Deputy Secretary General who came with him came out belatedly, watching Ziming and the others being beaten into the sloppy courtesy car. He was on the spot like Ziming and Zhang Hui making a guarantee, "Please rest assured that my friends in China, I will order the relevant departments to arrest the suspects as soon as possible and bring them to justice." Regarding the Undersecretary General's assurance, Ziming and the others expressed their suspicion. Not only is the gang in Siberia so rampant, but more importantly, these bizarre things today make one cannot be careful. Finally, Ziming and the others were picked up by a car sent by the state government. They returned to Dormer's villa. They were not in the mood to do anything else. They could only sit in the living room and discuss things together. Du Peng was very happy. Anxiously said to Ziming, "Ziming, it seems that the Mr. President in the Mlin Palace had no good intentions before he threw the Siberian oil field to us. Oil is gold buried in the ground. According to standards, the South Ross oil field is not too bad. It can be exploited for a few years without saying anything. but he mortgaged the oil field to us for a transaction of 1.2 billion new rubles. Now, although there are other factors in this, Mr. Nikolaevich will not suffer anyway if he wants to come. Ziming said so. He thought for a while and then said, however, no matter whether he actually plans to do this or not, we will always come. Mr. Ziming was really thoughtful, but the current situation is not what it was back then, Zhang Hui said suddenly. When I came back just now, Eugen sent someone to deliver an envelope with a bullet. Now, let's talk about today's fire and the subsequent smashing of the car. The threat is too obvious. Now the situation in Siberia is extremely bad. My suggestion is that we go back and think more. Ilbedov stared his eyes and said, Consul Zhang, are you trying to retreat and abandon the oil fields in Siberia? It's not like that, Mr. Ilbedov. I just don't think we need to stand up for others to compete with Eugens. Zhang Hui said, I heard of this Eugens when I was in Crisco. Some things about Mr. He once hacked his family to death on the street for some unimportant things, with extremely cruel methods and very bloody scenes. Moreover, Zhang Hui took a look at Dorma and said, I think Mr. Dorma will know more about the things in Siberia than I do. Knowing that he could not hide, Dorma sighed and said, sending bullets is a warning from our Vladimir family. If you don't follow the family's instructions and arrangements, then waiting for you will be the trial of cold bullets. Although I've heard of this rule for a long time, when Dorma explained it now, Ilbedov still took a breath of air conditioning. This fellow Eugens, does he really dare to do it? That's why I recommend leaving here, Zhang Hui said. Hearing these people talking with each other, Ziming suddenly laughed, and he asked Du Peng, it seems that this guy Eugens is going to be real. What do you think? Du Peng's face also had a smile on his face. This threatening bullet has been shot out. What else can I see? Of course, I just looked at it with my eyes, and my grandfather always taught me that as a man, I must be strong. Never compromise with any evil forces at will. So young Master Du doesn't plan to leave Siberia? Ziming asked. Deliberately, Du Peng spread his hands and said, does this still need to be said? If my grandfather knows that I will run away with his back to the enemy, no matter what the reason, my grandfather will break my leg. Ziming then said to Zhang Hui, Consul Zhang is very embarrassed. Our two young people are very self-esteem and competitive. I'm afraid we will not listen to you and leave. Just watching Ziming and Du Peng's singing and reconciliation, Zhang Hui had already expected this result. He shook his head helplessly and said, in this case, I'll stay here. After all, I have to complete Chairman Du's assignment. My task. Then Consul Zhang is troublesome, Ziming said at last, but please don't worry, Consul Zhang. The school will soon be finished in Siberia. Ziming's last words stunned everyone, because this was what Eugens threatened them, but he didn't expect Ziming to say it first. No one understood what Ziming meant. Chapter 127. A minibus was driving on the Siberian highway with the support of several small cars. Ziming and Du Peng sat in the car. Du Peng looked at the desolate Siberian plain outside the window and tightened the autumn clothes he was wearing. Said with emotion to Ziming, if it weren't for the correct date on the calendar, I would have doubts whether it is September after all. Ziming smiled. He could understand Du Peng's emotions, because at this time in September in China, wherever the autumn is still fresh, but in Siberia, it has already cooled down, even though it is due to the latitude. There are no fallen leaves on the ground, but from the clothes people put on the street and the heating dates set by the state government, it is clear that winter in Siberia is coming. It seems that the climate in Siberia makes Mr. Du Peng very satisfied. If Mr. Du Peng is interested, please come often, but it doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this now, Dorma said to Du Peng. Dorma's words are a bit anxious. Count the time, today is mid-September. Ziming and the others have been in Siberia for more than a week, originally according to their original plan. Now they don't say they want to take Eugene. How about Sri Lanka? At least I have to get the relevant documents of the South Ross oil field. However, due to a fire in the archives room on the first day, related files in the oil field were directly burned. and the matter was then shelved. In fact, this is not surprising. You must know that Zhang Hui, as the consul dispatched to North Russia, came with Ziming. Even the attack on a country's consul's car was completely eliminated in the end, so it just burned a bit. What can a particular file count? Not to mention that no one was in the archives room when the fire broke out, and God knows if it really burned something. Ziming and the others had waited for several days in the prefecture, but the relevant documents were never sorted out, and it was not known whether it was because of the documents themselves or other reasons. However, Ziming didn't seem to care about it. Except for urging the state government to speed up the arrangement, he asked Dorma to lead him to travel around Siberia. Although Dorma is also very concerned about the South Ross oil field and how to deal with Yuzhns, he also understands that this matter cannot be solved in a hurry. Besides, as a landlord, Ziming also needs to take it everywhere with him as a landlord. Take a look around. However, Siberia is a place that does not snow for about 5 months a year. Due to the very bad conditions, compared with the commercial value of this place, there are not many places worth visiting in terms of tourism, especially it is not yet winter, and it is even the most famous. It was even more boring if you couldn't see the snow scene. So Dorma quickly took Ziming around and looked around. There was no problem with these, but today Ziming suddenly suggested to Dorma that he wanted to go to the oil field, but he was completely puzzled. He didn't understand what Ziming was going to do. Mr. Ziming, in order to avoid accidents, oil fields are generally far away from the city, and the surrounding area is also very desolate for some reasons. It is also far from the state capital. If Mr. Ziming wants to go to other places, there are more options. There is no need to go to the oil field. Yeah, and if Mr. Ziming is really like looking at an oil field, it's not too late to wait for the documents to be signed before going. I don't think there is any need to rush at this time. This was what Dorma said to Ziming at the time, but after all, Dorma finally set off with Ziming towards the oil field. The Cadillac that had received Ziming had been smashed to pieces by the nose of the plane. This time Dorma only arranged for a minibus. Regarding what Dorma said just now, Ziming certainly understood what he meant. He was afraid that Du Peng would really be here as a tourist. For now, Dorma is much more nervous than Ziming and Du Peng. There is no other reason. In the past, although he and Yuzhns had conflicts, some actions were still in the dark. Now with Ziming when they came, the dispute between him and Yuzhns was completely exposed. If he couldn't pick something out of Yuzhns this time, he would not dare to think about the future. While weighing Dorma's thoughts in his heart, Ziming said to him, Mr. Dorma is worrying too much. I just want to know the situation of the oil field here in advance. After all, people like us have never been in contact with this. It's natural to be curious. Dorma was really speechless when he heard Ziming say this. He looked at Ziming's smiling face and really wanted to knock on Ziming's head to see what he was thinking. Did you forget that Yuzhns threatened you too? If he doesn't leave before the first snowfall, will he take action against you? Or are you so confident that he is joking with you, to test whether he really has this determination? But this is completely unnecessary, right? Just as Dorma was thinking this way, several cars passed by violently. Dorma took a subconscious glance, but this glance stunned him immediately, because those cars made him feel very familiar. But in the end he didn't dare to confirm and pray that he was wrong. Dorma's prayers finally didn't work. Their car stopped for a few minutes, because the cars in front of them were completely blocking the road. Damn it, these people! Dorma cursed inwardly, because he had already seen an airplane coming over there with a swaying nose. This airplane nose is one of the biggest gang leaders under Yuzhns. He drove a heavy truck twice and smashed his car, and also smashed his Cadillac courtesy car into tatters. Unexpectedly, he ran to the oil field now. He can run to stop in front of him. It is not difficult to imagine that this must have been someone telling Yuzhns before he left the city, and then he would send this airplane head out to stop him. For safety reasons, the speed of the car is not fast, so it is not surprising that he can catch up and stop here. Mr. Dormer is really rich. I changed a new car in just a few days. Is this the face of the exploiter? Then you said that if I smashed your cars again today, would you? Should I walk back on my two legs? The nose of the plane was talking while walking forward. He also waved the baseball bat in his hand and smashed the car. The bodyguards of Dormer knew the nose of the plane, so they didn't dare to react to his provocative move. Mr. Dormer, since he is here to find us, then I think we'd better get out of the car first. Ziming's sudden voice frightened Dormer. When he looked back at Ziming, Ziming had already gotten out of the car with someone. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk down. It's been a long time since the pilot of the plane. I didn't expect that I could see you in such a desolate place, and it was really not easy. Ziming scared the car and greeted the plane's nose. The plane looked up at Ziming, and smiled disdainfully. So Mr. Ziming was also in the car? I heard that Mr. Ziming was traveling around Siberia recently. But you suddenly came to such a remote place. I don't know what are your plans. Mr. Eugens cares about me so much that I am really flattered, Ziming said, but I'm very curious. Is this road privately owned by Mr. Eugens? Can't I go? The plane shook his head and said, of course not. But Mr. Eugens asked me to tell Mr. Ziming a few words. Unlike other places in Siberia, there are not many roads to choose from. No matter what choice Mr. Ziming makes, you have to be cautious, otherwise no one can help you if you choose the wrong path. One more thing, Mr. Eugens also asked me to remind you, Mr. Ziming, that the Meteorological Bureau recently released the latest weather forecast. This year, Siberia will be colder than previous years, and it will snow earlier. Then he continued, I think Mr. Ziming, you should understand what I mean. Ziming nodded. Not only him, but also Dupeng, Suhan, Zhang Hu and Dormer also understood, because this is something he has been threatening since they first saw the nose of the plane. If Ziming is not there, if Siberia leaves here before the first snow falls, then Eugens will really come up with the means. To be honest, I really hope that the snow season in Siberia will come as soon as possible, but I don't think how cold Siberia will be this year, but at least it will not be so cold now, but it will be very hot. Ziming said something inexplicable, and before he could react on the nose of the plane, he asked him again, then now your words have been brought, can you leave? In fact, Ziming said only very ordinary things. But at this time, he felt ashamed of being despised on the plane's head. He glared at Ziming, and Ziming looked at him without showing any weakness, and it took a long time. At the end of the meeting, the plane head smiled and smiled very sinisterly. He said to Ziming, it's not impossible for me to get out of the way. It's just that these brothers and I have come so far to bring you these words. Ziming, shouldn't your husband give us a bounty? Otherwise, my brothers and I won't talk so well. Dupeng and Zhang Hui were very annoyed by the aircraft nose's words, because he was basically a shameless face of blocking the road and robbery, especially when he finally threatened to wave the stick in his hand. Ziming also frowned at the time, but the nose of the plane raised his mouth contemptuously, looking at Ziming provocatively. However, Ziming didn't break out in the end, but smiled. He nodded and said to the plane's nose, it should be. You always have to tip for people to run errands. It's just that I'm a newcomer and don't understand the market. The plane's head was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ziming would agree to be so refreshed, but this surprise was a momentary matter. Since someone stretched his head up to kill him, he was not polite, so he immediately put up a finger and said, I want $1 million. Ziming nodded and said yes. The plane headed to see Ziming so refreshed and immediately emphasized, I'm talking about US dollars, not new rubles. Ziming still nodded, of course I know it is US dollars, but you see that I came out in such a hurry, it is impossible to carry so much cash with me, or you can leave the account with me, and I will call your account directly. What do you think? Kind? The plane's head frowned and thought for a while and said, that's not okay. Our brothers don't have the habit of going home empty-handed, but I won't be troubled by you. so let's pay as much money as you have. He'll ask you for it again when you go back. Chapter 128. Have you ever heard of sending warmth? The actions of these people are simply lawless. This is still a sovereign country. Is there a little law to speak of? Why is there still looting in the street? Is this the hilltop where bandits and bullies gather? Du Peng angrily said that he and Zhu Ming were still standing on the Siberian highway, watching the plane heading, and they drove by their side. They opened the windows one by one, and they made provocative grotesques. Some people even made strange noises in their mouths. Colorful dollars and new rubles were also scattered outside the window, and the money was just robbed from them by the plane's nose. Seeing that the money spilled on the ground is thousands of dollars. In fact, the money is nothing to Ziming or Dorma, but at the moment being thrown on the ground like this is just beating them in their eyes. His face was full of contempt and ridicule. If it is in China, if someone treats the Du family like this, even if the other party backs Jing Tongshan, Du Peng can have 100 ways to kill him, but of course if the other party really backs Jing Tongshan, even if it's the grandson of Yang Lao, it would not be okay to taunt Du Peng like this, unless the person is insane. But more importantly, after the crackdown, there are no such arrogant gangster groups in the country. The sentence that there is no gangster in China is not just a filmmaker talking about fun. But now this is in North Russia, and Du Peng has no choice but to stare at these people as they walk away. Except for Du Peng, the faces of others were also very embarrassed. They did not have such a hot temper as Du Peng, but when such a thing happened to them, it still made them feel very aggrieved. And even Erbidov scolded them on the spot. Dorma came. Mr. Dorma, if you really have the sincerity to cooperate, then you should take precautions early about what Eugens might do. Now it's because you are incompletely considering things and making things change. To be so passive, I think I should reconsider our cooperation. After Erbidov finished speaking, he turned to ask Ziming's opinion. After all, Ziming came to the oil field today. But when he looked at Ziming, he was suddenly stunned. Mr. Ziming, what are you doing? Erbidov asked in a daze. Erbidov's words also caught the attention of others. Others also turned their heads to look at Xiang Ziming. They saw that Ziming was squatting on the ground at this time. Pick it up. Hearing Erbidov's question, Ziming answered as expected, of course I have to pick up the money. This is money. How can you just throw it here? Maybe you are all big capitalists and rich people, but I came out of a poor man's house, so I can't see that so much money is wasted here. Ziming's words made everyone feel dumb, but when everyone was there, Suhan took the lead. She followed Ziming and squatted on the ground to help Ziming pick up the scattered money. Seeing that Suhan moved, Karolina immediately took action, and then Li Cheng and Tong Gang, Erbidov, Sergeyevsky and Dorma hesitated and picked up the money together. Even Dorma also greeted the bodyguards to pick them up together. At this time, they didn't understand why Ziming wanted to do this, but they didn't believe that Ziming was reluctant to bear the money, not because they didn't know Ziming's past, but because they knew very well that Ziming could get to where he is today. To be able to stand with them, he would definitely not be a petty person. Then he is now bending over to pick up this money. There must be his reason. It can be said that they all followed together out of trust in Ziming, and Ziming smiled when he saw them cooperate in this way. In fact, Ziming did this deliberately. On the one hand, he wanted the money to be useful, but on the other hand, he wanted to test whether these people would believe in himself unconditionally. Mr. Dorma, if you can, please send someone back and get some money back. It will cost 1.5 million new rubles and $500,000. Ziming handed the last dollar to Suhan. He said to Dorma. Dorma nodded and confessed to an assistant who came out with him and asked him to drive back to get the money, and then returned to the car with Ziming. When the car restarted, he couldn't help but ask his doubts. Mr. Ziming, I wonder if it is convenient for you to tell me what you want to do. As Dorma spoke, Li Chengtonggang and Erbidov both pricked their ears and turned their heads, because this is what they want to know. Facing everyone's doubts, Ziming thought for a while and said, I don't know if there is such a situation in North Russia, But in our country, the leading cadres of government departments will often go down to give warmth to the people in difficulties, especially during the coldest period of the 12th lunar month in winter, or during the holidays. Ziming paused after talking about this and then said, I noticed when I was in the city before, although Siberia is very rich in resources, there are even many oil companies and super rich people who are raised by oil. But at the same time those working in the front line have a hard time. I remember that many beggars I have met are oil workers here. Li Chengtong and Dorma were only confused before asking the question, but they were completely at a loss after hearing Ziming's answer. Of course it was not because of the situation of the oil workers in Ziming's words. The exploitation of capital was everywhere. It is a normal thing. Especially the more serious the situation is when you get to the bottom. Here in Siberia, the oil tycoon Eugen's wealth is less than a few billion, but those oil workers on the rig can only get 2 or 3,000 new rubles a month, which is $1 or $200. With the devaluation of the ruble, these workers are no longer paid. Now that the economic situation in northern Russia is bad, these low-income oil workers can only choose to go to the streets to beg. Since there are poor people, it is normal to send warmth. Whether Li Chengtong or Albedov Dorma, they have heard of this kind of warmth. In fact, whether at home or abroad, politicians do it for various reasons. I will always try to do something to improve my image. This in itself is not difficult to understand. But the problem now is that Ziming is not an official in North Russia. Why does he do such a warm thing? The only explanation is that he is ready to run for the next governor, and then use the power of the governor to deal with Eugens. This explanation sounds like a powerful one, but everyone here actually understands that this is simply nonsense, not to mention how long it will take to do so, and whether it can be a successful campaign under Eugens' control. Just say that there is more than one state in Siberia, but Eugens dare to say that he is the master of the whole Siberia. Obviously, it can't be dealt with by a simple governor. Ziming shouldn't understand what they can understand. Since this is not the idea, Ziming's intentions are very elusive. But everyone didn't ask any more in the end, because the oil field was right in front of them. And when they arrived at the destination, they believed that Ziming would always announce the answer by himself. More than half an hour later, Ziming and his team came to an oil field. According to Dorma's introduction, it was called the Furuo Floating Oil Field, which was one of the best oil fields in the hands of the Vladimir family. Mr. Ziming, the family oil field I control is not far ahead. And it won't take 2 hours to get there at most. If you don't want to go to the oil field I can control, I can contact you now. Dorma suggested to Ziming that it was not groundless for him to say that, because in front of him, let alone the gate of the oil field, no one came out to meet him. Even the barriers that blocked the road were not opened, and he was ignoring them. Attitude. This makes the faces of the people in the car very ugly. Ziming glanced at the oil field, and then said to Dorma, it's just such an oil field. If you go to Mr. Dorma, you may not be able to feel something. Dorma looked at Ziming in surprise. He didn't understand what Ziming meant. Is it possible that Mr. Ziming has a tendency to abuse himself? Okay, Mr. Dorma, don't guess. Just call them and ask them to open the door. Eugens won't stop us outside forever. Ziming said that. Dorma nodded to him, then made a call, and after about a quarter of an hour, no one came to greet him. However, the barrier at the door finally opened lazily. Ziming and the others, the convoy, drove down the road into the oil field and drove to the entrance of the administration building. According to the information received by Ziming, the Furuofu oil field is a large oil field that is expected to continue to be exploited for decades and produce at least 1 billion tons of oil. When Ziming got out of the car, he looked up and saw that the tall building could last for many years. Believe it, in the administration building. At the entrance of the administration building, a few pot-bellied Caucasians were waiting there. Obviously they were the person in charge here. He came over slowly when Dorma came to say hello. Oh, dear Mr. Dorma, I represent Ferovo. The oil field welcomes your presence. Your presence today makes me feel that the winter in Siberia is suddenly far away. None of these words sounded any problem, but at the moment they were very harsh in Dormer's ears. Dormer didn't have time to worry about this. He said with a straight face, "Mr. Pushkin, these are all guests from Crisco. They are all partners of the family. This time, I came to see the oil field. I hope you are ready." After hearing it over there, they asked, "Is this true?" "But I haven't received any notice." "It's not Mr. Dormer that you made a mistake, right?" Facing the doubt, Dormer was very angry. He pointed his finger at the man and said, "Mr. Pushkin, I repeat, these are the most honorable guests I have brought, and I am the purest member of the Vladimir family. My words can represent the family. It is not something people like you can question." The Caucasian man with the same name as the famous North Russian poet spread his hands together and said with a helpless expression, "Well, Mr. Dormer, I am waiting for your instructions." Chapter 129 June 21, 2010. This day was the hottest day in the Northern Hemisphere during the summer solstice, and on this day, a more important news broke out in Kosovo, North Russia. That was the start of the Sino-Russian oil pipeline. Although Kosovo is an important resource town in the far east of North Russia, compared to the familiar place names of Yakutsk and Vladivostok, Kosovo is really unfamiliar. A construction site was built on a wasteland on the eastern outskirts of Kosovo, and a large stage was also set up at the gate of the construction site. The North Russian girls were singing and dancing on it, and hundreds of people were gathered around the stage to watch them. It's not a big deal in China, but in Kosovo, there are already a lot of people. After all, this is a vast and sparsely populated North Russia, and Kosovo is not a populous city. Suddenly the show on the stage stopped, and then a few vans were escorted by the police car to this place. The crowd that was still watching was organized. Some people walked out of the van, and the crowd burst into applause. Today is a very historic day, because today we will be here to witness the official start of the Sino-Russian oil pipeline project. We all know that China has always been a country short of oil, and since the reform and opening up, the economy is booming. Development has exacerbated this result. The construction of this oil pipeline today can greatly improve the status quo, and our economic development will be even more powerful. In the crowd, a reporter from CCTV was introducing the camera passionately. Perhaps he was a little too emotional, but what he said was the truth. The reporters here interviewed one after another. The representatives of China and Russia got out of the van, and after each delivered a speech, they took the shovel that someone had prepared earlier and dug the first pit together. At this time, they were in the crowd. Amid the applause of the reporter, the reporter's camera also made continuous sound of taking pictures. Most people are following the trend, but some people still have their own ideas. For example, an American is feeling, originally, China's economic development was unstoppable. Fortunately, there is a lack of oil resources. You can also use oil to check and balance. Now you have this. Isn't China's development just as powerful as this oil pipeline? I really don't understand how North Russia agreed to China's joint construction of an oil pipeline project, and I heard that it agreed to it at a very cheap price. Isn't it that? The tiger in the Mlin Palace is dozing off. Hearing the feelings of the American, a North Russian man next to him said, "I don't know if the tiger does not doze or not, but I know that if the Mlin Palace does not agree, then all of our Siberian oil workers will not agree." The American was very surprised when he heard this. "Why is this? I have heard of the strike of Siberian oil workers, but isn't that a small-scale case? Is there anything wrong with it?" Internal affairs? The North Russian said, "I don't know what internal affairs are." If we really want to talk about internal affairs, it can only be said that this strike is not an individual case, but the decision of all our Siberian workers, because we want to repay our Chinese benefactor. Repaying gratitude? The American was even more surprised. He stared, and his eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. He didn't understand why such an inexplicable word suddenly appeared. But the North Russians are still plain. He raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes full of yearning. He said in a pilgrimage-like tone, "It's repaying kindness. 20 years ago, if it weren't for the Chinese, if it wasn't for their help, we, I am afraid we oil workers will always have the most bitter fate. So since the Chinese have helped us so, we must not let them down. 20 years ago? So what happened 20 years ago? Can it interfere with such an oil pipeline project that has almost changed the world pattern? Not only this American, in fact, the whole world wants to know. But to know this, you must push the time back 20 years ago. Siberia in September is much colder than Kosovo in June, and even the North Russian Meteorological Observatory, it is still being announced that this year is colder than in previous years and that it will snow in advance. The Furuofu oil field is located on a wasteland, so it is naturally colder than in the city. Ziming and the others were arranged to live in the administrative building of the oil field. I think this Pushkin was deliberate. It's so cold here. Not only is there no heating, even the quilts are inferior, and the windows are not tightly closed. I must hold a family meeting to get rid of this lawless bastard. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Dormer came to Ziming's room and opened his mouth to curse Pushkin's arrangements. At the end of the day, he changed the front and said to Ziming, I was originally a member of the Vladimir family. I am used to it. Given the cold of Siberia, I'm just afraid that Mr. Obidov, Mr. Tong Gang, Mr. Li Cheng, and Mr. Ziming are distinguished guests from Crisco. If I neglect you, I will be too sorry. Ziming and his party were all in the reception room of the administration building. Dormer went to find the room first, and complained to them when he came down. Listening to Dormer's words, Ziming shook his hair and smiled secretly. In fact, he knew very well that Dormer's words were just talking. Of course, this does not mean that Dormer has no status in the family and cannot make suggestions to the family, but his status must be very limited. Eugens dare not do these things in front of him. Pushkin would not. Knowing that they will not open the gates when they come, because this is simply a matter of provocation. No one can bear the fierce temper of the Russians in the north, and the only explanation that Dormer can bear is that he takes it at all. Eugens is gone. On the other hand, Ziming felt that Pushkin didn't mean to make things difficult on purpose. Although there was Eugen's shadow in it, some things were really unnecessary. At least Ziming knew that they were arranged in the administrative building. This is the best reception room in the Furuo floating oil field. Generally, if important rich people or officials come from the oil field, they will basically be arranged here. As for the cold, Ziming, it's not that I don't feel it, but it's just the difference between the suburbs and the city. There is no heating in the entire oil field now, and it seems unnecessary for the administration building to be heated. This is not because Dormer deliberately spurs, but Pushkin neglected these things because he was often here. Dormer lived here on the first day today, and coupled with the previous series of things, he naturally turned things up. Think about it. With such thoughts, Ziming smiled and said, Mr. Dormer is okay. I am not that delicate, and I think it's better to be cold here. After all, Siberia is not cold. How can we go down to send warmth? Send warmth? Dormer was stunned. It's not that he didn't understand the word, but that he really felt puzzled. Mr. Ziming, do you really want to do this? Of course, otherwise, what am I going to do to come here from the city so far? Mr. Dormer, don't underestimate this. Maybe in some future, our actions can also change the world. By the way, our room is upstairs, right? Ziming took it for granted that he finally asked Du Peng and Suhan about the room and walked out of the reception room. Behind him, Tong Gang and Li Cheng also got up and said to him, I know Mr. Dormer. It is for our sake. We are also very grateful to Mr. Dormer. As for other things, I advise Mr. Dormer to stop persuading him. The decision of the little brother Ziming will not be changed at will. Tong Gang and Li Cheng walked out of the reception room after talking. Behind them were Obidov and Sergeyevsky. Mr. Dormer, sometimes I really want to find a needle and thread to sew up your mouth, because sometimes what you say is really stinking. What are we going to think about? If someone like you can understand, you can just do it. Study hard, and talk too much can only highlight that your ideas are very problematic. Obidov left such a sentence to Dormer and then left the reception room. Compared to what Du Peng and Tong Gang had said before, the Jew spoke more directly. Mr. Dormer, You should arrange for Mr. Ziming to go down and give warmth, Sajewski said at last. Seeing these people leaving the reception room one by one, Dormer was stunned. He murmured, "What the hell is this? Is Mr. Ziming really going to give warmth to those oil workers? He did this to the end. For what? Can it really change the future world pattern as he just said?" Finally, Dormer shook his head severely. "No matter what these guys want to do, I will accompany them to do it." Dormer made up this idea in his heart, and then followed Zuming and the others upstairs. When these people went upstairs to their room, a small cadre in the reception room immediately ran to Pushkin's office and told him what he had just heard. Pushkin was shocked at the time. "You said Zuming and the others came to visit those dirty, smelly and sloppy oil workers like wild boars in the quagmire? Are you sure you heard me right?" Pushkin finally asked. The small cadre still nodded firmly. Pushkin frowned at the time. "What use do they see those people? Do they really have oil field shares? They can sell the shares, give Ziming, and then occupy the oil field? This is simply impossible." Pushkin thought for a while, waved the small cadre out of the office, and then he immediately called Eugens and reported the matter to Eugens. Eugens pondered for a while and finally said, "Since those people want to see, let them watch it, and show him the hardest people in our oil fields. And let him take a good look at the dirty ones on our behalf. Monkey, maybe it can inspire us more enthusiasm for production." "Good boss, I understand," Pushkin said. Chapter 130, From 34 to 50%. Bowen Thankbook Friends 4,972,823 inches for your support. In the direction facing the administrative building of Fruofu oil field, there is a mobile room, which is different from the rooms in the administrative building. These mobile rooms are the dormitories for all oil field workers. When he came here, Suhan exclaimed, "My God, is this the place where the Fruofu oil workers live?" This is simply abuse. It's no wonder that Suhan would exclaim like this. And the situation here is really shocking. Since the mobile room is called the activity, it obviously represents his temporary nature. There is not much difference between the current mobile house and the future mobile house. As a cheap house for temporary use, it is very unlikely that the material will be good, just a few thin sandwich panels. This is the standard configuration of the mobile room, and there is nothing in itself. But it is important to know that this place is in Siberia, where the temperature is below 0°C for more than half a year. Even the temperature in the winter months can easily exceed -40°C. It is very fast to pee outside. It can be frozen. In such a place, how can people live in a mobile house built with only a few thin sandwich panels? Of course, if you say that this is only a project that will be completed in 1 or 2 years, then there is nothing wrong with using prefabricated houses. However, this Fruo floating oil field is a large oil field with 1 billion reserves, enough to be exploited for decades. Otherwise it would not be here. An administrative building has been built. But now that the administrative building has been built, the oil workers still live in this kind of activity house. How could it not be abuse? Suhan Face exclaimed. Follow along as they down, Pushkin explained. In fact, the environment here and we did not want to like so bad. Here is the activity room, but they also have heating, and this is the workers themselves required to live in the mobile room. He expressed the need to save money for the oil field. Everyone glanced at him. Although no one said anything about it, everyone knew that his explanation was nonsense at all. Because the mobile home itself is a very low-cost housing that cannot keep out the cold, even if there is heating certainly cannot be maintained, and if there are good conditions, who wants to live in a bad place? No one is a masochist. Looking at the rows of simple mobile houses, Tong Gang thought for a while and said, Mr. Ziming, if you want to win the hearts of these oil workers by sending warmth, I think there is a chance. This oil field gives workers a chance. The conditions are so bad. I don't know what you think. Ziming shook his head. Chairman Tong, I think I am only 3040% sure now. The reason is simple. This Fruofu oil field has been here for 7 or 8 years. And these oil workers are also living in such a mobile house. It's been at least 6 or 7 winters of -40°C. If they had any opinions, they would have quarreled long ago. They won't wait until now. According to Ziming's words, Tong suddenly realized that, indeed, this mobile home was not here on the first day, and it would have been out of the room long ago. Seeing how harmonious the oil field is now, plus Eugene's gangster background, these ordinary oil workers must be scared and dare not fight against them. This concept is deeply ingrained. Ziming and the others are just outsiders. If they want to change with just one warmth, this is simply a dream. With this thought, Tong Gang took a look at Ziming. Ziming still looked calm and calm. Tong Gang felt surprised that he really only planned to come here for condolences, but didn't he have any deep plans? Li Chengtong just didn't understand. Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky were equally puzzling, but they didn't say much about this issue. They just walked into the workers' dormitory with Ziming. "You dirty mud monkeys, quickly open the door for me, and there is the most honorable guest outside." At the door, Pushkin asked his assistant to yell to the dormitory, and then the doors of the mobile room were opened one after another. Many people walked out of them. Seeing these people, Ziming knew that Pushkin was not involved in this matter. Whatever article they do, these people are indeed the bottom oil workers. This can be seen from their dress and appearance. These people, they either wear uniforms distributed by the oil field, or wear clothes they bought, but no matter what they wear, they have one thing in common, that is, their clothes are very tattered and dirty, and they're basically stained with dark brown oil stains. Every piece of clothing has holes in it, and handfuls of cotton wool are exposed, and they are also dark brown. The ability of such clothes to keep out the cold can be imagined, so these people stood there, occasionally being blown by the cold wind, and they were a little shivering. At this time Pushkin took a loudspeaker and walked up and said, "Hello fellow worker, you all have good things today." Standing next to me are the bankers and Chinese guests who came from Crisco. The purpose of their coming today is I want to give you some warmth. After Pushkin finished speaking, he handed the speaker to Karolina. Of course, this was not for her to speak, but because she was in North Russia, she needed to translate Ziming's speech. So Karolina turned her head to look at Ziming. Ziming did not rush to speak either. Instead, she looked around and picked her eyelids unnaturally, because he noticed these oil workers don't seem surprised. Ziming took a sigh of relief and said, "Hello, fellow workers on the oil front. I am Ziming from China. I heard that the oil workers in Siberia have had a hard time. So I follow the international humanitarian principles, the spirit of ism, specially to solve some winter problems for you. I came here and saw the mobile home you live in. I am deeply worried about your situation, because it is in cold Siberia. How can you live in such a thinly dressed house?" Ziming said, "I think this oil field, this oil company, should be like a big family, so that everyone can feel a kind of warmth that belongs to home." So, Ziming said at last, "I decided to donate $100,000 to you, to help you buy a lot of winter cotton clothes, and to repair your dormitory for you." As Karolina's translation of Ziming's voice fell, someone immediately took the lead and applauded. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ziming, for caring us, and for sending us warmth so far. We are all grateful to Mr. Ziming. But we are all owners of oil fields. Our feelings for oil fields are like home. We all hope that oil fields can develop better. We also know that oil fields are facing difficulties now. We can only give up the individual and complete the greater self." With the first one, the others in the back also clapped one by one, and they applauded while saying thank you Ziming. Pushkin also said to Ziming at this time, "Mr. Ziming, you are really a good friend of our Philo floating oil field. We have been worrying about the dormitory of the workers. Now it is great if you say that you want to support us, no matter what you donate. Give us money to build more dormitory buildings. We will all be very grateful to you. After all, You made us complete the transformation from nothing to something. Engineer Pushkin passed the award. I'm just standing on a humanitarian perspective. Some injustices and exploitation should be eliminated. I'm just an incentive. Ziming said to Pushkin that he felt a little confused, but he always felt that Ziming's words always had deep meaning behind them. Seeing Pushkin was a little stunned, Ziming patted him on the shoulder, interrupted his thoughts and said to him, "Engineer Pushkin, are you not going to take me into these mobile homes? Do you want to go in here?" "I don't think it is necessary," Pushkin said. Ziming did not agree. "Since I am coming down to give warmth, this procedure must be completed. Without going into the mobile room, how can I really understand the oil workers and truly become one with the oil workers?" Pushkin was a little dumb, because in the past he hadn't arranged such activities for government officials. After all, these officials also wanted to build momentum for themselves, but those officials rarely went into the activity room. They all watched from a distance. "It is enough to look at these dirty oil workers, but I didn't expect this Ziming from China to be willing." But astonished to astonishment, Pushkin still arranged Ziming's request in place, and Pushkin himself took Ziming into the boardroom. Then the plot would be bad. Ziming walked into the boardroom and had a cordial conversation with the oil workers, asking about the workers' difficulties in life and work, and expressing his sympathy for the current situation of the oil workers. Oil is now the most important thing. The strategic resources of China, the oil workers are the guarantee of oil production, and they should be greatly respected. After doing all this, Ziming Marshan left the activity room. Before leaving, the oil workers all sent Ziming out, saying that they were very reluctant to leave Ziming. They chatted with Ziming and felt very cordial. Ziming said that he would like to chat with the workers if he had the opportunity. After the sympathy activities, Ziming and his party returned to the reception room of the administration building. Everyone sat down and was silent. Dorma first said, "Mr. Ziming, I am a bit straightforward, but I think we are the most important right now. It's in the city, and these oil workers, I don't think they will be very important. If Mr. Ziming wants to do this, I think it's meaningless." After Dorma finished speaking, Ziming was too late to speak, and Erbidov immediately spoke. "Mr. Dorma, I think you are a little sleepy. You should go back and rest first. You can talk about anything and everything tomorrow." These words made Dorma stunned for a moment, and then he understood what the other party meant, and got up and left with an angry cold snort. After Dorma left, Tonggang asked Ziming, "You told me before that you are only 3040% sure of the current situation, so now it should be even lower, because today everything is arranged." Ziming nodded and agreed. In fact, this is why Dorma would say so. It is true that the performance of those oil workers today is very abnormal. Everything feels like being manipulated. You don't need to ask anyone who can manipulate this. It can be said that Pushkin, then he has a way to manipulate this, which proves that his control over the Philo floating oil field is very good. In this case, how can he be sure? But Ziming instead stretched out 5 fingers. "Now I am 50% sure." Chapter 131. Let the bullet fly for a while. In the morning, Ziming walked out of the administrative building and stretched out to meet the rising sun. At this time, an oil field administrative officer came to ask Ziming how they rested and told them that Pushkin was all ready to prepare for them. After breakfast, they can go there anytime. Ziming nodded and said that he had a good rest. In fact, he did look very energetic, but Li Chengtong, who came out with him behind him, and people like Elbidov and Sergeevsky, seemed a little sluggish. This may seem strange, but in fact it was caused by Ziming's last words yesterday. From 30% to 40% to the final success, Ziming's answer was beyond everyone's expectations, leaving everyone stunned, because when they first arrived here, they saw that the oil workers were treated so badly, and they felt that Ziming really wanted to follow the maybe a chance for a breakthrough here, but Ziming pointed out to them Pushkin's control over the entire oil field, and they realized that their chances were not high. Now that Pushkin has shown his control over the workers through the warmth just now, The common sense is that the chance of success is even smaller, but Ziming instead said that the chance has increased to 50%. They were originally worried about Pushkin's control over the workers. Now that they have control, the opportunity is high. Isn't this very self-contradictory? However, Ziming didn't explain anything in the end. After dropping such an answer, he ended the conversation and went back to the room to sleep. It's just that Ziming was able to sleep without heart and soul, but these other people just to this day, they were able to carry the question marks one by one. Because they still didn't understand Ziming's meaning, they didn't have a good rest, which caused everyone's mental condition to be a little unwell. In contrast, Dorma, who was persuaded by Ilbedov in advance yesterday, became the luckiest one. He didn't hear Ziming's puzzling answer, so his mental condition was very good. Ziming and the others followed the oilfield officials to the canteen. Pushkin and other oilfield officials were all waiting here. They greeted Ziming and the others enthusiastically, no matter how unwilling to see them in their hearts. But this superficial article is still very good. There are milk, bread and eggs for breakfast. I can't say how rich it is, but it is also very careful. After all, this is only an oil field on the wasteland, not a star hotel, so there might be any good things. After that, Ziming and Pushkin sat down for breakfast. Originally, this was a very normal situation. During breakfast, Pushkin asked Ziming about today's arrangements. Everyone was kind to him. But at this time an unexpected situation occurred. The sound of the plate falling to the ground sounded abruptly. Ziming and they looked back and saw a little girl in torn clothes standing at the door of the kitchen behind, staring blankly at the people in the room, a little at a loss, and several egg tarts dropped in front of her. Seeing this little girl, Pushkin was unhappy at the time. Whose child is this? How can I run in so casually? Facing Pushkin's question, a chef hurriedly ran out of the kitchen to apologize to Pushkin. Mr. Pushkin, I'm very sorry. I'm not optimistic about this kid. I didn't know that he would come to the kitchen to steal something to eat. I immediately let him leave. Please adults not to get angry. The layout of the oil field canteen is actually very interesting. This canteen is the only canteen in the oil field. Both oil workers and other people eat here. Of course, in order to distinguish between workers and leaders, or other people who may come to inspect, it is also dedicated here. After setting up a few boxes, Ziming and the others, as VIPs that Pushkin would accompany no matter how unhappy, they were naturally arranged to eat in the box, and the box was located just the closest to the kitchen. It was also because of this layout that when a little girl stole something, maybe the egg tart was just hot from the oven, and the little girl was so anxious that she overturned a whole plate of egg tarts, alarmed the people in the box. The plot is not difficult to guess. In fact, when they saw the little girl's tattered clothes and dirty face, they had already guessed it. The chef led the little girl out of the box while talking. The little girl pitifully glanced at the egg tart on the floor and said, "My egg tart." The little girl's voice was not loud, but she was shocked by the chef who came out. The chef raised his hand and slapped the little girl hard on the face, and then reprimanded her. "What is your tart? This is that. Buy an adult's egg tarts. You're wrong after you stole their food. Why would you dare to say that? Hurry up and apologize to these adults." After speaking, the chef turned his head and wanted to apologize to Ziming and the others, but before he could say what he said, Suhan stopped doing it for now. "What's the matter with you people bullying a little girl? Since she is hungry, let her. She eats. We might not be able to finish eating so many things anyway." Suhan picked up a glass of milk, grabbed a piece of bread and walked towards the little girl and said to her, "Little sister, are you hungry? Or else take this glass of milk and bread. Delicious." Suhan speaks Chinese, and the little girl is from North Russia. She obviously can't understand what Suhan is talking about. She just opened her eyes and looked at Suhan blankly, then looked at the milk and bread in Suhan's hands, and finally squatted. He quickly picked up the egg tart that fell on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. The little girl obviously only wanted to eat egg tarts and did not want to eat milk bread. The chef behind her heard Carolina's translation and was frightened at the time. He reached out and patted the egg tarts in the little girl's hands, and cursed, "This man madam gave you milk and bread, don't you thank her? What else would you like to eat?" After speaking, he raised his head and apologized to Suhan. "The distinguished lady is sorry, she is so uneducated. She is usually vulgar in the oil field. There is no rule, but I hope you don't take offense. I will take her away immediately." No, it's been a delay for the adults to eat. Originally, the chef was about to pull the little girl away after talking, but Suhan firmly put the milk and bread in front of him. The chef was taken aback for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Pushkin over there. After seeing Pushkin nodding to him, he dared to take the milk and bread that Suhan handed over, but his movements were very careful. Even I was afraid that my oily hands would dirty Suhan's white hands. Sitting back at the dining table, Pushkin smiled and said, "We are negligent in management, and even let such a small thing come in and steal food. I hope that I will not disturb the few Yaksing who is dining, otherwise my sin will be too great." Listening to Pushkin's words, without waiting for Zuming and the others to speak, Suhan said, "Mr. Pushkin, you are indeed guilty, but I think it is not me that you should apologize. But these poor oil workers, they working so hard every day, but now their children can't even eat a single egg tart. How can this make people bear it?" Faced with Suhan's accusation, Pushkin just smiled. "Miss Su also saw that our conditions are so bad, so we need a few gentlemen and ladies to help us." Pushkin's brazen remarks made Suhan very angry. She wanted to say something, but she was held back by Zuming. Only then did Suhan remember that with the personality of the other party and the identity of these people here, how can she be? "I'm afraid it won't help." After breakfast, Pushkin went to arrange the morning activities. Zuming and the others also sat in the dining room to rest, drinking tea or coffee to make their minds clearer. It seems that these oil field workers are still very afraid of Pushkin and them. Even if it's just a cup of milk and a piece of bread, as long as they don't nod their heads, these people would not dare to ask for it. Tonggang sighed and said, "Little brother Zuming, do you think there is a 50% chance?" 50% is definitely gone, Zuming said with a smile. This answer made Tonggang stunned for the first time. It was not because Zuming would answer so readily, but because he had a confident smile on his face when he said this. It felt as if the current situation was what he expected. It's average, and it's still the best situation. Because of this suspicion, Tonggang asked very unconfidently, "Then little brother Zuming, how much do you think there are?" Zuming stretched out his thumb and index finger. "Almost 80%. In fact, Zuming's answer was expected by Tonggang, but when he really heard Zuming say this, he still felt incomprehensible from the bottom of his heart. He didn't understand why Pushkin, whom Zuming was initially worried about, were concerned about oil. The stronger the repressive power of the workers, the greater the chance he felt. Isn't this completely contradictory? Tonggang didn't understand, and both Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky stared at Zuming. Dormer even opened his mouth and asked, "Why is there 80%? Although Dormer was persuaded to retreat to sleep last night, he was not completely brainless. After a whole night of thinking, plus who might have talked to him, he understood a little bit, so now listen to Zhu." When Ming said so, he immediately asked. Zuming explained this, "The reason is very simple. Don't you think that if you keep pressing these oil workers like them, these workers will have a hard time, and the workers will want to beat them more and more? Just like in the past, it's the same as the revolution." If Zuming's previous answer only surprised them unexpectedly, then Zuming's explanation of this answer completely blinded them. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is a wise saying, and they all believe it, but the problem is that this sentence cannot be realized at all times. With this thought, Tonggang reminded Zuming, "But as far as I know, these workers have been working here for at least 5 years. If they had any ideas, wouldn't they have resisted? Let Pushkin and the others bully it. A lot of things are just missing an opportunity. Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while, Ziming said. Chapter 132 We are the bad guys who do good things. Bow, thank you for the support of the 6 monthly tickets of buying Ikong. There is one more chapter update in the early morning. There is a story that in the Beiyang period, there was a general who had fallen into the grass. One day he took his brother to rob a train. This train is very special, not because he is the most primitive steam locomotive. More importantly, this train is pulled by horses. In order to slow down the speed of the train, the general decided to break the reins of these horses. So he stood on a mountain a few hundred meters away and shot the train continuously, but he didn't move at all. When his men were very strange, the gunnery was so accurate. The boss who can penetrate Yang with 100 steps, when faced with how this train is so substandard today, the general said indifferently the famous saying of letting the bullet fly for a while. Neither Li Chengtong nor Ilbedov and Sergeyevsky, or even Du Peng and Suhan have heard of this story, because this story is not a folklore, but was written entirely by posterity. But even if the story is really passed down, I am afraid that no one will believe it. I am afraid that there will be some doubts. What makes the bullet fly for a while? This is not scientific at all. Dormer is such a more serious person. He stared at other people in a daze and said, "Isn't it impossible? Isn't the speed of the bullet fast? How could it be possible to let the bullet fly for a while? How could Mr. Ziming say it?" Such a strange story. Ziming and Du Peng Suhan Elena had already left at this time, but even if Ziming had not left, he could not answer a question like Dormer. Tong Gang listened to Dormer's words and thought for a while and said, "If this story is simply understood literally, it will definitely not make sense. However, there is an old saying in our country that the cycle of retribution is unhappy, not that the time is not reported." Now, if I understand it correctly, the story he tells by the little brother Ziming must also mean this. And besides, hasn't he said that there is a lack of opportunity? For these ancient Chinese philosophical sayings, Dormer just stared, half understood in his forehead. "What do you mean, Mr. Tong Gang? That is, Mr. Ziming, he thinks the current situation is very beneficial to us?" Dormer asked. "Yes, not only is it advantageous now, I am afraid it will become more and more advantageous in the future," Tong Gang said. Tong Gang's words made Northern Russians like Elbedov and Sergeyevsky, who do not understand the ancient Chinese language, suddenly realize. After all, the assistant's translation alone cannot comprehend the true meaning of this ancient language. This old saying is not difficult for most Chinese to understand, but the difference between culture and language is enough to become an insurmountable gap. But Ziming didn't know all this, because he had already left the room at this time. Ziming and the others went downstairs together. Du Peng recalled what had just happened, and couldn't help but say to Ziming, "Ziming, you fellow, I now find that you not only have a business, but you are also good at making stories. It's such a nonsense story that your fellow came here with his mouth open. It's a shame that you didn't go to make a movie." Facing Du Peng's jokes, Ziming also laughed and said, "Dao Xiao, you remind me, when I finish my work on North Russia and go back to Hong Kong, maybe I really want to make a movie." Out. Du Peng knew that it would be too simple to make a movie with Ziming's current ability, but the focus is obviously not on this now. Du Peng went on to say, "However, the next arrangements on the oil field side will take a while. Ziming, you don't really intend to go to the workers' houses by yourself?" Ziming nodded as expected. "As I said just now, I am definitely going." "Well, then." Du Peng spread his hands together and said helplessly, "Where are we going to be the first? Is the little girl who stole the egg tart home?" Ziming patted Du Peng on the shoulder and laughed. "Our young master Du is smart, and I am going there." After speaking, they went directly to the workers' dormitory area. Ziming smiled again. "It seems that I had good luck today. I thought I was looking for a target, but I ran into it directly." Looking in the direction of Ziming's line of sight, she happened to see a little girl standing at the door of the dormitory with a bowl of cold water on her head. This little girl was no one else but the little girl who was found stealing the egg tart in the kitchen during breakfast. Zuming and the others walked over. Carolina walked over at Zuming's sign and bends over and asked her, "Little sister, what are you doing here? Why are you still holding a bowl of water on top of your head? Put it down, sister has something to say." "How do I ask you?" Carolina reached out to take the bowl of water above the little girl's head, but the little girl immediately took a step back and said, "No, this bowl of water can't be taken away. This is what I did wrong today. My dad punished me to stand here and be unable to move all day. This bowl of water is evidence. If any water spills out, my father will definitely kill me." Carolina was stunned for a moment. Although she thought that there would be a reason, she didn't expect it to be like this. Carolina thought for a moment and asked, "You said you did something wrong today. Did it happen in the kitchen just now?" The little girl nodded and said, "That's it. My dad said that I shouldn't eat adult food. He said that this would irritate the adults above. If they are angry, our heating will be delayed, or continue to send us those who can only old rubles used inside the oil field." "Then you have something like this before here?" Carolina asked again. "It happened last year. It was because someone angered Mr. Pushkin. As a result, we were frozen in the snow for more than a month. Finally, that person was frozen to death in his dormitory." The little girl couldn't stop her tears as she spoke. "Big sister, I really didn't mean to steal your food. I'm just too hungry. I don't want to be frozen to death. I still want to eat." Little sister, doesn't cry. Of course you won't be frozen to death, and you will eat a lot of delicious food in the future. Carolina comforted the little girl, and then straightened up and told Zuming the reason. Suhan immediately said in indignation after hearing this, "It's too much. How can these guys bully a little girl like this? They are still humans?" After speaking, Suhan also bent down, took out the chocolate she was carrying, and handed it to the little girl and said, "Little sister, don't cry. This chocolate is for you. This thing is much more delicious than the tart you just got." Facing Suhan's kindness, the little girl just shook her head and backed away. "Big sister, I can't eat. If I eat, I will definitely be beaten to death. The little girl suddenly screamed. It turned out that when she shook her head, the water in the bowl above her head was spilled too much. Now she cried even harder. "After this, I will definitely be beaten to death." "No, I don't want to be beaten to death." This situation was unexpected by Suhan. She didn't know what to do, so she could only let Carolina help and comfort the little girl softly. The cry of the little girl attracted the attention of the workers in the dormitory building, and immediately many people walked out of the mobile room. A North Russian man with a brown beard came over and asked, "Hello, distinguished gentlemen and ladies, is she offensive again? What's wrong with you? Please tell me, I will definitely teach her well." When he said that, he slapped the little girl's face with a slap and yelled, "Why don't you be obedient if you let you stand here? You want to offend these noble adults, you really want to. Was it beaten to death?" With a bang, the bowl of water fell to the ground, and the little girl was also knocked to the ground. She covered her cheek. Tears couldn't stop streaming out. Suhan immediately went over to help the little girl and scolded the North Russian man. "What are you doing? You are her father, right? Why are you hitting her like this? She just wants to eat when she is hungry. It didn't offend us, but I accidentally spilled her water, and you hit her indiscriminately like this. You are a beast." After Suhan finished talking, he stuffed the little girl with chocolate. "Don't cry. It was the big sister just now. The big sister shouldn't spill the water in your bowl, but the big sister has already made it clear to your father that he doesn't hit you again. This chocolate is the compensation that big sister will give you." The little girl went on the chocolate in a daze, but she didn't dare to eat it. Instead, she carefully glanced at her father and murmured fear. Suhan looked up at the North Russian man, but before Suhan could speak, the North Russian man said to Suhan, "Hello, lady, I am very grateful for you to come here to see us, But we all have. Please leave us alone with our own rules and life. How can this not matter? You see how hungry your daughter is? She is just a little girl. She just wants to eat." Seeing that the expressions of these oil workers did not change, Suhan had to say in another way, "This time we came to the oil field to give you warmth and to improve your lives. So since this little girl wants to eat egg tarts, you can eat chocolate if you want. And you can have whatever you want. Isn't that bad? We are here to help you," Suhan said to these oil workers in a sincere tone, but these oil workers did not buy Suhan's account. The others turned around and went back to their dormitory one by one. The brown beard silently pulled his daughter and told her to throw it away, the chocolate in his hand, and then went back to the dormitory with the others. Watching Suhan stunned in this scene, she didn't know what to say. Only a deep weakness. Ziming also saw this scene in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, just turned his puzzled gaze back to Du Peng. Du Peng couldn't understand what Ziming wanted to ask himself. He sighed and said, "It seems that these people are really afraid of Pushkin and them. Without their approval, these people would not even dare to accept a chocolate, but no wonder, after all, here in the oil field is an independent kingdom." Ziming smiled slightly. "Master Du, then according to you, aren't we the bad guys who came here to engage in a coup d'etat?" "No," Du Peng said solemnly, "we are bad guys who do good deeds." Chapter 133. Since oil extraction requires a large amount of land resources, and will have a great impact on the environment, and even cause surface collapse, oil extraction is generally far away from the city, and oil workers will hardly leave the oil field when they need to work. The result of this is that an oil field can easily develop into an independent kingdom, where the highest person in charge of the oil field is the most authoritative existence. This is the case in the 760 factory where Ziming once lived, not to mention in the oil field, especially in the oil field of Siberia, where the Vladimir family is still the biggest gangster in this area. The gangsters are not a specialty of North Russia. It is said that under the threat of the gangs in the commercial streets of Gangching, all merchants are trembling. Then the independent kingdoms of oil fields, which are far from the government, can only get worse. Under the coercion and lure of the gangs, the workers here can only become honest slaves, otherwise they will be killed and thrown in any wilderness. The ghost knows the year of the monkey before they can be found, and solve the crime and bring the suspect to justice. It is even more impossible to talk about Eva. The Philo floating oil field has been mined for 10 years, and Pushkin has been here for more than 7 years. Workers here must have a deep-rooted fear of him. Just look at Pushkin's men shouting to the workers. It's clear that you want to give warmth to those workers. This is definitely a good thing for them. But I think Pushkin must have gotten some explanation from Eugens, so he must have told the workers what they said. "Talents dare not accept any of your benefits from Mr. Ziming," Dorma said to Ziming, analyzing. At this time Ziming had already returned to the administration building, and he had also told about the matter with the little girl in the workers' dormitory building. Dorma did an analysis for Ziming. "They are in the reception room at the moment. So according to your statement, Mr. Dorma, it's not that these oil workers don't want benefits, but they dare not ask for it?" Ziming asked. "Of course, it's good. Who doesn't want it? But sometimes it is necessary to have life and enjoyment." Dorma's tone seemed helpless. Eugens is very tight on everything. Pushkin obviously also inherited his style. This oil field is like this. Dorma hesitated at this point, and finally said to Ziming, "So if you want to start from the oil workers' side, Mr. Ziming, I think it will be difficult." "Really? But I feel more and more optimistic," Ziming said. Dorma was very surprised by Ziming's words. Dorma was about to say something, but he heard footsteps outside the door, and finally Pushkin opened the door and walked in. Pushkin came to Ziming and asked him, "Mr. Ziming, I heard that you went to the workers' dormitory just now?" Ziming looked up at Pushkin and nodded and said, "Yes, I said I came down to send warmth. I just saw a little girl standing at the door by her father who was physically punished by her father, so I wanted to help her. Did I do it wrong? Or does Mr. Pushkin think I shouldn't do it? Of course not. Mr. Ziming is a distinguished guest of our Philo floating oil field, and he is still here to send warmth to our oil workers. As the person in charge of the oil field, of course I welcome with all hands. Pushkin went on to say, I think Mr. Ziming might have misunderstood me. I am coming to see you, Mr. Ziming, because I have already known the workers after receiving the report. It is indeed that they have done too much. It's too much. They are abusing children. According to our oil field system, acts like this must be severely punished. And this time you were able to find such child abuse behavior. It is also your credit, Mr. Ziming. So I would like to invite you and other guests to observe the law enforcement. I don't know how many are willing or not. Pushkin asked. What if we say we don't want to? Du Peng suddenly asked something like this. Pushkin's face was embarrassed when he heard this, and he didn't seem to know how to react to this answer. Ziming smiled and patted Du Peng on the shoulder, and then said to Pushkin, since it is the behavior we discovered, then it is okay for us as witnesses to observe it. But I don't know when it will start. Now it's ready. I'm here to invite all the distinguished guests. Then I'll go down and prepare first. You can come down at any time. Pushkin said this, and then walked out of the reception room first. Du Peng looked at Pushkin's leaving back and took a mouthful of disdain, and then asked Ziming, are we really going to see it? I think this guy came here to ask us to be sure. No good intentions. Of course he didn't have any kindness. Dorma said angrily. He did this to show his control over the Pharaoh floating oil field. No matter what happened, he would always know the first time. Let us not have any unrealistic fantasies. I think it's more than that, Tong Gang analyzed. I think he is also slaughtering chickens and monkeys, and he wants to show other oil workers so that they don't get close to us. This Pushkin is really too scheming, Sajivsky said, clenching his fist fiercely. Finally, Ziming stood up and said, well, everyone should not discuss this here. Since Mr. Pushkin has come up to invite us, of course we can't admit it. Before Ziming's words fell, Du Peng immediately stood up and said, I support Ziming. I would like to see what kind of drama this poet elder brother has prepared for us. After them, Li Cheng also stood up. Anyway, we have come, and sitting here is also idle. We are not afraid of this Mr. Pushkin. It doesn't matter if we go down and take a look. So Ziming took these and walked down the administrative building. Pushkin sent people downstairs to greet them, and led them to the playground of the oil field. When Ziming and the others arrived, the playground was already surrounded by many people. In the middle of the playground, several people were standing there with a bowl of water. Seeing Ziming and the others came, Pushkin immediately came over without waiting for Ziming to ask questions and took the initiative to explain. Welcome to Mr. Ziming and everyone. I have already investigated it clearly. Just now these people were physically punishing and torturing the little girl. But they are all about rules, and they don't punish people casually. Since they abused this little girl, we should punish them how they are. It seems fair and just. Ziming nodded and complimented. Mr. Pushkin deserves to be the person in charge of the Philo floating oil field. And he does have his own set of methods in management. Pushkin thanked him, and then waved his hand to let the punishment begin. The people over there immediately poured water on the people who were in the water. While splashing, someone warned them, no one is allowed to move. The water in the bowl has spilled out, so don't blame me for being impolite. It sounds like nothing, but you must know that this is in Siberia. The weather station has issued a forecast that it will snow soon. The temperature is only a few degrees, not to mention how cold it is, but at least it is sure to pour cold water on the body like this. It is unbearable. These people only wore a single shirt, which was attached to the body after being watered. Anyone who knows it knows that it is much colder than without clothes. Suhan squeezed Ziming's hand subconsciously. Of course, Ziming knew that Suhan was frightened. After all, he was watered like this, and just by looking at it, he could feel a bit of coldness. Ziming said, Mr. Pushkin, I understand that you are doing this for a small punishment and a big admonition, but is it a bit too much for you? Of course not. Pushkin said. Mr. Ziming, you don't understand our situation. These people, if they don't receive some unforgettable lessons, they won't remember anything at all. And I work here all year round in Siberia, let alone the current temperature. Even if it is more than 10 or 20 degrees Celsius, there is no problem. Is that so? But in my opinion, small punishments and big admonitions are necessary, but it is still necessary to master it. Ziming told Pushkin that when he was speaking, his eyes were always looking over there. Someone over there seemed to be really shivering from the cold, shivering unconsciously, sprinkling some water, and standing there. The person supervising next to him immediately hit him with a stick. The entire punishment process lasted from the afternoon to the evening, but of course Ziming and the others would not stand there stupidly and watch the evening from the afternoon, but they went back after a while. This guy Pushkin, because he can even think of this way, he really won't think of anything else in his mind. Dorma snorted. I think he can do this very well. At least I think we can finally do something, Ziming said. Dorma was stunned at the time. He stared at Ziming and thought that he had heard him wrong, because Ziming's recent patience made him almost collapsed. Even what he complained just now, Pushkin was actually complaining about Ziming's inaction. But now suddenly he heard Ziming say this. Of course he couldn't believe it, and he even had some doubts. Mr. Ziming, is it really okay now? Dear Mr. Dorma, I still want to ask why it's not good, Ziming asked deliberately. Don't you see the angry look of the workers on the playground just now? I think they hate Pushkin. It's been a long time, and today's humiliation will make them hate even more. I agree with this, but Pushkin and his people seem to have been following us all the time. We are not easy to do, Sergeyevsky said. It was true before, but with today's things, I want to get back a little lax, Ziming said. Sergeyevsky immediately asked why. Ziming did not answer but asked him back. It's very simple. If you are Mr. Sergeyevsky, do you think we are doing anything right now? Certainly not. I will. Chapter 134. Our goal is that you are equal. Lee is an ordinary oil worker in the Furuofu oil field. He said that he is ordinary because he is really ordinary. Like the more than 1,000 oil workers here, he has to ride his bike to the oil field to work on time every day. After get off work the whole body is covered with oil stains and cannot be cleaned. The wages for poor food are low. In many cases, the oil field will pay the old rubles that have been abolished, but no matter how ordinary people, there will always be an extraordinary day, and the day before the snowfall in 1989, he encountered something that could change the fate of his life. These oil field leaders are simply too easy for us to see them as human beings. In order to please those Chinese who let you stand on the playground in such a cold day and pour cold water, if you get sick, they can use excuses for not paying you, right? He just won't give us a way to survive. In a certain room of the workers' dormitory, a North Russian woman said to Raj angrily that Raj was lying on her own bed at the moment, even though he was covered with a thick cup and took a cold shower. But she still couldn't stop trembling. Even the sound of teeth trembling was clear. Maybe it hasn't snowed yet, but the punishment of pouring cold water and standing there in a few degrees of cold wind, even if they are used to doing things in Siberia, can't stand it. Okay, don't say this. If it gets to Mr. Pushkin's ears, it will be me again, Ridger said with great dissatisfaction. It would have been Naya who was wrong today. If it weren't for her, it would be fine. To provoke those Chinese people, how could Mr. Pushkin get angry? I should really break her leg today. How could she think of trying to steal some tart? Is that something you can eat? Lee pointed at a girl next to her and cursed. The little girl lowered her head and shed tears silently. She was very afraid of Lee, and even when Lee's voice suddenly increased, she couldn't help but tremble. At this time the woman was unhappy. Mr. Edger, Mia, is your daughter. How can you say that to her? Why don't you think that if it weren't for Pushkin's leaders who usually dominate the oil fields, how could they bully us so much? I heard that someone's sister came to the oil field the day before yesterday and was raped by those beasts. Well, I said you don't talk about it anymore. Don't pass it to the ears of Pushkin leaders, Ridger said. At this time, the sudden knock on the door scared a few people, especially Rig's wife, who immediately stood up, shook her head in a panic, and said, "It's not really in the ears of any leader. I am not talking about Lord Pushkin. I'm just saying that I'm not good." However, there was a female voice immediately outside the door. "Hello, Mr. Ridger. Mr. Ziming is here to see you in the evening." This voice is familiar to both Lee and his wife. Knowing that it was the voice of those Chinese translations, Lei's wife was relieved, but she was also surprised and did not understand what these Chinese people were doing. Lee thought for a while and immediately said, "It's Mr. Ziming, right? Thank you very much for coming to see me, but I have some inconvenience now. Will you come again next time?" The outside voice did not give up and continued, "Mr. Ridger, we feel very guilty about what happened today, and we don't want to be seen by other people anymore. Would you please open the door first? We can come in and talk about something." Ridger understood that his bad luck today was because of these Chinese people. If Pushkin knew about it now, he might still know what would happen. So Lee had no choice but to ask his wife to open the door first and let Ziming in. Ziming came with Du Peng Suhan and the bodyguards. Alina was still an interpreter. After Ziming came in, he saw Lee lying on the bed at first sight. Ziming sat on the side of the bed and said, "Lee, isn't it a big problem, mister? I feel Mr. Pushkin has done too much today." Speaking of Suhan handing over a bag he was holding to Reg, at the same time Ziming continued, "There are milk and egg tarts, and some dollars and antibiotics. I hope Mr. Reg can get better as soon as possible." Lee smiled and said, "Thank you. I am very grateful that Mr. Ziming can bring me this, but Mr. Ziming, please leave first. I will definitely get better." "Is it because of Pushkin?" Ziming asked. This question stunned Lich. He didn't expect Ziming to ask such a question so directly, so he didn't react. Faced with Rig's staring eyes, Ziming handed the egg tart to Rig's daughter, while explaining to Reg, "Mr. Reg, you don't have to be surprised, because this is a very obvious thing. As for I will to tell you so directly, it's just that I'm not really a distinguished guest here. I'm here to make trouble for Pushkin and others. I'm here to help you oppressed oil workers like this." To say that Ziming's question just surprised him and didn't think of it. Then Ziming's words at this moment made him puzzled. Ziming said, "It is difficult for me to explain the specific reasons to you, but I think you can also see one thing. After we came here, Pushkin was more to beware, though he was entertaining us. Are we not?" Regard thought for a moment. It seemed that it was indeed what Ziming said. "Although I am not a Westerner, and I do not believe in God, I at least understand the natural human rights. Everyone should be equal in this world. In your terms, everyone should be a child of God. In the big family of the world, it is supposed to love each other, but God has miscalculated, because not every child is kind-hearted." Ziming reverently borrowed something from the Orthodox Church to explain to Reg, "Everyone may have a variety of identities in the world, but everyone's birth and seniority before God are the same. Everyone should be friendly brothers and sisters, but there are always people who want to break this rule. These bad kids, because they don't play roles, they will be more powerful. So these people violated their original intention of coming into this world, betrayed their father, and they no longer love other brothers and sisters. Or that these people have been eroded by Satan and become very evil, so they will bully their brothers and sisters, or even torture them to feel happy." At the end of Ziming's words, he was very angry. After listening to Ziming's words, Lee clenched his fists unconsciously. Like Pushkin, he should have been equal to Mr. Rig. "You even said that without Mr. Rig's enthusiastic work, there can be no leadership. Then why can he punish you like this?" "I still listen," said something more excessive. Ziming said, "But Mr. Pushkin is the person in charge of the oil field and the leader." Rig wanted to emphasize something, but the tone of his words was not firm. From this tone, Ziming immediately heard the content: "Should leaders lead you by example? If you don't create value, what kind of leadership does he have? Can he bully you casually if he is a leader? Are you willing to be bullied by him like this?" Hearing Ziming's higher than scent tone, A line of tears shed from the corner of Rig's eyes. He was very unwilling to say, "I don't want it." Not only I and all the workers in the oil fields are unwilling, but what can we do? How about? Ziming was waiting for Li's words, and Ziming immediately gave him the answer. Of course I want to resist him and drive him away from the leadership position. Shoot away? We are just the most ordinary oil workers. How can we do it? This is not what we can do at all. Li murmured like this, but Ziming noticed that when Li was saying this, his eyes were faintly looking forward to it. His hands clenched his fists. Ziming immediately understood. It's the old saying, I say no, but my body is still very honest. So Ziming decided to put the last straw on him. Mr. Ija, if you can do it, I think it's better not to draw conclusions so quickly. Here in Siberia, I think you must have heard of the Vladimir family. Ever? Reg nodded and said, I've heard that this is the largest family in Siberia. It's this family. The Philo floating oil field is also in this family. This family also runs a gang. So some things dare to be so blatant, even the state government is afraid of him. Ziming said little by little. Li kept nodding his head, his eyes flickered, as if Ziming's words evoked some bad memories of his family. But immediately after Ziming's words, he turned sharply and said, But what about that? Mr. Ija, I think you should know that there is a gentleman named Dorma among the team we came over this time. Pushkin is very respected, because he is a direct member of the Vladimir family. Li screamed in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Ziming continued, so our goal is very simple. It is to investigate the situation in the oil field and drive away leading cadres like Pushkin who are doing bad things. But there are some things are not as simple as it sounds. We have to follow the rules in everything we do here. Dorma also has opponents in the family. When Ziming said this, he paused on purpose before saying, Do you understand what I said, Mr. Ija? Reg nodded and said, I can. Pushkin is the opponent of Mr. Dorma. He can't move casually. Ziming snapped his fingers. That's why I'm looking for you, because Mr. Dorma is going to set up a trade union that truly protects your interests, so that we can unite tightly and drive Pushkin away. Leading cadre. Really? Then I must join this union. I don't want to be bullied by these bad guys anymore, said Rija. Ziming patted Li on the shoulder and nodded solemnly. I agree to your joining. Chapter 135. Bow thanks to book friends 5,616,580 inches for your support and monthly ticket support. In the reception room of the administration building in the Furuofu oil field, Li Chengtong and Ilbedov Dorma are all sitting around the table, but their expressions are very dull at the moment, making the atmosphere in the whole room look a little depressing. Li Cheng took a deep breath and then pinched the cigarette in the ashtray. He glanced at the ashtray and couldn't help but smile, because at this moment the ashtray was full of cigarette butts, and he realized that he didn't know when. It's not healthy to smoke so much. Li Cheng shook his head. He put the question behind his head and then said, Mr. Dorma, I don't think you should doubt the abilities of Ziming's little brother, whether Pushkin or Yuzhin's, no matter how big they are in the Faro floating oil field. Ziming's little brother said that if he can convince the oil workers, he must be able to. And you can also see the situation here. These oil workers live under such conditions every day, and they must have a lot of grievances. Since they are angry, they can take advantage of it. Dorma nodded and said, Mr. Li Cheng, I can agree with what you said. I also admit that Mr. Ziming's eloquence is very good, but I don't think those oil workers will work hard for the illusory and empty checks he issued. And it is Mr. Ziming who said that if these oil workers will resist and have the courage and the ability to resist, I am afraid Pushkin will not have such a great control. Li Cheng shook his head. Dorma, you are wrong. You say that you don't know little brother Ziming at all. He basically doesn't rely on eloquence to convince others. This answer made Dorma stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what it means to persuade people not to rely on eloquence. Could it be possible that Mr. Ziming would not be able to achieve any enchantment and magic, and only need to look at others to persuade him? Dorma didn't understand, but he didn't have time to think at this time, because Ziming had already opened the door of the reception room and walked in. Brother Li Cheng is right. If you are just relying on eloquence, it is called deceiving or deceiving. It is a one-time modus operandi. As long as the other party responds to being deceived, all the previous efforts will be in vain. But what I have to do is they have always believed in me and will support my approach. Ziming came over and sat down as he said, attracting the attention of the entire reception room, and Du Peng Suhan also followed Ziming. Little brother Ziming, you are back. I don't know what happened to the oil worker named Lj. Tonggang asked him immediately. Ziming nodded and replied, it's done. He will definitely join our trade union, and will support and participate in the activities we organize. That's great. Mr. Ziming, you are indeed a very trustworthy person. Then we only need to take Ridger as the center and persuade other oil workers to join our union. We can organize a different Pushkin's power, and this power will definitely fight them to the end. Dorma said happily, but immediately his smile solidified on his face, because his happiness was not echoed by anyone, but everyone frowned, which made him feel very surprised. What is the situation? Wasn't it the original plan to persuade the oil workers to join the union? So why are everyone still frowning when the goal is reached? However, Dorma's surprise did not last long. Ilbedov's words immediately gave him the answer. Mr. Ziming, you can persuade the oil workers to be very powerful, but just to establish a union, you want to deal with you. King's gangster seems to be far away, right? After listening to Ilbedov's words, Dorma suddenly realized, and remembered the key to the problem. If their target is only the Furuo floating oil field, then they established a union and used the dissatisfaction of the oil workers to incite the workers to strike and even create some bloodshed. It is easy to gain control of the oil field, but unfortunately their goal is not there. Here, their target is Eugens in Siberia, which is not enough. Eugens is known as the master of Siberia, and he holds the two major industries of Siberia, bank and oil fields. It is impossible for him to pose any threat to him with just one ferro-floating oil field. And Pushkin, Dorma, as a member of the Vladimir family, had also heard of him. It turned out that he was just a small gang leader. It was a coincidence that he was appointed to the Philo-Sum oil field. So this is simple. Eugens has to be more cruel. After something goes wrong in the oil field, he just pushes Pushkin directly out of the black pot. What else? Thinking of this made Dorma feel very discouraged, and he suddenly felt that he was really happy for nothing. But when Dorma looked up, he suddenly saw Ziming's confident gaze, which caused a sudden shock in his heart, and an inexplicable confidence suddenly appeared in his heart. Yes, they all believe in Ziming so much. This Chinese seems to be very capable. So he must have something to do. If it's just a trade union in the Furuo floating oil field, then naturally there is no way to pose any threat to Eugens, and with the lessons learned from the Faro floating oil field, other oil fields will definitely strengthen their defenses. We have to think about something more. It's more difficult. Ziming sighed. Dorma stared at Ziming. He couldn't figure out how Ziming could say it so easily. In an outsider's tone, it seemed that everything was none of his business. He could understand what Ziming said. These are real problems. Not only Dorma, but several others looked at each other and didn't understand Ziming's plan. In the end, Tonggang had to stand up. He sighed and said, "Little brother Ziming, just talk about your next plans. It's good for us guys to have a bottom in our hearts." In the face of everyone's curiosity, Ziming still did not rush to give an answer, but first asked, "Chairman Tong and everyone, in your opinion, what is the most important thing about this gang?" This question stunned everyone. Everyone, look at me and I see you, but no one can give an answer. Even Dorma, who is born in the Vladimir family, doesn't know what to say. Because it stands to reason that the gang needs manpower. Only if there are more manpower in the group, the gang can do a lot of things. Of course, it also needs loyal ministers and control. Otherwise, you go to the police station to report the crime today, and tomorrow he betrays your brother. Fell apart? The people sitting here have basically had contact with the gangsters. Everyone can say something, but at this time, No one said anything. They just fixed their eyes on Ziming, waiting for him to reveal this answer. This time Ziming didn't sell anymore. He put up a finger and said, "There is nothing else. There is only one word, and that is money." Ziming had only this sentence, but it gave people a kind of enlightenment. Maybe in the eyes of others, gangs have many different meanings. Some people think that gangs value affection, while others think that gangs are built up by a large number of people or courage, but most of them are rendered by film and television dramas. In fact, it is all benefits in the final analysis. It's very simple. If it's not for profit, what is the purpose of these people gathering to grab territory or illegally cutting people? Is it just fun? On the other hand, if a gang boss took the younger brother out to fight, and turned around, he couldn't even pay for the younger brother's medical expenses. Unfortunately, the younger brother went and the boss couldn't afford the younger brother's family. Then who would be willing to work hard for him? These are very realistic things, and they cannot be solved with a single word of loyalty. Everyone understands these fundamental principles, but what does this have to do with the current situation? Facing the puzzled gazes around, Ziming smiled and asked another key question. "Mr. Dormer, I know that Mr. Eugens is in control of almost the entire Siberian gang, so who is the loyalty of these gangs? Or are these gangs organized by Eugens alone, or by the Vladimir family?" Of course it was organized by the Vladimir family. Eugens, a bastard. How can he have this ability? Dormer's words came to an abrupt end here, because he suddenly thought of Ziming's plan. "Mr. Ziming, are you trying to separate Eugens from the Siberian gang?" "Yes." Ziming snapped his fingers. "I remember, Mr. Dormer, you once said that the Siberian oil fields are controlled by gangs, so that means that the oil industry is only a temporary cooperative relationship with him. The reason is that he mastered the Bank of Siberia." "Then Mr. Ziming, when you set up a union on the Furua floating oil field, you just want to give the gang a warning and ask them to reconsider their relationship with Eugens?" Sergeyevsky asked. Ziming nodded and said, "I do think so, but the oil field alone is definitely not enough. My plan is to strike with two fists." "How do you strike with both fists?" Tonggang asked immediately. Ziming's answer is still a rhetorical question. "I don't know if Mr. Elbidov remembers that when you came to Siberia the last time, I said to deal with the Bank of Siberia." This rhetorical question made Elbidov's eyes light up. "Of course, Mr. Ziming, your fist attack means that while you continue to run on the Bank of Siberia and drive down the stocks of the buying bank, on the other hand, you use Ferovo Bank to warn. The gang sees the situation clearly and don't blindly support Eugens. As long as the Bank of Siberia cannot withstand the pressure in the end and the gang loses their interests, they will no longer cooperate with Eugens." "That's about it," Ziming said. "Oh my God, this plan is simply a perfect plan that God can make." Eugens must have broken his head and couldn't even think of it. Dormer exclaimed. "Don't say whether Eugens can think of breaking his head. Even if he thinks about it, I am afraid he can't stop it." Dupeng added. If this sentence was about others, Dormer would definitely sneer, but now it was on Ziming's body. Dormer nodded desperately. The 136th chapter gave up and let it go? Siberia is a sparsely populated area. Its area is larger than the entire China, but its population is less than 2 Yanqings. In such a place, Siberia has a population of 4 million and is undoubtedly a well-deserved center. Yes, of course. The construction of Siberia was planned in accordance with the central city. Later, the development of various mineral resources also injected great vitality into Siberia. In the central street of Siberia, a luxury version of Cadillac galloped past. For the old citizens of Siberia, they are no strangers to this car. "Look, that's Mr. Eugen's car. I'm very familiar with this car, because this car was specially made by Mr. Eugens abroad. It is customized according to the specifications of the American presidential car. It costs hundreds of won. I don't think it's possible to buy a car like this even if it's millions. We only have such a car on the land of more than 10 million square kilometers in Siberia. Even the governor has no such opportunity to ride here. Plant a car, I believe there will be no better car than this in 20 years. This car will be the only one in Siberia. Yes, Mr. Eugens deserves to be the ruler of our Siberia. But I heard that the money he has in his hands can cover our entire city of Siberia. Even our governor has to look at him in many cases. When doing things with a face, you need to consult him for the promulgation of many policies. Two people said with emotion on the side of the road, but the other said, but I heard that Mr. Eugens has had some trouble recently. This sentence was only uttered, and the two people next to him opened their eyes and cried out, incredible. Mr. Eugens is the richest man in Siberia. Even the governor privately admits that he is the master of Siberia. How can you get into trouble? It's impossible. Eugens' car sprinted through the central street. I don't know how many people commented this way. This shows Eugens' influence in Siberia. It's just that Eugens can't hear these comments in the car. Even if he can hear them, he can only smile bitterly in his heart, because he is really in trouble. A lot of trouble. So much trouble that he can't help but come out himself. Do something. In the end, Eugens' car drove to the central hotel, and the doorman of the hotel hurried forward to open the door for Eugens, and then respectfully stood aside and asked Eugens to get off the car. All these are standard routines, and the doorman is also familiar with the car. However, Eugens got out of the car but did not enter the hotel for the first time. Instead, he stood there, looking up at the tall hotel blankly, with a tangled emotion in his eyes. Although the doorman did not understand what Eugens was doing here, the distinguished guest did not move. He naturally did not dare to move, and he even did not dare to remind Eugens, just standing there waiting for Eugens to come back. The doorman did this out of awe of Eugens, but Eugens returned to his senses but opened his mouth and cursed the doorman. You are too shameless. As a hotel doorman, do you have this attitude? Is there only a days in front of the guests? You have a great disrespect for the guests. Especially you still disrespect me. You are insulting me. Hurry up and call your manager over and I want to have a good talk with him. Eugens' accusation was so unreasonable, even he himself couldn't say why, so that the doorboy wanted to cry when he heard the grievance. But even so, the lobby manager of the hotel rushed over at the first time and kept bowing his head to apologize to Eugens. No matter how helpless the doorman was, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. After all, the identity of Eugens as the master of Siberia was not blown out. If Eugens was really annoyed, they would be the only one who was unlucky in the end. In the usual way, Eugens would feel very happy when faced with such a low-pitched apology from the hotel lobby manager and doorman, but today he looked at these two people, but he only got more and more bored. In the end, Eugens just waved his hand impatiently. You quickly disappear from me. I am disgusting when I see you. After Eugens finished speaking, he ignored them. He strode into the hotel and went to the cafe on the second floor. Zuming and several Chinese were sitting here drinking tea. Seeing them, Eugens felt a little relieved. In a tone, he came to Zuming and sat down. Before he could speak, Zuming put a cup of tea in front of him and said to him, "This is a good tea brought from China. It can be found anywhere in the world. I can't find it." Originally, Eugens thought about the script. But now that Eugens handed out the cup of tea in front of him, he became Lushan Wazoo at a glance. Finally, he lowered his head and sighed and said, "Mr. Ziming, I have surrendered." Li Cheng and Tong Gang were stunned at the time. They looked at Eugens' expression and found that after he said this, he seemed to be 10 years old, as if he had said this sentence with his vitality. As for Li Cheng and Tong Gang, even though they guessed why Eugens came here today, they never expected that he would give in so simply as soon as he came up. No one can figure this out. As for Eugens himself, he also felt a kind of humiliation. If he could, he really regretted letting Ziming go to an oil field, but he did what he was doing now. If there is a little room for change, where would you find Zuming to make such a compromise? This is how shameful it is. Today, it has been a week since Zuming went to the Furuo floating oil field, and this week, especially the last few days of the week, was a nightmare for Eugens. Just 4 days ago, there was a strike by oil workers in the Furuo flow field, and there was even a conflict with the oil field security department. Eugens knew that this must be Ziming and the others, but Eugens didn't care too much. After all, it was just an oil field. Even the most productive oil field in Siberia could not pose any threat to him. But what happened in the next few days was beyond his imagination. On the second day of the Ferro oil field incident, Eugens was still holding a meeting with the heads of other oil fields, asking them to ensure control of their own oil fields and that nothing similar must happen again. The Bank of Siberia's run was again. It has started. Upon receiving the call, Eugens hurriedly ended the meeting and rushed to the bank. When he arrived at the bank, the person in charge of the bank told him that all the banks had been run on early this morning, and the bank's deposit reserve was only too short. Within an hour, more than half was taken away. As long as there is another hour, all branches of the Bank of Siberia will have no money to withdraw. This news surprised Eugens and jumped up all at once. He never thought that such a thing would happen, because the Bank of Siberia was not a very large bank in northern Russia, and most of the money in the bank was used for investment. However, the remaining deposit reserves are hundreds of millions. Such a sum of money may not be taken away in the usual few months, but today, it was run out in just a few hours from the morning to now. Obviously this was premeditated. Premeditating and not premeditating is now the second thing. The most important thing is how to stop such behavior, because after listening to the reports from the people below, the news that the Bank of Siberia is going to be closed has already spread. This is of course a rumor. If more people come to run, if the bank is really unable to hold on, then this news is about to be confirmed. So Eugens immediately contacted the oil field, because the oil field often left a lot of money due to work needs. In the past, the Bank of Siberia did not have a story of a run, but it was all saved by the oil field's money. Come down. So it's the same this time. But what Eugens did not expect was that this time the oil field did not lend a helping hand, but chose to wait and see. Eugens, who hung up, did not understand at first, but after a daze, he finally remembered the crux of the matter. These were all the ghosts of Ziming. It was because Ziming learned of the cooperative relationship between Eugens and the Vladimir family that he first instigated the oil workers to strike, and then tried to find a way to run on the bank. Originally, any of these two things happened to Eugens, the impact was not significant. The bank and the oil workers were an interdependent cause for Eugens. But now that they happen at the same time, he immediately killed him. Just like Ziming guessed, all gangs want to benefit, and the Vladimir family's gangs are no exception. When these people heard that Eugens' bank was going to go bankrupt, they refused to help him, support him verbally. No one is willing to pay an extra dime. Upon hearing the news, Eugens immediately came to find Ziming. I have to say that Eugens is still a person who can afford to let go. Now that he found the reason, he immediately came to the coffee shop that Ziming had arranged. Perhaps Eugens began to prepare a lot. He is very bored. But in the end, when he heard that Ziming brought him a cup of tea, Eugens couldn't help but surrender to Ziming. Besides admitting defeat, Eugens really couldn't think of any other way. Facing Eugens' surrender, Tonggang and Li Cheng were very happy. If it weren't for the scene, Suhan would have cheered loudly for no other reason. The opposite person who bowed to Ziming was not someone else, but Siberia. The host here thought how arrogant this Eugene was at the beginning. Not only did he not allow Ziming's train to cross the border, but even when Ziming came to Siberia, he even let people threaten him. But what about these? In the end, Eugens could only be like a kid who did something wrong, bowing his head in front of Ziming and confessing his mistake, and begging Ziming for forgiveness. But Ziming just smiled, and asked Eugens back, "Do you think if you ask me to give up now, I will let you go?" Chapter 137 The Worry Behind. Ziming's words made Eugens' expression stagnant. He shook his head with a wry smile. His expression was very helpless, and he also understood how childish what he said just now. If today he came to Ziming and conceded to end all this, then this matter would be too simple, and Ziming went down to the oil field to instigate the strike of the oil workers, and it also caused a run to spread Siberia. It's too trivial if it's just for surrendering at such a high price. Is there really no other choice? I want to say that whether it is the train or the oil field you request to cross the border, I can find a way for you, and I can help you bear all the costs in the middle. From the Siberian side, I can also help you coordinate the gang problem to ensure that Mr. Ziming, your industry here can receive absolute safety care and will not be threatened by any forces. Eugen said to Ziming that his words were sincere. If his tone were heard by other Siberians, he would definitely be surprised, because perhaps Eugen's had not risen for a long time, but his deterrence in the land of Siberia and the impact is still very large. For example, the comments of passers-by or the cursing of the doorman at the door of the hotel are just small things, but they can still reflect his status here. But now that he is such a person, he is speaking to Ziming in a begging tone, which is definitely unbelievable. Facing the begging of the Siberian master, Ziming remained indifferent, just staring at him and said, "Mr. Eugens, I believe that what you said is from the heart, and I believe you will say it. Do it, but it doesn't matter, or it's totally unattractive to me, because after I kill you, I can also get it." Eugens was speechless for an instant. He lowered his head and his face was filled with pain and annoyance. He understood that Ziming's statement was indeed true, but he still had a hint of illusion in his heart and finally asked, "Is there really no chance at all?" "Yet?" Ziming shook his head gently, then patted Eugens on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Eugens, I don't think you need to care too much. Although you failed here in Siberia, it does not mean your life. This is over. I think you left Siberia to go to other places, such as the Middle East, where there is a lot of oil, or the war-torn Africa, which can also develop very well." "I don't know what you think, Mr. Eugens." Eugens did not answer, but instead asked Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, would you only satisfy a Siberia?" "Of course it's impossible." Ziming's answer was simple. "That's it. I think I'd better keep the money in my hands and live in seclusion. I don't want to meet with Mr. Ziming anymore," Eugens said with emotion, but then he asked again, "I actually have been thinking that if I didn't cooperate with Mr. Mater at the beginning, I would not help them make trouble for Mr. Ziming, so I would let Mr. Ziming go." "Your train crosses the border. Will the result now be different?" Ziming shook his head, and Eugens felt very surprised. "Isn't that okay? Mr. Ziming didn't seem to have a reason against me, right? Is it because of Sergeyevsky? But this is not cost-effective." "You misunderstood. I mean, I never make assumptions, because it doesn't make sense." Ziming explained, "Mr. Eugens, you are a very powerful person, and I am only a foreigner. The foreigners targeted by the forces together. If Mr. Eugens would really let me be so, I am afraid that Mr. Eugens, who is so persuaded, would not have the results today, would he?" At the end, Ziming added another sentence, "I really admire you, Mr. Eugens. When I was replaced by me, someone broke into my site. I will do the same." Eugens smiled. He stood up and left, but he hesitated before leaving, and decided to leave Ziming a sentence, "Mr. Ziming, I admit that you are very good, but you are on the North Russian side. The foundation is too shallow. Today you did win against me, but it may not be a good thing for you. Perhaps from a certain aspect, you will lose more." Eugens left the coffee shop without waiting for Ziming to reply after speaking, but Ziming looked thoughtful at the back of him leaving. Time soon arrived at noon. Ziming took Du Peng Sihan to the box of the hotel restaurant for lunch. This time Li Cheng and Tong Gang were also here, as well as Ilbedov. They were not here for a long time. The door was pushed open, and Dorma walked in excitedly. "Mr. Ziming is great. I have already contacted the family in the morning, and the gang has turned to me." Everyone was very happy to hear the news from Dorma, but no one was surprised, because it was taken for granted. "Mr. Ziming, this is simply a miracle. Eugens has been the master of Siberia for 10 years. Everyone thinks that he is invincible here, but in front of you, Mr. Ziming, he can't survive even a round. His mind should really be admirable." Sergeyevsky was the one who spoke after Dorma. His excitement was no less than Dorma. After all, this time in Siberia, the most profitable person was him. As a member of Northern Russia, He was determined to become. It is very important for the oil tycoons to control the oil resources of Siberia. Mr. Dormer, this is really exciting news. What about the bank and the oil field? Ziming asked Dormer to sit down and speak. Dormer realized that his emotions were a bit too agitated, but he couldn't control his emotions. After all, it has been 10 years, and he was finally able to knock Eugens to the ground. No matter who did it, he only needs this result. After sitting down, Dormer took a few deep breaths and said, the wind direction on the family's side has changed, so there will be no more changes in banks and oil fields. It also depends on the energy of the family. On the bank side, with the help of Mr. Ziming and Mr. Elbidov, I have purchased more than 30% of the shares. The state government on the oil field side has also sorted out the documents. As long as Ziming, sir, if you have time here, you can sign at any time, Dormer said. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head in his heart. This state government's approach was too real. It was said before that all the documents were burned. After waiting for so long, there was no movement at all. Now he and Eugens are the winners. The file on your side is ready immediately. Isn't this just to show that the so-called fire before was a scene he and Eugens deliberately acted together? This approach is very simple and correct, and it is not a problem to put it in the status of ordinary people. But you, as a state government, will lose your status by doing this. But this has nothing to do with Ziming, he said to Dormer. Thanks to Mr. Dormer first. And here I also want to congratulate Mr. Dormer, who will be the head of the Vladimir family from now on. Our trade from China to Crisco depends on the support of Mr. Dormer. Mr. Ziming can rest assured, as long as Dormer is here in the future, I will definitely guarantee the bilateral trade between Siberia and China. Dormer assured Ziming that his tone was violent and high-pitched, but it only made people laugh when he heard Ziming's ears. This kind of remark was just listening. It's not that Dormer will change, but now they are in a cooperative relationship, so it's natural to say anything. If one day there is any conflict of interest between them, I can't say anything. After all, there is a saying, there is no eternal friendship in this world, there are only eternal interests. Dormer hesitated after speaking, but finally he asked, Mr. Ziming, I know Eugenstein came to you this morning, can it be convenient to reveal what he said? Ziming raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. It's no inconvenience. Eugens came to me to admit defeat and hope I can let him go. Dormer took a deep breath and looked a little surprised. It was not that he had never thought of this possibility, but now that Ziming said so directly, it still surprised him a little. What did you say, Mr. Ziming? Dormer asked cautiously. Ziming didn't answer this directly, but instead asked him, Mr. Dormer, how would you answer if it were replaced by it? Dormer was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and he let out a long sigh of relief, because he knew that Ziming would definitely not agree to Eugens. The situation now looks very ideal. If Ziming and Eugens go again compromise, trying to balance things in Siberia, it will be very troublesome. In contrast, it is better to let yourself dominate the country and open the back door for him, but then there are problems again. In that case, there is nothing to worry about now, Mr. Ziming. Why are you still frowning? Dormer asked again. I'm not worried about the situation in Siberia, Ziming said. I think Mr. Dormer, as a member of the Vladimir family, must have heard of our situation in Crisco, and he should know about it. Dota plan, right? Dormer nodded and said, I know that the Dota project has been launched in Crisco, but it was met with resistance from your side, Mr. Ziming. But Mr. Ziming said that you are not in front of the Dota project on Mlin. The palace has started a transaction. This time you came to Siberia to get oil fields, which is the evidence of the successful transaction. Then, what else do you worry about? Because if it was me, when the opponent suddenly left Crisco, when it was still so critical, if I didn't take the opportunity to do something behind the scenes, I would be very sorry for the opponent, Ziming said. Here Ziming's voice came to an end, and over there Ilbedov immediately said, Mr. Ziming, in fact, I have a piece of news about Crisco that I want to bring to you, very bad news. Ziming looked at Ilbedov with a smile and said, I had expected it. Chapter 138. The Master of Siberia? A huge stage was erected on the square of the Siberian municipal government. Dancers wearing Siberian national costumes danced to the music. There were already a lot of people around the stage. A banner was hung above the stage, celebrating warmly. The Russian Petroleum Corporation agreement was signed. Regarding this situation, many North Russians can't believe it. How come the state government is cooperating with China to develop oil? We are not a superpower, but the most powerful country in the world. Does the country that needs our help sell oil? The other North Russians just sighed in pain. This is no way. As the big brother, we have always helped them to stay ahead of the Western countries. We have been sanctioned by Western countries, which has made it difficult for our economy to develop. Unlike those cunning Chinese, they have betrayed us to contact with Western countries, and then there will be subsequent development. In order to overcome the current difficulties, our country can only compromise with them first. However, no matter what the thoughts of the people of the superpowers in the audience are, they cannot change everything that is about to happen on the stage. A few minutes later, the dancing on stage ended. A few people in suits and leather shoes walked onto the stage, and the leader was immediately recognized. Look, that's our governor, and Mr. Eugens. For most people, their first reaction to this situation was to marvel at the grand ceremony of today's ceremony. But for some people with a deeper vision, they could see more because they used to be governors and when they came out together, Eugens walked in front of the governor. But today it is the governor who walks in front of Eugens. Even in the United States, which advertises democracy, this position is also very particular, let alone in North Russia, which is very similar to the domestic form. This position in front and back often means the identity of this person. Ups and downs. The governor walked in front with his head held high, with a smile from his heart, because this was the first time he was able to walk in front of Eugens since he ran for governor, and Eugens followed the governor dejectedly. Behind him were the Chinese consul Zhang Hu and the officials accompanying the state government. Eugens looked at the back of the governor in front of him, and his heart was very tangled, thinking that he was walking in that position. But now he can only walk behind him, and this position is not what he wants to stand, but the Chinese consul. Let him go. If things can happen again, Eugens really doesn't want to provoke Ziming, because without him, none of these things would happen. But it's a pity that things have happened once they happen, and it cannot be overturned and started over again. But this is not what makes Eugens the most depressed. What makes him most depressed is that he knows that he is here today to help the governor, so that everyone understands that it is Eugens who is in charge of selling oil fields to the Chinese today, not his governor. The benefits obtained are all his governor's achievements, but it is Eugens who is scolded by the people. Eugens knows this, but he still has no choice to come. Just when Eugens was distracted, they had already walked to the center of the stage. The governor invited Consul Zhang Hu to come forward, completely ignoring him. Eugens had nothing to do about it. After all, the world is so cruel, no matter how unbalanced you are, you have to accept it. Today I am very pleased to announce to you that our Siberia state will sign an oil exploration agreement with a Chinese company of up to 1.3 billion rubles. Starting today, we and China are very important oil partners. The governor happily announced on the stage. Then we will ask Mr. Eugens to make a speech for this. Sino-Russian Oil Corporation. The governor turned his head and made a pleased gesture to Eugens after speaking, but in Eugens' view, the smile on the governor's face at this time seemed to be a mockery. Eugens was very annoyed, but he had no way to show it. He could only step onto the stage with an angry squeeze. When Eugens took the microphone, the people in the audience immediately uttered the warmest cheers, which gave Eugens confidence again. After all, he was the master of Siberia. Today I am very happy to be here to witness the first oil cooperation between China and Russia. I believe this is a historical testimony. I believe that after 10 or 20 years, everyone will remember this moment today. Eugens made a very high-profile opening, and then went on to say, in Chinese terms, we, China and Russia are neighbors separated by a strip of water. We should help each other, And the deterioration of the domestic economic situation in recent years has also many oil companies are in a state of serious debt. Capital is tight, and they are unable to invest in the oil industry. If things go on like this, it may cause the oil industry to reduce production. This is absolutely not allowed. Then at this time, we must find a partner to develop together, and now we have found it. Eugens paused at this point, and then continued, I know some people might think that if we, as a superpower, just send oil to China, we will become their energy vassals. This is actually very selfish nationalism, but unfortunately, many people, including myself, still held this concept in the past, but only after I talked with a Chinese Mr. Ziming, I changed my mind. Mr. Ziming is a very good businessman from China. His business philosophy knows no borders, whether it is resources or the market, as long as a win-win situation can be achieved, what kind of things can be tried? Yes, Eugens said with emotion. I am very thankful that I can meet someone like Mr. Ziming and hear him give me such an inspiration. I even feel that he can be my life mentor. Finally here, as an advocate of Sino-Russian Oil Corporation, I wish this cooperation a success and let us all give the best blessings together. Eugens said loudly, even yelling, and under his lead. The audience in the audience was also very excited. They all yelled with Eugens as if they were brainwashed. But this is also today the purpose of inviting him is that Eugens is the master of the whole Siberia. Of course, his words are the most convincing and the most influential to the masses. After speaking, Eugens smiled and waved to the audience. At this moment, he felt as if he had not failed. He was still the master of this land. It took a while before he stepped down under the reminder of the governor. After stepping off the stage, Eugens did not leave, but came to the seat next to him. It was prearranged for all other personnel involved in the oil cooperation project to sit. Ziming and Li Chengtong just took their seats. It's here, Mr. Ziming, what I just said. Eugens walked to Ziming with a smile. He wanted to ask Ziming for his credit. After all, he had praised Ziming like that just now, but he didn't know that he hadn't finished speaking. Ziming asked him coldly. Then he called, who told you to change the nonsense on your desk? This question made Eugens stunned at the time and he stubbornly explained, Mr. Ziming, am I not complimenting you? And every word of mine is from the heart, and it has a very good effect. The audience under your stand, they are all so happy. I asked you who made you change the nonsense on the platform? Ziming asked again, and this time he asked every word. Facing Ziming's questioning, Eugens's chills were erected at this moment, and he felt a kind of heartfelt fear, because the opposite Ziming seemed to be really angry. But where did he make the uncle angry? What? Suhan's words gave him the answer. Mr. Eugens, I remember I told you before you came to power, and I told you not to mention Mr. Ziming's name after you came to power, just saying that this is the oil cooperation between the two countries. Yes. Did you forget? Mr. Ziming doesn't like to leave his name on such big things because it is very bad. After Suhan's reminder, Eugens suddenly realized that cold sweat immediately leaked from his forehead, and then he said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Ziming, I forgot all of a sudden on the stage. I just thought of this. I can increase your popularity, thinking that it is beneficial to you. I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me and don't care about me. If those audiences saw this scene, they would have broken their glasses, because in their opinion, in the land of Siberia, Eugens is the king here. Even if the president comes, he may not be like this. How could he treat someone like this? Are foreign businessmen so humble? People who just think so, they don't know that it is just such an ordinary foreign businessman who disarmed the king of Siberia. Dear Mr. Eugens, if you want to increase your popularity, I don't mind, but please don't impose your ideas on others, especially if others have already told you. It shouldn't be, because I don't like it. Rather than talking about my name in the streets and alleys, I prefer to make money secretly without everyone knowing it. Ziming said. Although Ziming's remarks were much more gentle than before, they made Eugens even more scared than before. He nodded hurriedly. Yes, Mr. Ziming, I know I was wrong. Please don't be like me. People care about it. Eugens was about to cry as he said, until Ziming waved his hand helplessly before he was grateful for Dade's departure. Eugens left, and Tong Gang next to him said, Little brother Ziming, you still have the patience. Such a Siberian master will make you a dog. This is not my ability alone. Without Chairman Tong and Dong Li, I don't think I can do it, Ziming said. Little brother Ziming just knows how to talk. Tong Gang laughed, but then his face became serious again. But little brother Ziming, we are still here now, don't rush back to Crisco as soon as possible. Really okay? Chapter 139. Following Tong Gang's words, Li Cheng and Ilbedov turned their heads to look at Ziming. Their eyes were full of eagerness. As for the other Sajivsky's focus, even though it was on the petrochemical side, it is not only the petroleum industry. Because of his cooperation with Ilbedov, he also has some explorations in finance. Therefore, when he hears this, he is naturally very concerned. Compared to their anxiety, Ziming just smiled faintly and said, Chairman Tong Lidong and Mr. Ilbedov, I have a habit of doing things. I have to have the beginning and the end. Only half of the things I can't do. Speaking of this, Ziming paused for a while and then said, and I don't think there is any rush for things over there. Ziming was interrupted by Ilbedov before he finished speaking. Why don't you have to worry? I admit that in Siberia, Mr. Ziming has not only won for you and us, but also for your homeland. Less profit, but Crisco's side is the most important, isn't it? Ilbedov saw that Ziming just looked at and did not immediately answer. He immediately reacted, Mr. Ziming, I am sorry, I am not questioning your decision, I am just saying what I want to say the most. The thought that came out is nothing more. Ziming shrugged. Mr. Ilbedov, you don't need to apologize, because I don't mean to blame you. I also believe that Mr. Ziming, you must be a magnanimous person. Ilbedov first threw out such a compliment, and then turned the front of the conversation and continued. But the matter with Crisco is really too much. At the beginning, Mr. Ziming, you had clearly agreed with Mr. Matar to help him share the benefits of the Dota project, but now he has betrayed you, and he will take advantage of you to take advantage of the money. At the end of the talk, Ilbedov still said very heartily, I even suspect that he was deliberately throwing out the benefits of the oil field, in order to give you Mr. Ziming to disperse Crisco. Ziming still didn't say anything in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Li Cheng and Tong Gang. They also had very concerned expressions. Li Cheng smiled and asked Ziming, as long as you don't really know how Ziming's little brother is, I believe it is just a coincidence. Otherwise we can only consider leaving you behind. Ziming smiled. He knew very well what the coincidence Li Cheng said was because they still have it in their hands. This is today's newspaper. North Russian President Nikolaevich signed an order to use $3 billion in foreign exchange reserves to ensure that the exchange rate of the new ruble remains stable. This news is actually quite ordinary to say. The former Soviet Union disintegrated and North Russia split up, and abolished the old rubles issued by the Soviet Union and used the new rubles. It is not surprising that a large amount of foreign exchange reserves were used to save the exchange rate of the ruble, but now the fundamental problem is that the North Russian government has no money at all. From the speech of Nikolaevich climbing on the tank in front of the White House to the signing of the order to dissolve the Soviet Union by the last president of the Soviet Union Bagchev, the disintegration of the Soviet Union seems to be in a smooth transition, including the Wehrmacht nuclear arsenal, all being transferred peacefully. But it does not mean that North Russia has truly inherited everything from the Soviet Union. For example, much of the wealth of the Soviet era was not left to North Russia. Most of these wealth are in the hands of senior officials of the former Soviet Union, and many of them are also stored in foreign banks. Due to the turbulent situation in the Soviet Union, Western countries took the opportunity to freeze almost all their deposits for peace. This made the new North Russian Republic extremely difficult for its finances. Ziming had heard a very ridiculous thing before. This year, a civil war broke out in a country in North Africa. Originally, the president of North Russia Nikolaevich was invited to participate in the North African Peace Conference, but because Nikolaevich could not afford a hotel accommodation fees, this had to cancel the trip. The president of the country can't afford to go abroad for accommodation. This is definitely a fantasy story to ordinary people, but it really happened. However, this also proves the extent of North Russia's financial difficulties. Then, how can such a poverty-stricken finance come up with $3 billion at once? There is only one possibility, that is, the money he got from Western countries through the deal with Dota. This is not just their conjecture. When Elbidov saw this news, he contacted Crisco the first time, and the result was that Nikolaevich and Matar reached a private deal. The news was confirmed. Both Li Chengtong and Elbidov were shocked. Although they did not believe that Mr. Matar would fulfill his promise as promised, they never thought that they would leave Crisco on the front foot. He did it so soon. The action was taken, and it was published in the newspaper to let them know, so that in places they didn't know, only God would know what happened. How could they not be nervous and anxious? Brother Li Dongli, please believe that I certainly don't think this is a coincidence. On the contrary, my thoughts are the same as everyone's. This is what Mr. Matar did behind the scenes that we don't know, and what he did is definitely not a coincidence. Not only this, there must be more. Ziming said. Since you understand, Mr. Ziming, why are you still here? Even if you want to ski, Mr. Ziming, the first snow in Siberia is not enough. Elbidov's tone was incomprehensible. But Mr. Elbidov, now the news about Crisco has come out, and what should and shouldn't have happened has happened. Isn't it possible that now we rush back in a hurry to immediately change something? These things are like Cinderella's crystal shoes. Will they disappear automatically at 12 o'clock? Gentlemen, I think I should remind you that we are not in a fairy tale now. Ziming added another sentence at the end, and Mr. Elbidov, what I want to tell you is that I don't know how to ski at all. Ziming said this deliberately to apply the Western way of speaking. At this time, very good results were received. Sure enough, after listening to Ziming's words, Elbidov and Li Chengtong both laughed, and Ziming continued to speak. The last thing I want to say is that since everyone chooses to believe in me, please believe in the end. I believe that no matter what happens to Crisco, and no matter what deal Mr. Matar and Mr. President make, I can turn this situation around. Come. If Ziming's words just made people feel relaxed, then Ziming's last words gave them plenty of confidence. This time, Li Cheng looked around and said, in our China, there is a saying, you don't need to use people, you don't need to doubt people. This means that since you choose to trust a person, you must trust to the end, no matter what he does. Little brother Ziming's corporation was the earliest 1.5 years ago, but in fact, I have been paying attention to him since that Black Monday, so no matter what he does, I will trust him. Tong Gang glanced at Li Cheng, and he also made a statement. Little brother Ziming was originally the general in charge of North Russia. I am just a shareholder. I only have the power to abolish him, but I don't have the power to interfere with his work. Li Cheng and Tong Gang both expressed their opinions, and Elbidov finally spread his hands. Well, gentlemen, since you have all decided, then I have to follow your arrangements. In fact, I want to say it's a rare thing to see snow in the first month of the month. Even in Siberia, it's not every year. It's okay to stay and take a look. In Elbidov's humor, everyone laughed, and the matter was settled down. Only Li Cheng took a deep look at Ziming. When it was night, Li Cheng knocked on Ziming's door, and Suhan went to open the door. Hello, Li Dong, Ziming is already waiting for you. Li Cheng was surprised. He walked in and sat down in front of Ziming and asked in confusion, Little brother Ziming, you guessed that I was coming? Thank you very much for Li Dong's cooperation this afternoon. If it were not for Li Dong to take the lead in speaking, I am afraid I would have to spend a lot of words. Ziming nodded but said something that didn't sound like a match. Li Cheng didn't care. He shook his head and said, this is nothing. But what do you think? little brother? Ziming did not answer immediately, but looked up at Li Cheng, and Li Cheng said, I know you are not as confident as you showed today, right? It seems that I can't conceal anything from Dong Li. Ziming said with emotion, after all, Crisco has not mentioned the interest of tens of billions of dollars. Let's not say whether the interests of oil fields belong to me, saying that this amount is not an order of magnitude. Now that Mr. Matar obviously doesn't care about his credibility, how could I not worry about it? Li Cheng looked at Ziming and suddenly frowned. You are setting them up ... or are you talking about our hearts? I said, Brother Li, can you not be so smart? Leave some suspense for me to announce. Ziming said. Li Cheng ignored Ziming's ridicule. He just took a deep breath and said, Sun Tzu's Art of War says that those who have thunder on their chests and face like Ping-Wu can worship. General, it means that those who are above the soldiers must do it. No matter what kind of crisis you encounter, you will never change your face, because you will be brave for the army. Only if the general is not chaotic can you ensure the stability of the army, and you will not be confused. It seems that you, Brother Ziming, are taking us as the team. Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly. Li Dong, I actually didn't dare to think that way. I just feel relieved beforehand. If we are all in a mess, even if we return to Crisco, it will be useless. Li Cheng smiled and said, I don't mean to blame you. Just like Chairman Tong said today, you are the general responsible here. I will fully support any decision you make, sometimes even under your hands. It doesn't feel like a big deal to be a soldier. Ziming said politely about the award, and Li Cheng asked again, then how sure are you with Crisco? Before Ziming answered, Li Cheng added another sentence. I want to listen to the truth this time. Ziming was taken aback for a while and said, Dong Li is too mindful. Of course I will tell the truth, but I am not sure. I didn't succeed. Everything has to be returned to Crisco. I can only judge after I learn more. Li Cheng silently nodded, and finally patted Ziming's shoulder. Go hard. I still said that. No matter what you do, I will trust you. Thank you very much. Ziming said. Chapter 140th People who should leave and things to say. In front of the Terminal 2 of the North Russian capital Crisco Dongjiao Airport, there are many luxury cars, making it like a luxury auto show. Even a general auto show is difficult to gather so many luxury cars. In front of the terminal building, the two ground crews were both dumbfounded. One of them reached out and stabbed the colleague next to him, looked at the side and said in a daze, My God, I'm not mistaken, how come our airport opened today? What a luxury car. Those who can own these cars are certainly not ordinary people. Even if we are here at the airport, we can only see such people occasionally. Now there are so many all at once. What happened? Another veteran ground staff said, Actually, I want to tell you that these people did not arrive here today. They lived in the airport hotel before. You may not know when you live in the airport. I pass by there every day after get off work. I can see their luxury cars parked at the door, but they didn't drive in. I think they seem to be waiting for someone here. This made him even more surprised. Is there anyone worth waiting for? Is it Mr. President? But the special plane of Mr. President shouldn't take off from us. The old ground diligently looked up at the sky and said, I am afraid that only the old man of God knows this. The conversation between the two ground crews could not have any effect on the luxury car team over there, and even the voice could not pass. Of course, this was also related to the fact that there were many black-clad bodyguards standing near the luxury car team and they were totally afraid to approach. But it was precisely because they didn't dare to approach, so they couldn't see the anxiety over there. At this moment, in front of the luxury car team, surrounded by many bodyguards, a dozen or so people in suits or tuxedos stood there. Although they looked calm, they actually frowned and frowned, holding fists and waiting for some small movements. It is not difficult to see the anxiety in their hearts. These people are not others. They are the giants of North Russia who have emerged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The leader is Bortarsky, who owns the largest private bank and can compete with the richest man in North Russia. As today's leader, Boltaski is still much calmer than others. He just stands at the front of the team, looking up at the sky, standing like a wax figure, very calm. If you want to say that there are no shortcomings, it was his trembling fingers. Mr. Boltaski, I heard that Sergeyevsky successfully got on the big ship of the Vladimir family in Siberia and got a lot of oil fields he dreamed of. They even signed a contract with China. An oil agreement, not coming back for so long. Wouldn't it be that they have forgotten about our Crisco and just want to concentrate on being their royal tycoon? Everyone is waiting quietly, but there are always people who can't stand their temper. He leaned into Boltaski's ear and complained impatiently, I know Mr. Albedov and Sergei Fausky and the others have worked together on petrochemical projects before, and now they have harvested so much in Siberia. This is not good news. The irritability in Boltaski's eyes was fleeting, and he taught him without looking back. Don't talk nonsense about this. Haven't they all come back now? The man did not give up, but Mr. Boltaski, think about it, we have all eaten brown bread in the airport hotel for a few days. God, the food there is not for humans at all. If they really care, shouldn't the things here come back long ago? How come back now? In the past few days, it's enough time for a plate of good caviar to become moldy, let alone a matter. Boltaski did not speak this time because he was also thinking about these things. Of course, the crowd was not only complaining. The media tycoon Korhodo said, but anyway, since we choose to believe them, you must give enough trust, unless you can manage your own troubles. We are not equal. Can the Chinese be able to settle it? I think he has no choice but to deliberately delay for such a long time. The man was very unconvinced. What about sharing the benefits from the Dota plan, or half of the benefits? How could this be possible? That's not to mention hundreds of billions of wealth. I think unless Mr. Matter's mind is soaked in the waters of the Arctic Ocean, how can he do this? The current situation is the best proof. Boltaski still did not speak. It was not that he had doubts about Ziming following these disputes. He believed that the people who were in these disputes were not suspicious, but they were very anxious, otherwise they would not be in the airport hotel. After staying so many days and waiting for Ziming and the others to come back, there are indeed some things that cannot be solved until they come back. Look, there's a plane coming. It's that plane. I know it. A shout ended the argument among the crowd. Everyone looked to the sky and saw a jetliner slowly landing on the airport with a harsh roar. These people immediately returned to the car and waited for the plane to stop before they drove over in a hurry. They were even more active than the ground crew at the airport, which surprised those at the airport again. The procedure behind was ordinary. The passenger elevator was set up, the cabin door opened. Ilbedov first walked out of the cabin door, and Ziming, Li Cheng, and the Chinese. When they saw them, the crowd below suddenly cheered, as if to welcome the return of heroes. In general, you can hear them with a sigh of relief. Mr. Ziming and Mr. Ilbedov, you are welcome to come back. We have been here waiting for your arrival. We all look forward to your coming back to find a way for Crisco. Boltaski stepped on Kian and Ziming Ilbedov shook hands and said, Mr. Boltaski and everyone, please rest assured. Although we have been in Siberia before, we have never forgotten about Crisco. We have been paying attention to the development here, and we can also tell everyone guarantee, our focus is definitely here. Ziming made his own inner statement to everyone on the spot. Obviously Ziming had guessed their thoughts a long time ago, so he opened his mouth and made such a statement directly, which made Boltaski and others immediately ashamed. Difficult, but fortunately, they are all old fried dough sticks. No matter how embarrassed they are, they can still maintain calmness on the surface. Just as all stories always have a turning point, many things will also have accidents. Only when Ziming issued a declaration to them, another luxury car came here. Congratulations to Mr. Ziming and Mr. Ilbedov for successfully solving the troubles in Siberia. A voice sounded very abruptly. Following the voice, I saw a young American walking here. Many people knew this person. He was William, the important executor of the Dota project. When William walked over, The bodyguards and the wealthy all subconsciously made way for him. William went straight to Ziming and said, "I heard that Mr. Ziming led the signing of the Sino-Russian oil agreement. I didn't expect Mr. Ziming to still be like this, a patriotic businessman. I really want to say congratulations." Ziming smiled slightly and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. William. As a Chinese, I think I haven't done enough. It seems that Mr. Ziming is more noble than I imagined. It is really admirable." William praised without pain, and then started the theme. "Well, I am here today because Mr. Matar has something to think about. Let me bring you, Mr. Ziming. Don't you know if you want to hear it?" "Actually, I don't want to listen." Ziming said this deliberately, and after seeing William's face irritated, he continued, "It's just that Mr. William came to greet me so far." "Sir, let's talk about it." William suddenly felt that he was being teased. He angrily put out his finger at Ziming, but did not say anything. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Ziming is still very good at talking, but Mr. Matar wants to tell you. The thing is, Siberia is your market, and Kriska has no place anymore." After speaking, William looked around and said, "Everyone is a North Russian businessman. If you still want to join now, there is no chance. You might as well think about it." Ziming sighed and shook his head. William mocked and asked, "Does Mr. Ziming have anything else to say?" "Yeah, I want to say a lot, but what I want to say the most is that I like to challenge, especially good at squeezing into the market that is already full. Maybe I will be the final winner," Ziming said. Listening to Ziming's answer, William over there was taken aback for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. "I said Mr. Ziming is very good at talking, and now he still speaks words with such a comic effect. Who would say that the Oriental nations are implicit?" I think Mr. Ziming has fought back this sentence very powerfully. Du Peng and Suhan were very angry behind Ziming, but they didn't know what to say, because they also understood that the current situation was indeed very unfavorable for Ziming and them. Li Cheng and Tong Gang also frowned and expressed their opinions about this. The arrogant white man was very dissatisfied. Compared with them, Ziming's expression is much more relaxed. He just shrugged slightly. "I just learned your humor, Mr. William. I wonder if Mr. William intends to let us appreciate your smile here?" "Of course not. I have to go back." William turned and left after speaking, but he suddenly turned around after not taking a few steps. "Yes, I forgot to say one last sentence. In fact, I really like listening to Mr. Ziming. It's a joke, especially when you are so serious and humorous." After the last ridicule, William really left. With William's departure, everyone else, including Boltarsky, was at a loss. They suddenly became unsure about the future, and they were thinking about trust. Is Ziming really correct? Suhan gently pulled Ziming's sleeve. She was very worried for Ziming, but Ziming turned around and smiled at her to relieve her. Turning his head back, Ziming said to everyone, "Okay, the person who should leave is gone. Then we should also say what we should say." Chapter 141. Believe in your judgment? With a simple sentence, Ziming put aside the confusion of these people. Of course, it is impossible to dispel the doubts in their hearts, but at least it can stabilize the situation so that everyone can advance and retreat together on the surface, instead of on the spot. What's the problem? They came to the conference room of the airport hotel together, which Boltarsky had set a long time ago, so that when Ziming and they came back, they could start discussing issues as soon as they came back. For this reason, he rented several consecutively. God, this shows how anxious their hearts are. Everyone came to the meeting room together. Everyone was silent. You looked at me and I looked at you. It made the atmosphere very dull. Ziming had to ask, "Mr. Boltarsky, I don't know now, Chris, what's going on here in Go? Can you tell me in detail?" "You know what we got on the phone in Siberia is not very clear." As Ziming spoke, everyone's eyes were focused on this side. Boltarsky smiled bitterly and said, "There is nothing special. That is, Mr. Matar and they want any short gold on the London Stock Exchange, leading to the North Russian government's gold export is difficult, so it can only choose to sell it to those speculators supported by the Dota project. Many gold mines on the Ural Mountains directly sell their mining rights. Before Boltarsky finished speaking, Li Chengqing interrupted and said in a very surprised tone, "Mr. President even sold the gold mining rights, but didn't the North Russian government only got $5 billion US? Why will it be so poor that it sells gold mines? That's a gold mine, nothing else." Although he had learned about the situation in Siberia over the phone, now when he arrives at Crisco, he is still very surprised to hear Boltarsky speak out in person. Li Cheng was surprised, and Ziming, who had memories of his previous life, was even more surprised. But it was not about the short selling of the gold price, because in the previous life, Matai used the price of gold to push the North Russian economy into a desperate situation. There are many things afterwards. You know, North Russia's finances now rely on gold exports, and even the salaries of many state officials are paid through this business. Once the price of gold is shorted, it will inevitably cause a fatal blow to the North Russian economy. Let the North Russian government have to find another way out, choose to cooperate with speculators like Meta, and go to them to export gold, which gives them the opportunity to stifle huge profits. Ziming still remembers that there was nothing surprising about the repetition of history, but the problem is, as Li Cheng said, the previous life was because the newly born North Russian government had no money. And now the North Russian government has just received $5 billion. Why is the US dollar so sensitive to the price of gold? And what makes Ziming more puzzled is that the previous North Russian government's financial situation was so bad that it hadn't sold the gold mines, and knew that it could not be exhausted, but their finances had obviously improved in this life. So why did they even commit the stupid thing of killing chickens and getting eggs? This makes no sense. Facing Li Cheng's surprise, Boltarsky looked at each other, and finally Ilbedov came forward to explain. "I'm afraid that's because the Malin has to pay for the severance and resettlement of the former Soviet officials." This explanation made people realize that the disintegration of a superpower does not mean that the disintegration of a superpower is not a matter of dispersing into a country. It turns out that those high-ranking officials must have a proper arrangement, otherwise it will be easy to cause trouble. If it is 10 or 20 years later, this is not a problem. But now the Soviet Union has only disintegrated for 2 months. Those high-ranking officials still have a great influence in the military and political circles of North Russia, so they should not be served. However, the position of President Nikolaevich is not practical. The previous life gave Nikolaevich more than 2 years of preparation time, and now maybe it is the 2 years of preparation that have been missing to make him fall into such a passive state. Ziming thought this in his heart. But this was nothing to Ziming. He nodded and said in a relaxed tone, "Mr. Boltarsky, we all know about this. Our Mr. President always has his ideas. It's just for us, the other side is something we need to pay attention to." Hearing what Ziming said, all the North Russians, including Boltarsky and Ilbedov, changed their expressions, even though they should have known all about this a long time ago. Finally, Boltarsky said, "Indeed, Mr. President is now discussing signing an order to further liberalize the capital market and relax the conditions for foreign capital to enter the country. Let the market open to the maximum and leave everything to the market to operate by itself, even if you know it will be severely impacted by hot money from foreign hot money. We must reduce government spending, abolish subsidies, liberalize prices, and implement trade liberalization." Is it the shock therapy that Mr. President of the Mlin Palace said? Ziming said. His tone was ridiculous and playful. Compared with Ziming's playfulness, the North Russians present were all bitter and enmity, because this so-called shock therapy was the most directly impacted by them. A very simple example. Many people, including Ilbedov, have listed and traded their companies. In the past, they were able to manipulate the stock market through some means, but now that the market is completely liberalized, a lot of hot money abroad in flux, their days of closing their eyes to make money in the stock market will be gone forever, and even foreign capital can use stocks to gradually force their companies' controlling rights. This is what none of them want to see. of Boltaski thought for a while and said to him, Mr. Ziming, although I am very reluctant to doubt you, I still want to say that the war has already begun on the Dota project. As long as Mr. President signs the order in the future, the war will truly enter the white-hot stage. At this time, please Mr. Ziming, you must cheer up. If you are still half-hearted, it will be difficult for us to trust you anymore. Boltaski's words were echoed by others, and Ilbedov opened his mouth to help Ziming argue, but in the end he couldn't say it. I believe this is what you want to say most after waiting for me for a few days here at the airport hotel, right? Ziming said that. Everyone nodded subconsciously, and Ziming said, then what I want to say is that I don't need you to trust me. This sentence immediately shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Ziming with wide-eyed eyes. They didn't believe that Ziming had just said this, but the words reached their ears clearly, like they were bombarded with thunder, and everyone was speechless. Mr. Ziming, what do you mean by that? Ilbedov asked cautiously. It means it literally, because trust is worthless in the first place. I don't know if you have heard a sentence. All the loyalty in this world is only because the bargaining chip for betrayal is too high. Ziming paused when he said that, and then continued, so I don't want you to trust me. In fact, I don't deserve your trust. I don't trust you, Mr. Ziming. Who should we trust? Ilbedov asked. Don't trust anyone, just trust yourself, or trust your own judgment, Ziming said. If Ziming's distrust of the previous words was just to deceive them, then Ziming's words at this moment have caused them to be confused. Our judgment? What should we judge? Boltaski asked nonchalantly. Your judgment is only me, Ziming said. You can think about the purpose of my coming to North Russia. It is nothing more than to make a fortune with the Dota project. But the Dota project is the crystallization of the entire Western society. I'm definitely not going to do it alone, so I need you to fight with me on the top of the Red Square. Now that the Dota project is the first to attack, then how can I admit defeat and retreat at this time? Listening to Ziming's words, Boltaski and the others subconsciously nodded their heads. At this time, Ziming said again, so here today, I can assure you that no matter how critical the situation is, I will definitely find a way to solve it! Indeed, Mr. Ziming, you want to fight not for us, but for yourself, Ilbedov said with emotion, because Mr. Ziming, your chief market brought a lot to the Dota plan before. Trouble, this time the entry of international capital. They will definitely not let you go, Mr. Ziming. Your chief market must be the first to bear the brunt. You must fight to defend your own interests. With Ziming's assurance, with Ilbedov's emotions, everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. This scene made the smiles on Tonggang and Li Cheng's faces even brighter. Here, they all saw the little tricks Ziming played just now because the confidence of people like Boltaski was shaken. Ziming didn't directly say trust or anything, because he knew it would not be a big deal. Therefore, he did the opposite and asked them not to trust him, and then used his purpose of coming to North Russia to bring him and these North Russians to the same front. In this way, it's just a big curve to return to the original point, but in fact it is not. For a person, he will be more willing to believe in his own analysis and judgment than what you told him. And Ziming it is to guide them to make this judgment. This Ziming. Don't look at his young age, but he has become more proficient in manipulating people's hearts. In time, I really don't know what kind of evildoer he will become. Li Cheng and Tonggang both smiled and nodded when they looked at Ziming, and they sent out such emotions unanimously, but their emotions did not stop there. It is great that they can know him now and become good friends with him. Blessing, because only by following him, maybe we can break through the bottleneck that Chinese businessmen have never been able to break through, and go to another circle that truly belongs to this world. Chapter 102. You said that you are such an old person. What have you done for so many years? But you are still a college student in the 80s, the proud son of heaven. 10 years have passed, not as good as a junior college student now. Are you in your 30s and you still haven't married a wife? Aren't you embarrassed? Look at the child of that family, who only graduated from school last year, and now the salary is thousands of a month, And I have talked about a beautiful one. The object of this, is it shameful that you look at you again? Can you still find a wife if you continue like this? You might as well die. Ziming, Ziming, you are already 50 years old this year, and you only have a salary of more than 3,000 a month. What do you think your money is enough for? The mortgage has been repaid for 20 years. Can your wife buy it? When you pick up a new dress, you will have to decide what to eat tomorrow. Are you upset? This society is a society that doesn't give you a way to survive. If you don't want to climb up to find a way to survive, then you have no way to survive. Ziming, you originally have a very good foundation. It stands to reason that you should be holding 100. The executives with a salary of 10,000 years are right. How could they be worse than the bastards in the original class? It's not that the brothers didn't help you. It is really helpless in your current situation. Ziming opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling above his head. He turned his head and looked around. Those familiar furnishings and room designs reminded him that he was in his own room in Hotel 1. He was at the airport yesterday. I came back here after the meeting at the hotel. Turns out I just had a dream. Ziming only breathed a sigh of relief, but he remembered the words in the dream just now. Because if he wanted to say that they were all dreams, he had a great dream of spring and autumn for more than 20 years. For many years, I have been very mediocre. Judging by the more fashionable words of later generations, it is the silk of silk. Without a successful business, just working as an ordinary salesman in an ordinary company, with a salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. This may sound like a lot, but I was already almost 50 at that time. Think about my identity as a college student in the 1980s, and look at my former classmates, who are not holding tens of millions of annual salaries, and they are even worse than shit. The words that I heard in my dreams are what I really heard. That is what I always say to myself every time I go home for the new year. When my relatives and friends get together. It is not that I have never thought of trying hard, but the results are very bleak. There are elements of luck, and there are reasons why I did not work hard enough. Perhaps it is because the previous life has accumulated too much resentment in my heart. I will make such a desperate effort in this life. Ziming thought so. He clenched his fist. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I must overcome it, because I am a reborn Ziming, and I can't be reborn in vain this time. Ziming, are you awake? Just get up. Ilbedov and Boltarsky have already arrived, waiting for you in the living room outside. There was a gentle voice. Ziming knew that it was Suhan without even looking. As there was nothing shameful about his relationship with Suhan, he lived in the same room. Suhan got up first in the morning, and now he came into the room and saw Ziming wake up. Just come over and talk to him. Ziming shook his head all the things in his dream, and then asked her, how long have they been here? It's been almost an hour since I came here. I heard from them what happened to the stock market. Suhan replied to Ziming. Ziming nodded silently, and then got up to Washington. This suite takes into account the work needs of the guests living here. Not only is there a bathroom outside the living room, but also in each room. It can be a good guarantee for guests to live here and work. Meeting guests also have their own private space. A few minutes later, Ziming went out to the living room and saw that the sofa in the living room was already full of people. Not only were Ilbedov and Boltarsky here, but Li Cheng and Tong Gang were also here. Seeing Ziming coming out, Ilbedov and Boltarsky both stood up subconsciously. Ilbedov also sighed with relief. Thank God, Mr. Ziming, you are finally up. And on the other side, although Boltarsky did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Ziming. His eyes seemed to see a savior. Ziming stretched out his hand and asked them to sit down first, and then Ziming asked, Mr. Ilbedov and Mr. Boltarsky, I think you guys came here so early. Something must have happened. Things? That's it, Ilbedov said, nodding. The securities companies only opened today. Almost all of our stocks, including banks and industrial stocks, are going up soaring. This is abnormal. Obviously, this is the attack on the Dota plan. Mr. Ilbedov won't even be able to see this, right? Du Peng was speaking, and he shrugged. His tone of voice was surprised. Presumably it was him who, Master Du, sat here for such a long time. The two North Russians turned a blind eye to him. This kind of contempt made him very upset. Du Peng himself had a violent temper. It's easy. Du Peng's sudden speech made Ilbedov stunned for a moment. Because he was worried that he would not react to Du Peng's temper, he said in a daze, "But hasn't Mr. President yet signed the order to fully open the capital market? Why will it be so fast?" "Mr. Ilbedov, have you forgotten that just before Mr. Matar attacked the old ruble and paid more than $4 billion to the Mlin Palace?" This time it's Ziming. He took a look at the time before speaking. It's now 10:30 in the morning at Crisco. According to the opening time of the securities company here, it was only an hour and a half after the market opened. They have been waiting here for an hour. It can be said that they went to the securities company to wait early in the morning, and ran to themselves immediately when they saw that the situation was not right. This shows how much pressure the Dota project has put on them. Ziming's rhetorical question made Ilbedov think of something. Ziming went on to say, "So the matter is very simple. In fact, a lot of funds from the Dota project have entered northern Russia through various channels. It's been lurking all the time, and now it only needs a horn. These capitals can immediately show their fierce fangs. They don't want us to be prepared, they have to take preemptive measures. I just didn't expect that they would still invest money to raise the stock price." Du Peng added. "My God, what shall we do then?" Ilbedov murmured. Although this was the same as he had expected before, he took a deep breath. But immediately after hearing Du Peng's words, he immediately asked, "Since Mr. Du Peng said that, yes, haven't you already figured out a solution?" Ziming shook his head and said to him, "No, but Mr. Du Peng is right. The old method is still used there, and the reason why Mr. Mater likes to use this method is simply because it is the simplest and most direct way is to raise the stock price through capital investment. Unless we also have enough funds to invest in the stock market to hedge against them, this is impossible. The Dota project is the wealth of the entire Western world. How can we win them?" Ilbedov immediately denied. "If you just can't win, it's fine. I'm afraid that the money we put in will also be put into their pockets." Li Cheng followed and added. Ilbedov looked at Ziming, and Ziming nodded to him with certainty and said that it was this story. This is a sure thing for Ziming, who has memories of later generations, because whether it was the Southeast Asian financial turmoil that shocked the world, or later, no matter how many tactics are involved in the short-selling China plan, the most fundamental thing is a head-to-head contest of capital. I want to take the time when a certain Western financial crocodile shorted the Thai baht. The government invested tens of billions of dollars there. Not only did it fail to restore the defeat, but the tens of billions of dollars were all turned into meat buns and dogs. Ziming said, "So don't worry, Mr. Ilbedov and Mr. Boltarsky, we can wait and see." "Wait?" Ilbedov looked at Ziming questioningly. "What are we waiting for?" "Of course it is the purpose of waiting there," Ziming replied. "Mr. Ilbedov, do you think the purpose of raising the stock price over there is to directly hold shares or just to make money?" Ziming asked Ilbedov at once. And he didn't know how to answer, because how could he know what's going on there, or that he has the initiative now? So he doesn't know how to answer. "How is it?" Ilbedov did not answer, but his expression already gave an answer. Ziming said to him, "So, we are in a very poor situation now. No matter how anxious we are, it is useless. We can only wait for them. The result will come out and think of a solution." "Is there really no other way?" Ilbedov asked unwillingly. "I'm sorry, not." Ziming shook his head and said to him. Ilbedov lowered his head. Ziming continued, "But Mr. Ilbedov, I think it's a good vacation time now. Or now, according to our country's Lingnan culture, it's time to cipher morning tea. Isn't Mr. Ilbedov very interested in our country's food culture?" "I think this is a good opportunity." Mr. Ziming is open-minded, or he is very confident in himself. Ilbedov sighed and said, "But there is really no way right now. I will do whatever Mr. Ziming tells me." "But Mr. Ilbedov, I have to correct you. Although this sigh morning tea is a sigh, it means to enjoy, not to sigh." Ziming teased and made the atmosphere relaxed. but only Suhan and Li Cheng noticed Ziming's hand that kept holding his fist. I'm afraid he is not as relaxed as it seems. Chapter 143, That's an Internal Trouble Part 1. Bow thanks to SJK Accountants MXPIM for their monthly pass support. Every one of us is born with our own original sin. Only the omnipotent Lord can forgive our sins. All the sufferings we suffer today stem from our abandonment of our faith. Pick up our faith and believe in our Lord and Father in heaven. Then all this will pass, our sins will be forgiven, we will be happy, and we will enter a beautiful heaven. On Geller Street, the priest, who thought he was all white, was standing on the high platform on the side of the street and loudly speaking to the pedestrians coming and going, but there were only a few people around the high platform. A Volga car drove in front of him. Ziming and Du Peng were both sitting in the car. Du Peng looked at the priest who was still chattering over there and commented, "I know this father. He has been here to develop believers for many days." It turned out that there were still a lot of people who listened to his lectures, but now with the booming capital market, it seems that no one is willing to listen to his nonsense anymore. The original sins and the pardons are the most real money. Ziming has a different view on this. I think his statement is right. According to Western teachings, everyone is born with 7 sins, one of which is called greed. Ziming said, turning his head to look at the priest who was still giving lectures, and then said, "If those people were not so greedy, maybe the current situation would really be different, because it was greed that made the capital show hideous. Fangs turned everyone into crazy monsters." Volga Sedan was founded soon. Ziming and others did not pay much attention to the priest, because their destination today is a securities company not far away. Just like in China, the securities companies here in North Russia are actually a place where the two functions of brokerage account opening and stock exchange trading are integrated. When Ziming and the others arrived here, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the market only took more than 10 minutes. It was already overcrowded. Ziming and the others could hardly even drive past, so they could only stop far away, because the black and heavy crowd had come from the lobby of the securities company all the way to the road outside. Even if there are traffic police here to maintain order, the entire road is still blocked by this group of investors. Of course, these people weren't just standing here. Ziming and the others could hear the shouts over the far away. "It's going up, it's going up." Today, the United Bank's stocks skyrocketed by 10% as soon as the market opened. I bought 100,000 new rubles yesterday, and I made 10,000 when I opened my eyes today. This money is enough for me to buy several bottles of vodka. I hope this upward trend can continue, and I will soon become a millionaire. It is great that a securities company can buy and sell stocks. Ha ha. However, not everyone has bought stocks, and many people do not have this opportunity. They are cursing. Is the guy in front going to give birth? Why have you been squeezed in there motionless for so long? Don't you know that thousands of new rubles are rolling in a minute? If I don't buy the stocks I want to buy next, I will definitely kick your ass. Others are complaining about themselves. Damn it. I really should have bought this stock yesterday. The current situation is very good. All stocks will make a lot of money. Sitting in the car, Du Peng watched and listened to the situation through the car window, and sighed. Similar to the situation when our domestic stocks began to rise, everyone is buying with the trend, regardless of why the stock will rise. Is it someone manipulated behind the scenes or something? Ziming explained this with a smile. Didn't the priest we met just explain it clearly? This is the original sin brought by people from birth. Greed is one of them. It's just in front of capital. Greed has been infinitely amplified. Ziming said, leaning back on the car seat. Fortunately, our country is still closed. If so much foreign hot money is poured in like this, I'm afraid our losses will be even greater. Du Peng and Suhan both nodded, especially Du Peng. He had seen thousands of people around the gate of Nanjiang Securities Company and almost made trouble, so he knew this better. These North Russians, they can only see that the stocks have risen now, but they don't know that all this is a game, and the money they put in is invested in other people's pockets. Moreover, The stock market in North Russia does not have a daily limit. All stocks can rise by how much in a day? I heard that they soared by more than 200 percentage points yesterday. Such a high return on interest, or else. It's weird to be crazy, Du Peng said. At this time, in the direction of the securities company, a North Russian man separated from the crowd and ran towards Ziming, muttering along the way, "It's crazy. This stock market is really crazy." This North Russian is not someone else but the Kenon who has been arranged by Ziming many times. Ziming smiled and said to him, "Of course he is crazy, and his money can be doubled in one day." Interests. I'm afraid it's strange not to be crazy. But there must be something wrong with it, Kenon murmured. Of course there is a problem, Ziming said, but Ziming's words will stop here. Without further in-depth. Then Mr. Kenon, you won't just be here to pay attention to the performances of these lunatics, right? Ziming's question reminded Kenon suddenly. He said, "Of course I don't. I have been helping Mr. Ziming to stay here, but from yesterday to today, there have been these retail investors here. You push me. I pushed you to buy stocks. And no big account came here. I also asked my friends in the securities company that there are some telephone entrustments from major clients, but due to the confidentiality system, I am very sorry, Mr. Ziming, I don't know who it is." "This is enough," Ziming said with a smile and nodded at Kenon. "Okay, Mr. Kenon, you can go back and stare." Kenon nodded and went back to the door of the securities company. Ziming turned his head, but saw Du Peng's solemn eyes. "I said Ziming, why?" After hearing Kenon's answer, I was even more worried. "What? Because this is not a reassuring answer," Ziming said. "Yesterday they were so active to find a way. They waited for us at the airport hotel for several days. Now the Dota project has finally begun. Their stocks have also started a skyrocketing pattern with foreign capital. How could they be indifferent? I don't believe my words really have that hypnotic power." Then Ziming, "You mean those people just temporarily suppressed their actions, but it doesn't mean they don't think so?" Suhan said. Ziming shook his head. "I'm afraid they didn't even suppress their actions." "Xion, have you forgotten what Kenon told us just now? He has learned through friends that many large customers are buying stocks through telephone entrustment. These so-called big customers not only have the Dota project, but also the North Russians like Elbidov." Suhan said. "It's impossible for us to know who, or say, they all participated. I don't think there is any need to investigate, but one thing is certain. The 200% increase in interest on this day is enough for all people are tempted." Ziming said. "Is Erbidov included?" Du Peng asked. Ziming smiled bitterly and said, "I would rather believe in Boltarsky, who has never cooperated very much, because his nation has never been a tough nation, even though they have established a very tough country in the Middle East. And there have been many tough battles. Then the situation this time has become internal and external troubles?" Du Peng said. "It's true, it's an internal and external trouble," Ziming said. Internal and external troubles. When Du Peng said the word to Ziming, in Villa number 8 on the other side of Geller Street, William also said the word to Matar, even though the words and Chinese characters are not the same in language. But the meaning is the same. "Mr. Matar, this is really great. I didn't expect that we were just starting to gain momentum, and such an important person came to the door. As far as I know, this Elbidov, the richest man in North Russia, was caught by Zhu." Ming pulled it up with one hand. "It's incredible." William danced with joy. Compared with William's excitement, Matar only had a shallow smile on his face. In fact, this is not surprising. After all, this nation is a greedy and selfish nation, and they are not strong, especially Elbido. Husband, he has almost inherited all the fatal shortcomings of their nation. So now that the situation changes and Ziming has no time to react, he has to find another way out. At the end of the talk, Mater thought for a while and added another sentence. "It's not the first time Erbidov has done this anyway. It doesn't need to be such a fuss, right?" William haha smiled and said, "Yes, that Chinese Ziming, he is really an internal and external trouble now. so that I have started to sympathize with him a little bit. The biggest partner has always distrusted him, and kept in touch with us secretly, so as to abandon him and vote for us at any time. I don't know what his expression will be. In fact, everyone is looking for the path that suits them best. The Jew is just trying to get his best interest in this war. When Mayita said this, he suddenly thought of himself, because he was behind the Dota project. Why isn't he contacting Ziming and trying to protect himself? From another perspective, his behavior seems to be of the same nature as the Jews that William scolded. Mr. Meta, what's wrong with you? When William saw that Meta's expression changed and asked him, Meta shook his head and said that it was okay, and then asked him, but we also have to be prepared. Since Ilbedov has started, I think everyone else is not far away. Soon those people will no longer trust the Chinese Ziming. William paid a military salute to Meta and said, please rest assured, Commander Meta, I promise to complete the task. Chapter 144. Mr. Ziming, due to the hot money coming in from Western countries in the past 2 days, the stocks of all our companies have risen by an average of 300%. This is beyond what we can bear. We don't care if we continue to develop under this situation. Is it because they want to directly control our company, or simply wait for a certain period of time to sell the stock to make money? We can't do anything. And this is just the beginning. Could it be that Mr. Ziming, you are really watching this? Don't you plan to do something to help us? In the conference room of Hotel 1, Boltarsky was questioning Ziming loudly. Today is the third day after the North Russian stock market soared. Ilbedov, Boltarsky and other the rich Russians all came to Hotel number 1 and found Ziming. Ziming went to a securities company yesterday, and he was well prepared after learning about the situation. Today, seeing them, a group of people who came here, Ziming directly took them to the conference room he had opened earlier. They talked freely, so there were these complaints. Facing Boltarsky's questioning, Li Cheng helped Ziming to explain. Mr. Boltarsky, please don't be so excited. Today is the second day of the matter, and at the airport hotel before, Mr. Ziming, I have already said that it is very clear. The Dota project is fighting hard power. They have invested a lot of money to roll up this skyrocketing momentum. Unless we can put more money into hedge against them, there is no way. According to Mr. Li Cheng's intention, is that we should continue to watch and wait for those Western bastards to play with our stocks. Boltarsky said dissatisfiedly, or say Mr. Li Cheng or Mr. Ming, what other thoughts do you have? Mr. Boltarsky, what do you mean? Ziming asked with a frown. The reason why Ziming didn't speak for the first time, it's just that these questions are not suitable for him to answer. He is the first responsible person. Under such circumstances, it will increase the opponent's anger value. This is what they discussed before and let Li Cheng or Tonggang came to answer, which can reduce the opponent's anger value. But now, especially when Boltarsky's last question asked Ziming, Ziming had a very bad premonition. I don't mean anything. I just want to ask Mr. Ziming what you mean. Boltarsky said in a bad tone, I heard that someone invested in the stock market yesterday to help Dota plan to give stocks to create momentum. I would like to ask Mr. Ziming, what is going on? A stone stirred up waves, and as Boltarsky's voice fell, a burst of exclamation suddenly sounded in the entire conference room, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Hearing what Boltarsky said, Ziming was too late to speak, and Ilbedov immediately jumped up and said, Mr. Boltarsky, what do you mean by this? You are suspecting that Mr. Ziming is with Dota. Are the plans colluding together? Don't you think this is nonsense? I can tell you here responsibly that this is absolutely impossible. Mr. Ziming's character is absolutely trustworthy. Of course I trust Mr. Ziming's personal character. Boltarsky glanced at Ilbedov subconsciously as he spoke, his eyes gleaming, but in the end he didn't say the second half of the sentence. With Boltars's words, other people also quarreled. Mr. Ziming, you can't do this. You said to us that we are in an alliance. Then since it is an alliance, when you are in an alliance, when a member of is threatened, the alliance must stand up and speak for this member. If this is not the case, What is the meaning of this alliance? And now we are not a member of the threatened, it is all of us. Everyone in has received the same threats. But Mr. Ziming, you can still be so indifferent. I can't figure out why. The person who said this was a young rich man named Vanoshaw. His stocks in the banking and construction and non-ferrous metal industries have been greatly improved. For a while, he thought about whether to use his own stocks. If you sell it, then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Of course, I also understand that there is a difference between the resources we have and the Dota project, but this is not the reason why we don't want to do anything here, right? Vanoshaw was very entangled in what he said, but his words suddenly expressed everyone's heart, causing others to follow Vanoshaw and question Ziming. Why don't you want a single solution? Or are you not willing at all? Think about it. You want to watch our stock market crash so much. What good is that for you? Did you reach an agreement with Mr. Mehta? You traitor. Have you betrayed us? Everyone yelled at each other, and they became more and more emotional. In the end they even screamed at the traitor. These words of them seemed to make the stock market like this, and it was not Mr. Matar and Project Dota and those Western capitals, but Ziming. Enough. Suhan couldn't help but yelled and stood up and said, you people are considered to be outstanding in your respective industries, but are you responsible for this? You blame Ziming for not wanting to do it. You think Ziming watching the stock market crash? Then I want to ask you, what did you guys do here? What else did you do besides complaining and blaming him? Don't you feel blushing like this? Every sentence of Suhan's words pierced these people's hearts, but this not only didn't make them admit their mistakes, but instead made them angry and irritated, and each of them was even more ugly. Fart. What are you talking about? If it weren't for you yellow-skinned villains who came here, how could we have become like this? In the days before us, you couldn't think of how good it would be. I knew all of you Chinese chores were people who are greedy, cunning and have no faith. You must be bitches who have caused all this, but now they blame us. You are too shameless. These people basically rely on illegal means to get rich. They are the kind of nouveau riche who can take advantage of loopholes. They can pretend to be gentlemen, but in fact, many of them are rascals in the past. So now I am so angry that many swear words have been scolded like this. As they scolded more and more vigorously, Ziming couldn't help but slap the table fiercely anymore. The bang made everyone silent, just staring at Ziming in a daze. I know that you are very dissatisfied with the current situation, and I am also very dissatisfied with it myself. I think what I said last time is very clear. I came to North Russia to make money. If there is no money to make money, I will not do anything. Then the current situation cannot be more clear. It is not that I don't want a solution, but that there is really no solution in the current situation. Someone wanted to refute something, but Ziming preemptively said, also, I have always heard that North Russians are very tough. Now it seems that your tough and tough people dare to stand in front of women. A group of people in their 30s to 60s, men of different ages, opened their mouths to curse at a 20-year-old girl. This is a North Russian man. Finally, I want to say that this lady's words are correct. You white pigs, you can do it. What are you calling here? Perhaps Karolina's voice was very soft, or Karolina's translation was delayed, or they didn't expect that Ziming, who had always been kind, would say something like this. After all, after Ziming finished speaking, they were the first time he didn't respond, just staring at Ziming in a daze. When they reacted and each wanted to vent their anger at Ziming, Urbidov suddenly stood up. Everyone, calm down and listen to me first. Not everyone has contact with Urbidov, but at this time, he, the richest man in North Russia, still has a lot of prestige to stand up, and immediately brought the situation under control. Urbidov nodded very satisfied and said, I know that the current situation makes everyone feel anxious. In fact, why shouldn't I be anxious? My United Bank's stock is the biggest gainer, but you look at me. Have I ever been angry with Mr. Ziming? No, Urbidov asked and replied. It's because Mr. Ziming is our support. Like us, Mr. Ziming is reluctant to happen. He also wants to restore the situation, but for many reasons, making this impossible. So we can only choose to wait and believe. It is true that we can also choose to be angry with Mr. Ziming, or even use insults, but how does this help the whole situation? What we need now is to reverse this situation and preserve our wealth, not here accusing each other, our infighting here. The only result we can get is to let our opponents see our jokes. Erbidov's words gradually calmed down the anger in the conference room. He looked around and saw that his words were very effective. Finally, he said to Ziming, "Please don't pay much attention to what Mr. Ziming said just now. Everyone is too anxious, and it's not intentional to insult you." Ziming smiled slightly. "I understand. And what I said just now was too impulsive. After all, we are partners in cooperation. It is better not to say something or not to say something. I apologize for what I just said. Everyone has a habit. People respect one foot and I retreat. Quarrels are born under the premise of tit for tat and no one will give in. But when someone takes a step back first, then the other person will also take a polite step accordingly. The most direct way is pedestrians and drivers at intersections. In general, if pedestrians have to rush in front of the car, then the driver will probably not want to let it go. On the contrary, if the pedestrian stops, the driver will definitely slow down and give way to the pedestrian subconsciously. Ordinary people are like this, not to mention the wealthy North Russians in the meeting room now. After Ziming apologized, others also apologized to Ziming and Suhan, and the meeting room suddenly became harmonious. However, in this harmonious atmosphere, Ziming's heart was raised more and more. Du Peng asked him after the meeting, "Today's atmosphere is so good, it must be a good sign." Ziming shook his head and said, "I don't think so. On the contrary, I don't think this is a good sign." "Why?" Du Peng was surprised. Wasn't the atmosphere just now very good? Could it be that everyone just made such a gesture on purpose? Or is there something wrong with Ilbedov? Ziming still shook his head. Neither. I believe that everyone's apologies are from the heart. Ilbedov is also really comforting, but in this way, everyone's previous anger will be suppressed in their hearts. This is not a good thing. It is better to vent it just now, otherwise it will become uncertain as time accumulates. Chapter 145. Ziming's worries were not groundless, because just the next day, his worries were confirmed. The next morning, when Ziming and the others were going to the restaurant for lunch, Ilbedov and Boltarsky hurried over and came to them and said urgently, "Mr. Ziming, it's not good. Just now, Mond Metallurgical Corporation has announced that it will accept foreign capital injection and sell its 51% of its shares." The news made Li Cheng and Tong Gang take a breath of air at the time, because the Mond Metallurgical Company, they all know, the chairman of the company was also one of the people who came to the meeting room yesterday to make noise. And he is now one of the richest people in Crisco. Perhaps not as good as Ilbedov in wealth, but he has a very bad head in this matter, and no one can predict whether someone will follow suit. Ilbedov and Boltarsky also thought of this, so they rushed here to tell Ziming. This damn bastard, he went to the Dota plan without saying hello. There is no shame in it. Du Peng scolded bitterly. Even though they didn't expect this result, they were still angry. Compared to Du Peng, who was irritable, Ziming appeared calmer. He did not rush to say anything after listening. Instead, he thought about it for a while before asking Ilbedov, "Did this happen in the morning?" "Now it is a share transfer." "Has the agreement been signed, or is the negotiation in progress?" "It's already signed," Ilbedov replied, his face a little embarrassed. "This damn guy, I heard that he had been in contact with Mr. Matar a long time ago, and the stock went crazy before. When it rose, he bought a lot of stocks along with it. The stock market reopened this morning. After Mond's stock soared by more than 100%, he immediately signed a share transfer agreement with a German company." Ilbedov later added, "He never revealed any news to us in advance, and we just happened to have a friend at that hotel until today that we knew that this happened." Ziming glanced at him and felt that this supplement was unnecessary, because there was no obligation to inform him, even if he said that people like him can't do anything about him. After all, he belongs to the Mond Company. As an independent legal person, He has no right to interfere with what decision he has to do, but he himself thinks that this is too ridiculous, and he didn't say so in order to be able to play happily here in the future. Ziming nodded his head and exhaled. Okay, I see, now we are going to have lunch. Do you want to be together? Ziming's words made Ilbedov's eyes suddenly shine. Mr. Ziming, have you thought of a good way? Then you can just tell us directly, and we can go and make preparations right away. However, Ziming just smiled and shook his head and told him, it's not like that. I didn't think of a good way, but now it's time for dinner. We should go eat. This answer surprised Ilbedov. He couldn't figure out how Ziming's head grew. If the calmness before was to stabilize the military's mind, then there are already people who have openly surrendered to the enemy and betrayed from their camp. How could he still be able to eat after he went out? Ziming saw Ilbedov's thoughts, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, my North Russian friend, I'm not really heartless. It's just the same sentence. We are not in the current situation. The only way is to continue to wait. I don't understand, Mr. Ziming. What can we wait for? Boltarsky asked. Waiting for a more favorable time for us, Ziming replied. Facing the answer given by Ziming, Ilbedov and Boltarsky looked at each other, and the two of them finally showed a wry smile. Finally Ilbedov shook his head and said, no, Mr. Ziming. Go eat, we are still more worried about the situation on the stock market. Boltarsky also said, Mr. Ziming, I know you must have your plans, but please take care of the emotions of all your collaborators. After talking about Ilbedov and Boltarsky, they turned and left. After they left, Tonggang looked at the direction they were leaving and asked Ziming, is it really okay to let them leave like this? How come it's okay? The problem is big. Ziming said, but we really can't do it now. We can never invest tens of billions to hedge against the Dota plan, right? Don't say we don't have the strength, even if I think it is very uneconomical to do so. I understand, but this way we will be very sad for the next few days. Li Cheng said. Li Cheng's words were only sent out with feelings, but they were straightforward. From the day after Ilbedov and Boltarsky came to find them, the phone calls followed one after another. Mr. Ziming is not good. Today, oil stocks have risen by more than 100%. People from the Ural Group are already in contact with Mr. Mehta, hoping to get foreign capital injection. Today, several small and medium-sized banks, including Crisco Commercial Bank, have reached agreements with Western securities companies to jointly operate the stock market. Today, a lot of funds have flowed into the stock market from these small and medium-sized banks, which further intensified the stock market's rise. Mr. Ziming, someone saw that smoke went to Villa number 8 where Mr. Matar was located this morning. I am afraid he wants to talk about cooperation with Project Dota. On the balcony of the room, Ziming was sitting looking at Gel Street. He was still holding a mobile phone in his hand. This was another call made just now. Someone was discussing cooperation with Dota Project. Suhan sat next to Ziming. She helped Ziming fill the teacup. She could see Ziming's depression. After all, these calls were not pleasant things. But suddenly Ziming said, Xion, do you think I can stick to it? Suhan did not react at the first time. Suhan did not react until Ziming said it again. She was surprised and said, what did you say, Ziming? Of course you have to stick to it. This is not what you planned long ago, is it? This is indeed what I planned a long time ago, but I am afraid that there will be no more people left on our side. After all, the current situation is really too bad. Ziming said, you also listened to the situation there. Here, from the very beginning, it was just some unimportant people who voted for the Dota project. Now it has developed to even Smog. He is now one of the 7 richest people in Crisco, and he is the core figure of our cooperation. It would be too fatal to do so. Suhan nodded and said that he understood that if the previous betrayals such as Mund or the Ural Group could still be said to be unstable, then with Smog's betrayal, the whole situation can be said to have collapsed. It is conceivable that even a character like Smog doesn't trust Ziming, So how can other people trust him? Wouldn't you just take advantage of the opportunity now to draw a clear line with Ziming? Then what should we do now? Shall I go to Ilbedov and Mr. Boltarsky to come and talk? Suhan asked. Ziming shook his head and said, Ilbedov doesn't need it. As for Boltarsky, I think we can see him today. This answer made Suhan stunned, but before she could say anything, Karolina came to report that Boltarsky had come to Ziming. Suhan was surprised and said that Ziming was a god. Ziming. Then he waved his hand with a wry smile and said, I would rather he not come, because he is definitely not good news. Ziming asked Karolina to invite Boltarsky to come in. The second richest man after Ilbedov, he just sat in front of Ziming and asked, Mr. Ziming, do you still plan to wait? Go down? Of course, this is what I planned before. Ziming replied. But do you know what happened today? Boltarsky asked again. Ziming nodded and said, yes. Mr. Smoke went to Mr. Matter's villa number 8. Hearing this answer, Boltarsky suddenly laughed. He said to Ziming, Mr. Small? It is indeed Mr. Small, but you probably don't know Mr. Ziming. Mr. Small is go to villa number 8 with your most trusted Mr. Ilbedov. Sure enough, what I am most worried about happened, Ziming said. Boltarsky's eyes widened. Mr. Ziming, how can you be so indifferent? Are you not surprised at all? Or is this something you arranged? I want to say that this is not the case. On the contrary, I am still very afraid of this happening, Ziming said. Then Mr. Ziming, you still don't plan to do anything? Or do you want to wait forever like this? Boltarsky asked. Ziming sighed. Boltarsky sat for a while and left. Facing Boltarsky's departure, Suhan wanted to say something, but at this time the phone in Ziming's hand rang again, and Ziming answered. Tong, but this time it was not his collaborator, but David of Project Dota. Mr. Ziming, you must have known the news about Mr. Ilbedov's coming to villa number 8. Actually, I have no other meaning when calling you now, but we, Mr. Matar, think you are still there is potential. If you can cooperate with us now, it would be a good choice. I don't know, what do you think of Mr. Ziming? David Yi asked provocatively. Maybe it was deliberately arranged. David Ye speaks Chinese. Hearing Davis' voice, Suhan immediately pricked his ears, and after hearing his content, Suhan was very angry. This guy is too arrogant. Ziming thought for a while and replied in English, thank you very much, but no need. That's really a pity, Mr. Ziming is still too young, he likes to be in a hurry. Davy finally sighed and hung up the phone. After Dave hung up, Suhan couldn't help saying, he was taunting Ziming on purpose at all. Otherwise, how could he even prepare Chinese? Ziming smiled. It doesn't matter how he wants to taunt me, but when this call comes, I feel that what I'm waiting for is about to happen. Chapter 146 The Peak of Internal and External Troubles. Mr. Mater, it seems that this Chinese from the Far East is very stubborn. He does not accept your proposal. In villa number 8, Dave put down the phone and said to Mater that at this time Mater was sitting on a chair in the yard, chatting with a guest, who was not someone else. It was Ziming and the others. Talking about Ilbedov. Mater nodded and said that this was expected, and Davy asked Ilbedov again, you used to have the longest cooperation with China Ziming. I don't know what you want to say about his current attitude. Facing Davy's question, Ilbedov's face was embarrassed. After all, he had betrayed his cooperation with Ziming, and there was always some guilt in his heart, but this guilt was immediately lost. After pressing it down, Ilbedov thought for a while and said, in my opinion, Mr. Ziming is a very arrogant person. He believes very much in his own judgment. It is difficult to listen to the opinions of others, especially opinions from opponents. It is said that geniuses are conceited because they are full of confidence in their own judgments, but if they are not geniuses but still conceited, the result will be a tragedy. Davy said, if it weren't for China's Ziming to be so conceited, believe in Iraq. Mr. Ilbedov will not come to us today, will he? Ilbedov just smiled at this question without embarrassment, not knowing how to answer it. But Davy didn't need him to answer anything, and then said to Mater, I said, Mr. Mater, I think it seems like a stupid decision for you to let me call the Chinese Ziming. Mater frowned when David said this, and William next to him immediately said, Mr. David, I ask you to use the last honorific. Mr. Mater has already said very clearly before. He appreciates that. Mr. Ziming's mind is also to maximize the benefits of the Dota project this time. If Mr. David insulted Mr. Mater because of this, then I would really feel sad for you. David smiled disdainfully, but still spread his hands and said, well, I admit that my words are a bit too heavy, and I can apologize to Mr. Matar for that. That's not necessary. In itself, I asked Mr. David to make this call because of some selfishness. Mr. David felt that this approach was inappropriate and it should be reasonable. This time, without waiting for William to say anything, Matar spoke first. But he looked at David more when he was speaking. It's Mr. Mater who sees far-reaching things, Davy said, clapping his hands. But now that we are talking about the Chinese Ziming, I think he is now suffering from internal and external problems. Is this called an internal and external trouble? It is true, but I think our internal and external troubles have just begun. When Davy and Mater talked about internal and external troubles in Villa number 8, Ziming and Suhan and Dupeng were also talking about this topic in the room of number 1 hotel. Dupeng said that he did not understand Ziming's statement. Ziming, why do you think this internal and external trouble just started? Is it because Ilbedoff went to Villa number 8 today? Ziming nodded and said yes. Suhan immediately became nervous. Then what should we do? Shall we talk to them right away? Ziming shook his head and said, that's not necessary. And I think we will have some relaxing time next. We can ask Alina to see if there are any must-see attractions in Crisco, like Suhan. You guys. We have been busy with things since we came here, and we haven't been to anywhere. Anyway, this is an ancient country that has stretched for hundreds of years, and it is still our big brother. There are always many things worth seeing. Listening to Ziming's words, Suhan said in a daze, why do you say that, Ziming? Things are just beginning now. You can't give up. You have to stick to it. Suhan's words made Ziming helpless. He understood that Suhan said this because he remembered the last time he was a little tired to give up when he talked about the situation of internal and external troubles. So Ziming said, don't worry, Xiaohan, if I really want to give up, I gave up last time. Now that I have decided to stick to it, I will definitely not give up again. Finally, Ziming added another sentence. I say this now because we really won't have anything to do next, including news. This sentence surprised both Dupeng and Suhan. Now they don't understand what Ziming meant. Even with Dupeng's cleverness and the closeness of Suhan and Ziming, they didn't understand until 2 days later. How foresight is Ziming's words. A day later, when Ziming took Suhan and Dupeng on a boat roaming on the Crisco River, Alina, a native of Crisco, became a tour guide on the boat and introduced them to what they could see. Arriving scenery, there is the Great Malin Palace, which is divided into 2 parts, which are open to the outside world and the residence of state leaders. The open Malin Palace is full of artistic atmosphere, and the center is the famous Ivan Bell Tower. Oh, yes. There is a Tsar cannon on the ferry. It is the largest cannon in the world. It serves to guard the city. Ironically, this cannon is the same as the Clock King in the clock tower. It has never sounded since it was completed, Alina said. After a tour on the Crisco River, they ended up having lunch on the boat. Alina stepped up this time and made grilled fish for them by herself. After eating the grilled fish, Dupeng leaned on the chair, raised his hand and glanced at the time, a little surprised, and said, Ziming, this is unscientific. Usually these calls are made one after another. Why is there no one call in the afternoon today? Isn't the securities company open today? Suhan suddenly remembered what Dupeng said, but when she turned her gaze to Ziming, Ziming only smiled. This is normal. There is nothing to make a fuss about. You forgot about me. I told you before. Will we have a few days to rest? Indeed, since yesterday, the frequency of telephone calls has been very low. Are these guys really betrayed us and went to the Dota project? Dupeng frowned and said, these guys are really disgusting. Ziming, you helped them so, they are now betraying you without even saying hello. They are really angry. Suhan was also very angry for Ziming, although Ziming was very angry about it. It was a little dumbfounding. After all, they were also betraying. Could it be that they had to tell them before betraying? Then their brains are really caught by the big iron gate. Ziming can still see clearly. There is no way. Even Erbidov took the initiative to carry us to Villa number 8. Of course, the others will follow suit. At this moment Karolina suddenly interrupted and said, Mr. Ziming, if this continues, will Mr. Tonggang and Mr. Li Cheng. Karolina didn't finish her words, but everyone could understand what she meant. Suhan first said, it's impossible. They came here with Ziming anyway. Whether in the mainland or in Hong Kong, it shouldn't be here. Compatriots, they say that blood is thicker than water, and they are not like everyone else, right? Du Peng did not speak and looked at Ziming. Ziming thought for a while and said, it is indeed not possible. But we also need to find an opportunity to talk to them these days, otherwise they are sure to go crazy. Tonggang and Li Cheng did not live up to Ziming's speculation. They really went crazy. On the second day after Ziming and the others went to swim, they found Ziming and questioned, Mr. Ziming, there hasn't been in these 2 days any news came, but because there was no news, but because everyone, because of the Erbidov incident, ran to negotiate with the Dota project, right? Ziming smiled bitterly and said, Chairman Tong Li Dong, I really didn't expect you to know so soon. I originally planned to tell you in 2 days. Why don't you tell us the first time? If we just called today to talk to a partner in North Russia, how long will you keep it from us? Tonggang did not relax because of Ziming's explanation. Attitude, he went on to say, Mr. Ziming, we are not only partners, we are also compatriots. This is not easy here in North Russia. So I want to hope that we can be honest and unfair when encountering things and don't hide. Tucked. On the other side, Li Cheng also said, I support Chairman Tong's words. Little brother Ziming, I know that you are a very capable and conceited person, but a good guy needs 3 helpers, and no one can rely on himself. People can succeed. If you have trouble, you should tell us the first time. Ziming made a gesture for Tonggang and Li Cheng to stop and said, Chairman Tong Li Dong, I really didn't mean to hide from you, and I didn't pretend to say that I can defeat the world by myself. It's just now. It hasn't been confirmed yet, and I'm really not good at telling you. What are you sure about? Now they don't call to tell us the news. Isn't this the best proof? Tonggang said dissatisfiedly. You may not know, just this morning, the securities company just opened the market. All stocks skyrocketed by more than 150% within 1 hour. This is caused by the joint efforts of the wealthy North Russians and the Dota project. Can this not be proven? This is indeed proof, but I am still waiting for another news. If I wait for that news, then it will be very easy for us to make a comeback. I have now asked Du Peng to contact the consulate. Before Ziming finished speaking, Tonggang over there was angrily interrupted. Mr. Ziming, I hope you can recognize the current reality instead of having these unrealistic dreams. If you do this again, I will consider that we divest immediately. When Tonggang finished speaking, he got up and left angrily. Li Cheng saw that Tonggang was like this. He also stood up. As Li Cheng, who has always valued human feelings, he is certainly not as tough as Tonggang, but he also threw a sentence to Ziming. Think about how sober the words are. Facing the words of Tonggang and Li Cheng, Ziming sighed heavily. He knew that now his internal and external troubles had reached the peak. But as long as the present is over, there will be flowers behind. Chapter 147, Mr. Meta Refuge. In the morning, when the sun just emerged from the horizon, a Boeing plane slowly landed at Crisco's Dongjiao Airport. As the plane stopped on the tarmac according to the scheduled route, the passenger elevator came over, the door of the plane opened, and the passengers stepped off the plane one by one. Everything went as usual. But among these passengers, a few of them were very special. Yes, they got off the plane, and a car drove over and parked in front of them. Then David and William got out of the car. David said happily, welcome to the arrival of several federal agents. I have been waiting for a long time." Facing Davy's words, William was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what was going on. He just said dumbfounded, "Federal agent? Mr. Davy, what happened?" William, like this. "Maybe you don't know that our Mr. Matar has gotten into a lawsuit, since his company has underpaid more than $14,000 in state taxes from 1982 to last year, so Mr. Matar must be arrested and returned to the court for trial." If Davy's previous introduction only made William feel at a loss, then Davy's current explanation blows up David like a thunder, and the young American guy shouted immediately, "How is this possible? First of all, I don't believe that Mr. Matar will owe taxes." What if Mr. Matar owes taxes? What he is currently working on is a big plan to bring down the evil country, and now is the critical moment of this plan. How can you catch him at this time? "Hey, William, please be quiet for me," David said, very dissatisfied. "William, I think you should understand that our country is a sacred and free country, and the law is more sacred than everything. No matter who it is. Anyone who breaks the law must be punished, including Mr. Matar, whom you respect. I hope you don't bring too much personal emotion into it." "It turned out to be so, I understand," William said. Davy smiled with satisfaction. "Just understand, William Jr., we will cooperate with the FBI agents to arrest Mr. Matar later. As a witness, we still need to provide some relevant evidence." Before Davy's words were finished, William said again, "I understand that this is the conspiracy of Davy, you bastard in this damn government. You are simply jealous of Mr. Matar's talent. Now you are even more jealous. He is from the north. Russia has already taken away and will take away the wealth, so you are going to murder him. If you owe taxes, I think that is a set of false claims that you forged." "Mr. William, please pay attention to your words," Davy said with staring eyes. "I hope you can understand that all this is for the motherland. Don't you think that Mr. Matar has no selfishness and everything is for the great motherland? I think you must also know that he was secretly contacting the Chinese. What do you think he did for? He is not for his own possession of this huge wealth. He is also a selfish person." William froze there and didn't know what to say. Davy went on to say, "So William Jr., in order not to be swallowed up by some people's selfishness, we must take some necessary measures. I think even your family must have hoped this way." Finally David thought for a while and added, "William, I think with your financial wisdom, you must also understand what kind of turbulence will be caused once such a large amount of money flows into the market. What we have to do now is to avoid such turbulence as much as possible. We do this to ensure the stability of the world's financial markets. You will definitely fight with us, William Jr., right?" Davy said that he stretched out his hand to William, but William did not hold Davy's hand in the end. He just said, "I will go back with you." Then David took William back to Villa number 8. The confident David thought he would be able to take Matar back to the United States soon. But when he returned to the villa, he suddenly found that Matar had left the villa. He immediately furious, "Mr. William, this is a good thing you did, right? Do you know that your behavior is endangering the national security of the United States? Even your family can't keep you." Facing Davy's intimidation, William just smiled coldly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Davy, I don't think you can pose any threat to Mr. William based on your wisdom." When Davy was furious in Villa number 8, two Volga cars were driving fast on the southern suburbs road of Crisco, and finally drove into a remote small manor. This small manor cannot be compared with the number 8 villa in the downtown area planned by Dota, and it is much worse than the rich manor of Ilbedov, but it is also considered a single house, and the environment is still relatively quiet. Two cars were parked on the parking lot of the manor. Ziming and Zhang Hui, the Chinese consul in North Russia, got out of the car. Ziming looked around and said, "I didn't expect our country to have such a property here." Zhang Hui smiled and explained to Ziming, "In fact, every country has some other real estate in foreign countries. After all, whether it is embassy or consulate, the goal is too conspicuous. If there is something really wrong, it will not be there. In addition, One thing is that because the embassy represents the country, not everything can be conveniently carried out in the embassy and consulate. It needs a private name. This is it. Ziming nodded his head to express his understanding. After all, so many spy war dramas in the previous life weren't for nothing. Even if it was different from what Zhang Hui said, it was almost the same. Mr. Matai has not yet defined his position in the United States, and the embassy and consulates can't intervene at once, so we can only arrange for him to stay here for a while to have a look. Zhang Hui finally added, "It is of course very safe here." Following Zhang Hui's words, another person walked out of the car. This person was not someone else but was the chief designer of the Dota project, the legendary Mr. Matar, who owned 20 trillion. Mata glanced at the small man and nodded and said, "It is already very good here. I fully believe in my Chinese friends, and I am not a person who likes luxury. Especially I am now a political refugee. My Chinese friend, I am very grateful for providing me with such an environment." A Chinese man in a tuxedo walked out of the manor. Zhang Hui smiled and said, "This is the housekeeper of this small manor. Just ask him if you have anything. I have to go back to the consulate and report the matter to the embassy. Now, Mr. Matar is temporarily unaccompanied. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Ziming and Du Peng said to Zhang Hui that they would rest assured. Matar nodded and agreed. Zhang Hui got in the car and left the manor. When he left, the manor's housekeeper took Ziming and the others around the manor. After they circled and assigned the room, they returned to the yard and sat down. Leaning on the chair, Mater sighed. "I didn't expect it. I, Mater, carefully planned a 10-year Dota plan for the United States. In the end, it was because my company missed $10,000 in taxes." The staff came to the door from across the country. Ziming shook his head and asked, "Do you still think, Mr. Matar, it's just the reason why you missed the $10,000 tax?" Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Mater was silent, because he knew it was definitely not the case. He still remembered that just this morning, David and William left the house very early and did not say hello to him, even though it was not the first time. But the hunch told him that something was wrong this time. He remembered that there was a plane just about to fly from the United States at this time. So Mater immediately left Villa number 8, and not long after he received a call from William, saying that an FBI agent came from the United States to arrest him, and the charge was that his company evaded taxes of $10,000. Mater smiled bitterly and said, "I know that the mere $10,000 in tax evasion is nothing at all, and I also understand that the reason they came to me is nothing but the wealth transferred by me in the Dota project. So I found my Chinese friend, Mr. Ziming, for the first time. I am very grateful that you can convince the consulate of your country to find such a great refuge for me." Ziming shrugged meaninglessly. "Actually, I want to say that I have been preparing for this, just waiting for such a day." Ziming's words made Meta stunned for a moment. Meta remembered Ziming's words to persuade himself to cooperate with him, and could not help but shook his head slightly. "It is true, Mr. Ziming. You are such a great genius." "I said, Mr. Mater, I don't think you are proud of boasting like this," Ziming said. Mater showed a very confused expression. Obviously he did not understand Ziming's words. Ziming had to explain to him, "Isn't my current internal and external troubles caused by Mr. Mater?" Mater smiled helplessly. He said, "Mr. Ziming praised me too much. I think if you give Mr. Ziming the same resources as me, I think I will not dare to compete with you, Mr. Ziming. I have encountered the most powerful opponent, so I would rather be suspected and want to formally cooperate with you." Ziming nodded, but before he could say anything, he heard that the door of the manor opened again, and two Volga cars came in again. This time, Li Cheng and Tong Gang came, and they got out of the car. Tong Gang walked over angrily. "Ziming, what the hell is going on? Do you know what the situation is now? Why do you want to go around? If you don't want to do it again, we can immediately divestment." Tong Gang's words came to an abrupt end here, because he saw Maita, who was sitting next to Ziming. His eyes widened suddenly, and he asked incredulously, This is Chairman Tong. You are not mistaken. He is just like Mr. Meta who has replaced him. He is currently taking refuge here, Ziming replied. Chapter 148 Mr. Meta Refuge Part 2 Refuge? Tong Gang and Li Cheng were both stunned immediately. If they didn't know that Ziming was not a casual person, they would think Ziming was joking. The reason is simple. They can't figure it out. As a financial warfare expert specially appointed by the US President, especially when this financial expert is still carrying out the 20 trillion plan, I'm afraid that even the North Russian president is in the entire Western world under the strong pressure. Not only did he dare not do anything to matter, but even said he had to help protect him from many threats. How could such a person take refuge? Not to mention that you still have to seek refuge here in Ziming. It is even more a fantasy. How to think that after something really happened, the US Embassy is stronger, safer and more reliable than the small manner arranged by Ziming. Facing Tong Gang and Li Cheng's expressions as they heard the news of the end of the world, Ziming still nodded calmly and said, "Yes, Mr. Meta came here to take refuge, because there are some things Chairman Tong and Dong Li. You may not know that. Just this morning, an FBI agent came to North Russia, saying that Mr. Meta's company was evading tax of $14,000 and wanted to take him back to the United States for trial." Tong Gang and Li Cheng were surprised at first, then immediately came back to their senses and solemnly said, "This must be a conspiracy. Chairman Tong Li Dong and I have the same ideas, so I took Mr. Meta over and took refuge here," Ziming said. At this time, Meta also stood up in a timely manner and said, "Yes, I am also very grateful to Mr. Ziming for reaching out to help me at this time. If it weren't for Mr. Ziming, I'm afraid I would be captured and used as a sacrifice for the conspiracy." Pin it. It seems that only in a crisis can we see who is the true friend. Tong Gang and Li Cheng smiled politely at Meta, and then pulled Ziming aside. Tong Gang's eyes were very solemn and asked Ziming, "Why did you really take him over? You are not afraid that this is a conspiracy?" This was originally a conspiracy, otherwise the US wouldn't have sent people over to arrest him with such a big fanfare because of the mere $14,000 in taxes, Ziming said. Tong Gang was very dissatisfied with Ziming's words. He said in a serious tone, "Ziming, you really don't understand, or are you pretending to be confused here? Don't you think it is strange that the US will send someone over to arrest him at this time, and so happen to let him know?" Of course Ziming was pretending to be confused. Now is the critical moment of the Dota plan. Isn't it afraid that the plan will fall short when we take Meta at this time? Of course Ziming could think of such a simple logic, but Ziming has more memories of his previous life. He knew very well that the United States did such an anti-logical thing. When the Dota project was in its most extreme situation, FBI agents suddenly came to the door, but the first time he did not catch Meta, because Meta had been trading arms with another Middle Eastern country. He escaped in the face of the information provided by the National Intelligence Agency. He was secretly arrested by the Swiss police until he fled to Switzerland. He was finally extradited to the United States and sentenced to 22 years in prison for tax evasion of $14,000. Since the beacon of democracy in the world did this in the previous life, what reason do they have to change in this life? It is for this reason that Ziming chose to believe it after receiving a call from Meta, but this reason is naturally unspeakable. Ziming had to say something else. "Of course I understand what you said, Chairman Tong, but I think just because everyone thinks it is impossible, Americans are very sure that they will succeed in doing so," Ziming said. "Of course. This is only part of the reason. I think the most important thing is that Mr. Mata doesn't have to use this kind of thing to deceive me, because we are already under the power of the Dota project. There are internal and external troubles. It is easy for him to deal with us. Doesn't Chairman Tong think it is unnecessary to play this trick?" Tong Gang nodded and then remembered the current situation. Ziming saw that Tong Gang and Li Cheng's expressions eased, and then he continued, "As for how he knows, I think it's better to let Mr. Meta speak for himself." When Ziming finished speaking, he gave Meta a gesture, and Mayta stood up immediately. Obviously, they had discussed it before. After all, Mayta knew how abruptly he came to Ziming. Actually, the reason I know is also very coincidental. David, who has been doing things with me, is a very proud person. He has always respected me in the past. Suddenly his attitude towards me has changed in recent days, so I just noticed. I was taken care of. As a result, a friend of mine had just been arrested in Switzerland. As soon as they went out to the airport this morning, I realized something was wrong and left Villa 8 immediately. Then I received a call and they really went to pick up FBI. The agent came to catch me. Mayta thought about it and said, actually, I agree with Mr. Ziming. These are not important. The important thing is that I am already here, and I can't do anything that threatens you at all, right? Tong Gang and Li Cheng are also very bachelors. After hearing what Ziming and Mayta said, they also apologized and said, I'm sorry Mata. Now, we have a saying in China that we should be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. We can't help but be cautious. Mata smiled. Of course, if it were me, I think I would do it too. Now that the words have been opened, Ziming invited a few people to sit down together. And Ziming said to Mayta, Mr. Mayta, you know that I am a businessman, and there was an agreement between us. Since Mr. Mayta, you are now here, I have already fulfilled my promise. So what about you? Little brother Ziming, what are you talking about? Mr. Mayta just came here, how can you say that? Only when Ziming's words fell, Tong Gang reprimanded Ziming displeasedly. Although Ziming had told Tong Gang before that he had some agreement with Mayta, at this time Tong Gang thought that he still had to make a full smile first. Good. However, Matu is much more generous. He waved his hand needlessly and said, it doesn't matter. Originally, Mr. Ziming and I had agreed on this before. I won't break my promise. Now it includes the stock market account in London and the Swiss bank account. The account passwords are all in my hand, whether it is the gold money of North Russia that was shorted, or the wealth looted after the severe inflation on the North Russia side. They are all in these accounts. When Mayta said this, he immediately changed the conversation and said, however, the money is only 1 or 200 billion at most. I have promised to give Mr. Ziming a lot, but the Dota plan needs to be continued. Of course it is going to continue, Mr. Matar. I also invited Ilbedov and Boltarsky to come with North Russian businessmen today. Ziming raised his hand and looked at the time. I think they should be here soon. Ziming's words were like prophecies. When his words fell, this small man ushered in a few more cars. Compared to the Volga that Ziming and Tong Gang were riding in before, these cars were much more luxurious. The Lincoln courtesy car is Cadillac, and there is also a Jaguar that is not well known in the country. Those who can drive these cars are not rich people without exception. This time it is not someone else who is here. It is people like Elbedov and Boltarsky. Mr. Ziming, we all came here because we trust you very much. I hope you don't play with our trust. This time it can really bring us substantive news. You know we all have a lot of things now. Elbedov first got out of the car and walked towards Ziming. He was talking about Ziming while he was walking, but his words came to an abrupt end here, because he saw sitting next to Ziming Mayta. This made him stunned there at the time, and muttered, Mr. Mayta, why are you here? It's very simple. Mr. Matar and I are collaborators. No matter what the Dota plan this time, I can get a lot of benefits. Ziming replied. After listening to Ziming's words, Mayta also said very cooperatively, it is indeed what Mr. Ziming said. We are very close collaborators. This time the stock market's skyrocketing interests are actually due to Mr. Ziming. Half of it is inside. Is that so? That's really great, Mr. Ziming. You really deserve to be the last hope for all of us. Ilbedov sat down very happily and said that his eyes were shining when he looked at Ziming. Obviously for him, it is better to continue to follow Ziming if he is forced to cooperate with the Dota project. It's just that Suhan is very uncomfortable with his horrible behavior, especially when she thinks of Ziming's sad face a few days ago, and she is even more unhappy. Mr. Erbedov, I heard that. Haven't you already taken the initiative to go to Villa number 8 to negotiate there, right? I think there must be a good price for you too, haven't you? Otherwise, how could Mr. Ilbedov bring so many with you? What about friends betraying us? Suhan's words were very rude, which made Ilbedov feel very embarrassed, but as far as people like Ilbedov are concerned, he quickly recovered and said, Miss Suhan, I think you must be what is the misunderstanding. I have always supported Mr. Ziming very much. No matter what the situation becomes, I believe that Mr. Ziming will definitely lead us to victory. Betrayal or something is nonsense. Suhan was very disdainful of Ilbedov's nonsense, but she couldn't say more at this moment. Ziming took Suhan's little hand and patted it lightly to keep her from getting angry. Then Ziming waved to Boltarsky and said, Boltarsky came here to do it. Here too, we can discuss more about what the stock market should do next. Boltarsky sat here happily, while Ilbedov was stunned in embarrassment, because Ziming had clearly told him this way. Brother is very upset with you now. But his attitude was clear. But Ilbedov still followed Boltarsky with a shy face, immediately surrounded by contempt. Chapter 149 ? The North Russian stock market finally stopped its continued growth after a few consecutive days of skyrocketing. For the first time, the market opened plummeting. Almost all stocks, including bank stocks and industrial stocks, appeared this morning. The overall decline is as high as 30%. This decline may be a lot worse than the previous increase, but it can also be regarded as an end to the continued rise of stocks. Financial experts pointed out that this is a normal market situation, indicating that when the stock market has not reached that kind of big development, it was only because of the impact of President Nikolaev's signing of an order to open up foreign investment. Now that the market has adjusted, it will naturally give this rally is cooling down. The North Russian Financial News expects that the stock market will continue to fall in the foreseeable future, and as of this writing, the North Russian stock market has continued to fall by more than 90% compared to yesterday. This is the front page headline of the North Russian Financial News. This financial newspaper is a newspaper that came into being with the development of the securities market. It publishes one copy each morning and night to record and analyze the stock market conditions of the day and yesterday. In Villa number 8, Davia was holding the newspaper in his hand. He tore it off without even looking at it, and finally crumpled it into a ball and slammed it on the ground forcefully and yelled, "May I, the traitor of this country, the most asshole in the world." He actually sold his soul, colluded with those ugly and greedy Chinese, and fought against his Dota plan. After saying that, Davy cast his gaze on the opposite William. You see, this is Mr. Matar you once respected. In fact, he is a selfish and greedy villain in his bones, and now he has abandoned him. Self-esteem and glory, willing to degenerate to join hands with those Chinese. In the face of David, William spread his hands. I said, David, everything must be conditional. If there are no FBI agents to come and arrest Mr. Mater, I think he will do it anyway. Wouldn't you do these things? William said, and remembered something again. Speaking of which, I still don't understand until now why the FBI is planning to calculate a $14,000 state tax at this time, and must send someone to arrest Matter. Sir, he ended up driving him to a dead end and had to join hands with the Chinese to make the entire Dota project go bankrupt. Is the person who made this decision filled with shit in his mind? This is the law. William, we are a country under the rule of law, and no one can escape the sanctions of the law, no matter what he is doing now. Davy tried to explain to William, but William ignored him. Davy had no choice but to look at the FBI agent on the other side and yelled, "And you agents, even such a person can't catch it. Have all of us taxpayers' money been used to raise pigs?" Davy's words made the agents very annoyed, but at this time they could only suppress their own anger and explain to him little by little, "Mr. Davy, I don't think we are to blame. Before, You leaked the news that gave the suspect a chance to escape. Now that the suspect is protected by the Chinese consulate, we cannot arrest him even if we know where he is. However, the explanations of these FBI agents, David Yeh, turned a deaf ear. This data project is not only the pride of the United States, but also the crystallization of the entire civilized society. We must not be defeated by a betrayer or a group of dirty Chinese. You must find a way to capture Meta. I will call back from China to ask Mr. President to come forward and put pressure on China. This time the plan must not be missed. Neither William nor the FBI agents had much reaction to Davy's words. Davy took a sigh of relief. He took a sip of his coffee on the table, but immediately gave the cup to him. He fell to the ground and yelled at the same time, "Damn, it's hot, why my coffee hasn't cooled down after such a long time. What a shit." Some people were happy and some were worried. When Davy was furious in Villa number 8 in the face of the decline in the stock market, a celebration banquet was going on in the southern suburbs manor of the consulate. There are several tables in the courtyard of the manor, and all the people invited to participate are seated in their seats. Compared with the buffet style of Western banquets, this kind of celebration has more Oriental characteristics. However, the format of the banquet may be different from that of Westerners, but these North Russians quickly got used to it and raised their glasses to congratulate Ziming. This time the stock market's decline has not only saved our company's stocks, but more importantly, it has also saved the entire North Russian securities market, so that this market will not collapse under the impact of those foreign hot money. Mr. Ziming is really North, the great savior of the Russian financial market. God testifies. I really believed from the very beginning that Mr. Ziming, you can definitely lead us through this difficulty, and now with the help of Mr. Matar, our confidence is even stronger, and we will definitely be able to master it. Good for this market. No one can do anything wrong in our market. Mr. Ziming is the best friend of all of us North Russians. When our stock market is most critical and no one can do anything, only Mr. Ziming can stand up to help us. This is a true friendship. I think for this a friendship that is thicker than the purest caviar in the world is worth a toast with Mr. Ziming. In this sentence after sentence, everyone raised their glass to Ziming, and of course Ziming raised his glass unceremoniously and stood up. He first drank the wine in the glass and said, "First of all, I am very happy that everyone can get together today. I am even more happy that everyone has not been overwhelmed by the influx of hot money from abroad. This shows that everyone is also very good, and this time we can stop the attack of foreign hot money in the securities market, which is also inseparable from the joint efforts of everyone here. However, the revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard." Ziming continued, "This is what I borrowed from a great man to say, and it is what I want to say now. The hot money flowing in from abroad will not be defeated just because of such a frustration. If it will go away, we must continue to sell the stock and continue to use hedging to suppress the stock price until it finally returns to a normal level." Facing Ziming's call, Ilbedov was the first to express his attitude. "I fully support Mr. Ziming." At the beginning, Mr. Ziming said that there is a way to deal with those foreign hot money, and now he has done it, so we don't have any reasons to retreat. With Ilbedov being the first to jump out to support, he immediately brought other people to support him. But Ilbedov was also forced to support him by jumping out of support, because he went to Villa number 8 to find Meta. Ziming knew about the matter. Ziming would definitely be dissatisfied with it. That's why Ziming would first greet Boltarsky to sit down. At this time, he didn't want to restore a little image and he would have no chance again. However, not everyone is loyal to Ilbedov, and some people still have their own questions. But Mr. Ziming, isn't there a knife tower plan that gathers all the wealth of Western countries? If they really want to hedge against us to raise the stock price, no matter how much we sell, they will follow, then will we still lose? They will take this opportunity to control the stocks of many of our companies. When this question was raised, many people took a breath immediately, and Ilbedov looked at him viciously and blamed him for being ignorant. Ziming looked at him and asked, "What is your name?" "Robremo," he answered unafraidly. Hearing this name, Ziming raised his brows subconsciously, because he had heard of this name. Maybe not only him. The future generations who pay a little attention to the world will have heard of this name. He is the #1 oligarch in North Russia. The rich man, relying on the industry to make tens of billions of dollars a year. He also built a Premier League team by himself. It's just that now he is not a wealthy family for later generations. He is just an ordinary young man, and even his seat is at the end. "Robremo, how can you talk nonsense in front of Mr. Ziming?" "You," Urbidov immediately yelled at him, but Ziming interrupted Urbidov before he finished speaking. "No, I think Mr. Robremo's words are correct." Ziming's words made many people including Urbidov's eyes widened, but Ziming didn't care. He went on to say, "It's true that if the other side is determined to fight us to the end, there is a chance. But the premise is that they might do it." If Ziming's previous remarks only surprised everyone, then Ziming's remarks at this moment are completely confusing to everyone, because they don't understand why they wouldn't do it. Ziming didn't confuse everyone for long this time. He quickly solved the mystery. He gestured to Mr. Mayita, who was sitting next to him. This made everyone suddenly realize. Ziming also explained, "Because Mr. Ta is here, and Mr. Mata holds the passwords for most of the accounts of the Dota project, and even a large part of the accounts are privately owned by Mr. Mata. If the Dota program loses this large sum of money, there will be more. What a threat." Ziming said that he looked at the look of admiration on Robremo's face, and wondered with disgusting interest in his heart, will he face the media from all over the world after he acquired Chelsea more than 10 years later, saying that he was back then? His fortune was inspired by a Chinese named Ziming, and he was his nobleman. Of course, Ziming didn't have this kind of daydreaming all the time. He quickly sat down again, turned his head and said to Mater, "Mr. Mater, I believe you have seen this appeal, so our account, today is it time to make a knot?" Mater nodded and said, "Yes, but I also hope that Mr. Ziming will not use the money, because it will have a very big impact on the financial order of the world." Chapter 150 chapters. The days have entered October, and the temperature on the northern side of Russia has gradually dropped. Even the west of Siberia has ushered in the first snow, but here in the Chinese capital, it is still autumnal. Even at night it will be a bit cold, but it is still very hot during the day. In the streets and alleys of the 49 city, people who come and go are still wearing short sleeves, indicating the current climate. Suyan Room is an ordinary study room in Zongnanhai. Later, the supreme leader Yang Dingo decided to use this as his study room after he re-entered the central government. He also likes to rest and read here when he has nothing to do. In the afternoon, Yang Dingo, who had just held the 40th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China on Cheng'an Avenue, was resting in the yard of the Anshai. Hearing the roar of cars outside, Yang Dingo immediately opened his eyes and saw only one with a black man. A man with a white shirt framed in eyes walked in from the door, and who could walk in so grandiosely, who could not be Du Zhong-iyuan, the current chairman of the republic. "Comrade Zhong-iyuan, what made you so hurried? Come here and sit down." Yang Dingo waved to Du Zhong-iyuan, because there was another chair beside him. Obviously, he had predicted that someone would come. Du Zhong-iyuan came straight over and sat down. Yang Dingo asked the Secretary of Life to serve him a cup of tea. Du Zhong-iyuan took a symbolic sip and immediately said to Yang Dingo, "Old Yang, I have something to report to you." Yang Dingo didn't change his expression and asked him, "Is it about the little guys in the capital of North Russia?" To Yang Dingo's guessing, Du Zhong-iyuan was not surprised at all. After all, he is now the de facto top leader of this country. The entire central office is around him, so it's not a little bit foreign news to him. Not surprisingly, this is indeed the case. Just now the American ambassador called and protested against our interference in their country's judicial activities. At the same time, they demanded that we immediately stop all political and economic activities in North Russia. Du Zhong-iyuan said here in a more solemn tone, especially Ziming's activities. The American ambassador's tone on the phone is very serious. He even said that if we do not handle it well, it will cause turmoil in the world. After listening to Du Zongyuan's report, Yang Dingo didn't have any fluctuations on his face. He pondered for a while and then asked, "Comrade Zongyuan, have you contacted Du Peng?" Du Zongyuan nodded and replied, "Yes, I contacted the US ambassador just now after talking on the phone. He said that they are now taking over a huge fortune, which amounts to hundreds of billions of dollars." Du Zongyuan was very cautious in the end. When Yang Dingo heard the figure of 100 billion US dollars, the face that had never been ancient well was finally surprised. Although it was not strong, it was for a military horse. For a great man who has had ups and downs in his life, it has been very difficult. Hundreds of billions of dollars. If I remember correctly, the national income of 1 billion people in our entire country last year was only so much. But I didn't expect those little guys to go to North Russia. Being able to harvest so much wealth. It seems that this finance is really a terrifying monster. Yang Dingo said with emotion, unable to tell whether it was happiness or worry. However, Yang Dingo's mood was temporary. He went on to say relaxedly, "But it's no wonder that the US is so nervous. This is hundreds of billions of dollars. They just experienced a stock market crash the year before, and their domestic economy is not yet complete to recover. Now that we have to release so much money at once, it will definitely be difficult. After all, no matter how the US dollar is used globally, he will not be able to print money at full capacity. Isn't it? Du Peng told me that if they succeed this time, the various benefits they can get will definitely exceed 10 trillion US dollars. Because they are plundering the wealth accumulated by a superpower for half a century." Du Zongyuan said. Yang Dingo stretched out a finger and tapped a few times on the armrest of the chair. "I think this is the reason why those Americans can't sleep." Indeed, the original Mr. Mater was a financial warfare expert of the US president. This time the knife tower plan against North Russia was also planned by him. The purpose is to completely defeat North Russia economically and plunder his wealth. He could no longer compete with the United States, but he did not expect that Ziming and the others would step in and share half of the benefits. The Americans would definitely jump their feet. Du Zongyuan said. "Of course," Yang Dingo said with a smile. "Comrade Central Plains, in the past we always said that Western countries headed by the United States were robbers and imperialism. Now these former imperialisms have in turn accused us of being robbers. It's really true. It makes people laugh and cry." Du Zongyuan didn't answer this sentence. Yang Dingo knew his partner well. He was a very cautious character and was able to pinpoint his identity. But he didn't hesitate to come back when he wanted him to get ahead. If this were not the case, I am afraid I would not find him a partner. So Yang Dingo did not expect him to comment at this time. Yang Dingo himself went on to say, "It's just that, but who of us doesn't have a dream of a great power? Who doesn't want imperialism? We used to blame the Americans before, but now we are replaced by them. It feels pretty good." "La Yang, do you mean we want to support Ziming and their behavior in North Russia?" Du Zongyuan asked. "If it is 10 or 20 years later, I will definitely support it, but it is not the time yet, especially when our big brother just fell." Yang Dingo's tone was helpless, and Du Zongyuan understood what he meant. It was nothing more than that the Soviet Union could still take the lead in the past. Now that the Soviet Union has fallen, he can't jump out to be the opponents of the Americans. After all, the country's capital is far from enough. Yang Dingo considered for a while and said, "However, what Ziming and the others did in North Russia should be regarded as commercial activities. Although we are a red China, we are also a very open country. Both politically and economically. We do not interfere with all commercial behaviors of the private sector, otherwise it would be the government of the Communist Party of China. And we have always opposed such behavior." After hearing Yang Dingo's words, Du Zongyuan clapped his hands happily. "That's it. Don't the Americans always accuse us of setting up trade barriers? Then we will open it to them today." However, Du Zongyuan was happy, but Yang Dingo became worried again. I just didn't expect that this financial war would have such a terrifying destructive power. In terms of the frontal battlefield, whether it is a conventional war or a nuclear war, the Soviet Union does not. I would be afraid of the United States, but now facing the American financial war, they can't survive even around. And the wealth of all the people who have worked so hard for half a century will be robbed in this way. Of course there are many problems of the Soviet Union itself, but the power of financial capital is more of it. This is also a wake-up call for us. Yang Dingo said with all worries, now that we have been reforming and opening up for 10 years, there are still many comrades who do not understand and do not cooperate. In particular, they have adopted a resistive and critical attitude towards the capital market that we are now liberalized, saying that we are here. They are taking the road of capitalism, saying that we are driving the reverse of history. Their thinking makes me very worried. Needless to say, Du Zongyuan can understand Yang Dinguo's concerns. It is nothing more than if the Americans use this set of financial warfare methods in China, what will happen? We must know that although the Soviet Union had great problems before, this country is much stronger than China in terms of economic and military strength. It has no ability to fight back under the financial war. The entire country has accumulated over half a century, or made wedding dresses for others. If it happened in China, it would be unthinkable. But we are fortunate that our country has a Ziming. Du Zongyuan reminded. Yang Dingo let out a sigh of relief and said, yes, there are talented people from generation to generation. Fortunately, we have a Ziming. He has not only learned about Western financial capital, and he can even be on the financial battlefield where elites are gathered. Give those Yankees a whip. However, Yang Dingo was not full of confidence because of this. He went on to say, it is not enough to rely on Ziming alone. You see that it is so difficult for him to build an industrial park in Lianyang. I don't know how many people ask him for trouble. And our stock market is the same. How many people are thinking behind their backs? What does this show? This shows that the vision of comrades is far from broad and long-term. Du Zongyuan's eyes moved, and he had obviously thought of Yang Dinguo's plan. Then what Elder Yang meant, should that matter be put on the agenda as soon as possible? Not as soon as possible, but at once. No matter how many comrades still don't understand, we must at once. Yang Dingo said categorically, the lessons of the Soviet Union are right in front of us. We cannot imagine anything, we must act, otherwise we will be a country and sinners of the nation. Du Zongyuan nodded and said, okay, Mr. Yang, I understand. The preparatory work for this matter has been done all the time, and the locals are still cooperating. It is not difficult to speed up the progress now. That's good, Yang Dingo said after a while, and then said again, also contact Ziming. If the North Russian side is over, I need him to return home immediately. Du Zongyuan was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't understand Yang Dinguo's decision. Yang Dingo explained, because of this team, I think only he can take it. Although Yang Dingo gave an explanation, Du Zongyuan at this time was still very puzzled. He also agreed that Ziming was very capable, but didn't Ziming's ability all lie in financial means? Can other things be compared? However, when he thought about this again a few years later, he had to admire Yang Dinguo's knowledge of people, and that fellow Ziming was really destined to take the dragon 9 days.